Chapter 743. Even Zhu Xiaoyan, who was next to them, was shocked. Because she was such an existence. At home, she was cute and innocent in front of her parents, shy and obedient in front of her lover. But when she went out, she was cold and noble. The coldness of her body could freeze people to death. Outside, no matter what happened, her expression would not change, let alone laugh out loud. So, no matter what, the Iceman in front of them did not seem like someone who could laugh like this. Zhu Xiaoyan was puzzled. But the man in white, who was supposed to be cold, unsociable, emotionless and silent, suddenly turned around and said to Zhu Qianglu, "Hey, I think I've seen you before? I should know you, right? Are we acquaintances?" Zhu Xiaoduo and Zhu Xiaoyan heard this, and their whole bodies instantly tensed up. Acquaintances. Dad's acquaintances could be friends, but they could also be enemies. Maybe he was the culprit who had injured Dad and Mom. Comparing the two, Zhu Xiaoduo was more inclined to think that he was an enemy. After all, if he was a friend or an acquaintance, he would not say something like, "I think I've seen you before." It was almost certain that the man in white was Dad's enemy. Zhu Zhanglu's countenance remained calm as he said indifferently, "Is that so?" The man in white laughed and winked, "I'm sure I've seen you before." Wu Yuding smiled, "Since you're an acquaintance, remember to come to my house for a meal after you're done. Anyway, my family is going to hold a family banquet and invite a group of acquaintances. The first invitation is yours. Do you have any family, relatives, friends or old friends? Why don't you come? The more the merrier." The man in white's face suddenly changed. The smile on his face froze and his face became pale. Next to him, someone laughed, but no one knew what they were laughing about. Zhu Xiaoduo suddenly realized that the other 10 people who were originally sitting around the table were intentionally or unintentionally isolating the man in white. It was as if they were saying, "We don't know this guy. We're not his family, friends or old friends, so please don't misunderstand and don't make blind guesses." The man in white was silent for a while before he said awkwardly, "That's not appropriate. Actually, I'm not so sure. I must have mistaken you for someone else. There are so many of us, it's not very convenient." It's fine. Everyone come at me." Wu Yuding smiled warmly and said, "The more the merrier. The more the merrier. Isn't that the truth?" The white-robed man hesitated for a moment and said, "You're right. It's more lively when there are more people. Many of them have good things on them." Before he could finish speaking, a fellow with fiery hair grabbed his neck and twisted him back. "Come, I have something to discuss with you." At this moment, Zhu Xiaoduo only felt that the space was distorted. Then he saw that the man in white seemed to have changed a little. The originally clean and tidy clothes were now a little wrinkled. His hair was also a little messy. Just by looking at him, he had a subtle feeling that he had just been raped by 10 big men. However, looking at his upright and still appearance, it seemed like an illusion. There was nothing strange about him. At this moment, Zhu Qianglu and Wu Yuding spoke. "Ah, so you've mistaken me for someone else? It's really a pity." Wu Yuding was quite cooperative. "What's a pity? What's a pity? Today is a big day. Such a big auditorium and such a big venue. It reminds me of our old friends, those who fought side by side and those who died together." Zhu Qianglu sighed. "Life is like a dream. I don't know where they are now. Yeah, I miss them too." Wu Yuding also sighed. "Speaking of which, it's really sad. White clouds change like dogs and the world changes constantly." At the 3 tables next to them, although some people seemed to be calm on the surface, their bodies were already a little stiff in silence. "What the hell, it's starting already." It's not easy for someone to say that he's an acquaintance and confidently say that he's seen me before. Then in the blink of an eye he doesn't admit it. Tell me, how is this reasonable? Whether I should say it or not, in such a beautiful moment like this, how nice would it be if our old friends were all here? Zhu Qianglu sighed. Friends should be together so that it's lively. Yeah, if they were all here it would be really wonderful. Wu Yuding sighed. Zhu Qianglu's tone became more and more melancholy. If these friends were here and knew that we have a son and a daughter, and that our son has become a top student in Hidden Dragon University, a great genius second to none, I don't know how happy they would be. Wu Yuding said, "That's for sure. We've been friends for so many years and we're very close. After not seeing each other for so many years, we're very close. When they see our son and daughter, they might even give Xiao Duo and Yen a greeting gift. It's just that we'd be too embarrassed to do that." Zhu Qianglu said, "Sigh, what a woman's words. Our brothers are so happy to see our son and daughter. Giving them a greeting gift can't compare to the happiness in their hearts." "You're right." Zhu Qianglu sighed. "Our son is so outstanding. Anyone who sees him will like him. Thinking that I'm in such a good mood now, maybe I can let Xiao Duo recognize him as a godfather or something. I don't usually say this, but today I'm so happy. I have to say yes. Wu Yuding's eyes brightened. I remember that the big guy is very good. That tall big guy. That big guy can't do it? Zhuo Changlu shook his head and glared at his wife. What are you thinking? Why did you think of the big guy? Everyone else is better than him, okay? Wu Yuding was stunned. What's wrong with the big guy? The big guy in front of them was completely stiff. Zhuo Zhanglu had a bitter smile on his face. He explained after a long while, I don't like to gossip behind people's backs. But that big guy is really stingy. Let's not talk about Xiao Duo. Even if his godson was sitting here, he would still be stingy. Wu Yuding was surprised. How can that be? I'm not bragging to you. You don't know that big guy's bad temper. He picks his butt and sucks his fingers. Otherwise, why can't he find a wife for so many years? He's really stingy. Wu Yuding was stunned again. Really? If you didn't say it, I really couldn't tell. Looking at the big guy's thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't think he was that kind of stingy guy. Why don't you know that you can't judge a book by its cover? Zhuo Changlu lectured her. This is a wise saying from our ancestors. Well, you're right. You can't judge a book by its cover. Wu Yuding sighed. I thought the big guy. I was wrong about him. That big guy is so shameless. When people help him, he doesn't even let out a fart. His godson won't take it to heart. Zhuo Changlu chuckled and lectured his wife. So he's that kind of person. Wu Yuding suddenly understood. He. The man in white suddenly made a donkey's bray. He opened his mouth impatiently as if he wanted to say something. Then the space faintly distorted again. The flood which gritted her teeth and continued to turn her back to Zhuo Changlu. I knew I shouldn't have come here. You two are doing crosstalk behind my back. You're really good at flattery and teasing. Perfect partners. The flood witch's face was already as dark as the bottom of a pot. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. She twisted the space and sent a space ring to Zhuo Changlu. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Now this should be enough, right? Are you satisfied? This is a meeting gift for my godson. Is it enough? But the flood witch, you're really thinking too much. Of course it's not enough. If the big guy is here and knows that we have a son and a daughter, he'll be so happy. Zhuo Changlu's face was full of nostalgia. The flood witch's body stiffened. You mean it's not enough for me to only give you a son, but also a daughter? Wu Yuding said, although the big guy is stingy, he's a good person. He especially likes girls. It's a pity that he's not here. Otherwise, I'll make the decision to let him be Nianer's godfather and let him have both a son and a daughter. Zhuo Changlu was displeased and said, you're wrong. Xiao Duo's godfather has long been Xiao Nianer's godfather. Godsons and goddaughters should be treated equally. Besides, he's not here. If he were here, with his stingy temper, I'm afraid he would only give his godsons and not his goddaughters. Yes, you're right. You're the one who sees things more clearly. I admit defeat. The flood witch twisted the space again and threw out a space ring. Her face was as black as charcoal. It was even darker than the bottom of a pot. I'm gone. Stop talking. Wife, what do you think if the big guy is really here? Zhuo Zhanglu rambled on like an old woman. He didn't seem to have an end. The flood which had already put her telepathic thoughts into the space ring and held the Thousand Souls nightmare hammer. Keep talking if you have the guts. Don't go too far. I've already given out 2 sets of gifts. If you keep talking, I'll throw caution to the wind and smash you with my hammer. Do you think I don't dare to do that? If he knew that Xiao Duo already has a wife, how happy would he be? Zhuo Changlu said. The flood witch was stunned. Her godson had found a wife? This seemed like it couldn't be saved. This must be given. So the space twisted again. Why do you keep talking about Xiao Duo? Xiao Nianer also found a husband. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, you're just like the big guy. You only value boys over girls. The space twisted again. The flood witch was panting like a cow. 4 sets. That's enough. I just said that I like girls the most, and now I'm valuing boys over girls. If the big guy is here, he'll be so happy to know that Xiao Duo and Xiao Nianer are engaged. This is the most classic example of marriage. The big guy is the godfather, but he's also the father-in-law. Zhuo Changlu smiled and said, if Xiao Duo becomes the big guy's godfather, the big guy will benefit greatly. He'll have all the seniority. How can the big guy be so lucky? Chapter 744. There was a crack. The chair under the flood witch's butt broke. The space was distorted. Zhuchanglu touched the space ring in his hand. Well, it was time to call it a day. He put it into his own space ring. Ting. When you mentioned the big guy, I couldn't help but think of a lot of old friends. For example, the big motley hair. Zhuchanglu looked as if he was reminiscing. The flood, which looked relaxed. Taoist Thunder's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The big motley hair? Wu Yuding pretended to be confused and helped to lead the conversation. The one who likes thunder the most, Zhuchanglu explained. Oh, I know. Wu Yuding suddenly understood. Taoist Thunder, who was sitting a little farther away, looked as if he had hemorrhoids under his butt. He felt uncomfortable all over. Damn it. I was laughing so hard just now that I got internal injuries. Now it's my turn? Ting, the same friends actually have different tempers, Zhuchanglu said. Oh, why do you say that? Can you tell me more about it? Wu Yuding asked curiously. That big motley hair is much stingier than the big guy. The big guy is stingy, but he will give what he deserves. If one day they are both here, the big guy will give a gift, but the big motley hair probably won't. Zhuchanglu sighed deeply. He met the wrong person. When he fought with the big guy, I saved his life. You even saved his life? Wu Yuding was shocked. You saved his life. That's a big favor. How can he not give you a gift? He doesn't know how to be polite. No, he doesn't know what's right and what's wrong. He doesn't have a bottom line, does he? Alas, he's this kind of person. He's stingy all his life. I really can't say anything about him. At such an old age, even a needle is a treasure in his eyes. He can't even bear to part with it. Zhuchanglu looked helpless. Taoist Thunder was so angry that he trembled all over. He really wanted to roar. What do you mean you saved my life? It's true that I was no match for the flood back then, but it wasn't to the point where my life was in danger, was it? Besides, you jumped out to stop the fight when the outcome of the battle was still undecided. The flood which stopped because she was afraid that you would take advantage of the situation. But ever since then, you've been telling the world that you saved my life. Now, all 3 continents know that you saved my life. But what was the real situation at that time? Don't you have any fucking idea? It's no wonder. Zhuchanglu had a look of understanding on his face. That bastard didn't have it easy either. I heard that he took care of his wife back then. Space distorted for a moment. Taoist Thunder's face was ashen. He simply gave out 5 interspatial rings at once. Stop talking. Saying it out loud in front of so many people. Do I still want my face? Even though that woman had been dead for 10,000 years, he had brought her back every time she was reincarnated. He had raised her from a little girl to an adult, and then married her. After a period of time, it died again. So I picked it up again. Continue to raise it, continue. But the others didn't know the whole story. If this guy was allowed to continue spouting nonsense, the entire situation would change drastically. It would become unrecognizable. Would there still be any way to listen to it? Do I still want my reputation? I've really met the wrong person. Zhuchanglu remained calm and collected the interspatial rings secretly. Then he continued to sigh. Ting, do you still remember our best friend? He's even better than an old friend. Emperor Zhai Xing's face turned green when he sensed that he was being called out. I'm not your best friend. I don't know you. Damn it. Now you're my best friend. Seeing that the couple was going to start again, Emperor Zhai Xing gave up. All right, don't say any more. I know more than the flood and thunder. 5 more interspatial rings were in his hand. Zhuchanglu murmured, I wonder how the others will react when they know this. Maybe they're all playing dumb. Should I call out their names? I remember many people's dark histories. Wu Yuding's interest was piqued. What dark histories? Tell us. The few people who had already given the gifts laughed. Tell us. We're most interested in these. The others' faces turned ashen. Hence the space distorted continuously. Zhuchanglu's smile became more and more comfortable. His mouth didn't stop moving and his hands didn't stop moving. Zhuxiaodua's 2 sleeves of gold were nothing compared to his father's. He was worthless. He had a bunch of interspatial rings. Moreover, the items in the interspatial rings were all rare treasures. He had only talked to his wife for a while, and these items flew to him as though they had grown legs. Awesome. Zhuchanglu was talking to his wife. However, Zhuxiaoduo, who was close at hand, couldn't hear a thing. He could only see his parents whispering in his ear. No matter how hard he tried to hold his breath, he couldn't hear anything. The space was distorted. He knew that there was a space expert isolating the space. It should be normal that he couldn't hear what his parents were saying. However, this kind of normalcy was also extremely unusual. What in the world was going on? Zhuxiaoyan focused all her attention on Zhu Xiaoduo and her parents. Once there was a change, even if she had to sacrifice herself, she had to ensure that her parents and Xiaoduo were safe. After a while, Zhu Xiaoduo suddenly felt that the space seal seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, the stage started. The two hosts were talking beautifully on the stage, giving their blessings or introducing the program. As time passed, the program started to perform one by one. As the program started, Zhu Xiaoduo felt that although the pressure he felt for no reason was still there, the sense of danger had disappeared. It had disappeared inexplicably. Zhu Xiaoduo was surprised. He didn't understand what had happened at all. His father and mother seemed to be completely focused on the stage. Were they watching the show? Zhu Xiaoduo's heart slowly calmed down. He quietly moved closer to Zhu Xiaoyan's ear and said, "It's okay. Should be okay. Today's events are really strange. Everything is strange." Zhu Xiaoyan felt the same. It seemed that all the pressure had disappeared in an instant. That she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that you're okay." Zhu Xiaoduo quietly reached out and took her hand. He whispered, "Let's go watch a movie in a few days when Mom and Dad leave, okay?" Zhu Xiaoyan looked at him suspiciously. "What movie?" "It's a very formal movie." Zhu Xiaoduo was exultant. "I've already booked a couple's private room. This is something that every couple should do." Zhu Xiaoyan's pretty face turned red. She hummed and lowered her head. "Let's wait until Mom and Dad leave." Zhu Xiaoduo's heart was burning. He couldn't help but say, "There are also those kinds of informal movies. Do you want to watch them? You can learn a lot. We're both rookies. It's normal for us to learn." "Get lost." Zhu Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. "I'm not talking to you anymore." Okay. I won't watch it." Zhu Xiaoduo quickly admitted defeat. He rolled his eyes. "Then give me a kiss." "I won't." "Then I'll give you a kiss?" Zhu Xiaoduo made a sneak attack at lightning speed. He sat back in his seat with satisfaction and looked around like a thief. "Yes, no one saw me." Zhu Xiaoyan blushed and muttered, "Why didn't Gu Luoyan come?" Zhu Xiaoduo was also a little puzzled. Normally, Gu Luoyan would either be the opening or the finale of such a large-scale show. However, this time she, a famous star in the mainland, didn't come. It was indeed a little strange. In a space domain. From the outside, it looked like the 23 people were sitting at 4 tables. At this moment, they were sitting on 2 sides of a big table. The Umno Alliance was on one side, Astral Souls was on the other side, and the Tao League was on the other side. The sound of gongs and drums was loud outside. The applause was thunderous and the music was lingering in the air. Clearly, everyone was still sitting in their respective chairs outside, but they were already seated neatly in here. The Flood, which sat on the left side of the long table. She was like a mountain standing there for a long time. She was full of vigor and unshakable. Jianghu sat opposite her. There was a smaller chair beside him. Wu Yuding was sitting on it, slowly trimming her nails. Yu Xingqian sat on the other side. It looked like they were sitting side by side, but Jianghu was obviously sitting in the center, which was the so-called C position. The left and right heavenly kings sat next to Wu Yuding and Yu Xingqian. The Tao League's Taoist Thunder sat in the middle, facing the door. The other 6 Taoists sat on his left and right. Opposite them were the 10 Grand Shamans of the Umno Alliance. Now, except for a few, the others, including the Flood Witch and Taoist Thunder, all had sour expressions on their faces. After all, they were blackmailed before they could sit down. No one would be too happy if they were in this situation. Jianghu smiled and took the lead. "First, let me formally introduce everyone. The people outside are my son, my daughter, my son, my daughter-in-law, and my daughter and son-in-law. Everyone, please take care of us when you see us in the future." Jianghu smiled. "Ah, the noble circle is really messy." The one who spoke was the golden-scaled Grand Shaman. The golden-scaled Grand Shaman felt wronged and unhappy. "What does this have to do with me? Why do I have to give a gift? You're grabbing onto my weakness. Are you done yet? You fucking used the heaven-dissolving water to melt my armor and golden scales, and then made me run naked once. Do you have to bring it up every single time? Is it messy?" Jianghu chuckled. Golden-scaled Grand Shaman, last time at the Mountain of Flames. What a perfect match. The golden-scaled Grand Shaman's face darkened. "I can only congratulate you and envy you." The Ice Nether Grand Shaman crossed his legs. Now that no one cared about him, he suddenly became spirited and said with a crooked mouth, "Haha, I thought someone would ridicule me, but you cowered so quickly. Just like boss. Your weakness is also grabbed? Look at your cowardice, you're just like boss." Lai Hua slammed his head on the table. Can you not bring boss every time you ridicule me? You want to die, but we haven't lived long enough. Chapter 745. The Flood Which Snorted. He didn't seem to move, but the crowd clearly heard the dense sound of slapping like a rainstorm. In an instant, the cold and handsome face of the deep ice which turned into a red and swollen rotten persimmon. Then, someone involuntarily opened his mouth, and a piece of ice the size of 2 fists was fiercely stuffed into his mouth. Then a rope followed closely behind, firmly tying him up and tying a dead knot. The Flood which said indifferently, "Whoever unties him today will receive the same treatment as him." The 9 great witches kept quiet out of fear, shaking their heads subconsciously. Taoist Thunder coughed and said, "Brother Hong, you don't have to do this, right?" Zhuqianglu also tried to persuade him and said, "Brother Hong, we're all brothers. You don't have to do this, you don't have to do this." "Shut up. Of course you don't have to do this, but for me it's necessary, very necessary." The Flood which said indifferently, "With such a piece of cheap material, you should be satisfied after watching him make a fool of himself for so many years. Don't try to take a mile after taking an inch. People should know enough, and those who are content will always be happy." For a moment the crowd coughed awkwardly. The Flood Witch's words were exactly what they were thinking. How could they be kind enough to stop the fight? It was purely because as long as the Deep Ice Witch's mouth was free, as long as he could still speak, he could create countless unexpected things. He could even destroy the combat power of several great witches of the Umno Alliance in an instant. Creating internal strife within a second was just a piece of cake for him. That was the so-called only one's mouth knows. It could be said that he was the biggest traitor among the Wu people. His mouth was so cheap that it could anger even the heavens and the people. However, he only dissed his own people. Regarding this divine skill, whether it was Zhuqianglu or Taoist Thunder, they all hoped that the Deep Ice Witch could cultivate it to a higher level. It would be best if he could make further progress. Well, back to the topic. Zhuqianglu smiled and continued talking about his son. Originally, this transformation would take a few decades, but from the looks of it, everyone was in a hurry to call me over. Something big must have happened. I might have no choice but to end the mortal dust transformation in advance. Even if this destroys the mortal dust transformation state of mind, there's nothing to say. I understand the severity of this matter. Zhuqianglu smiled bitterly. Yu Xingqian and the left and right heavenly kings both sighed softly as guilt surfaced on their faces. Zhuqianglu's words were true. When he was suddenly pulled back from the mortal world, the state of mind at this moment would be broken, and it would be difficult for him to continue for the rest of his life. How could the impact be small? It was even more likely that the mortal dust incarnation would not be able to achieve its full potential. His cultivation and combat prowess would be affected, and instead of advancing he would regress. Everyone here was a martial arts expert, so how could they not know what was going on? This was a hindrance to someone's future. If it were not for this, how could he have been so easily blackmailed by Zhuqianglu and his wife? What a joke. But this time there was really no other choice. It was such a big matter and Zhuqianglu was not around. There was really no legal way. After all, the return of the Demon Alliance involved countless lives and blood. It was even possible that the situation of the entire continent would change in an instant and collapse. Therefore they could only let Zhuqianglu end the mortal dust transformation in advance. As for the loss, Zhuqianglu asked for a gift for his son. Everyone took it as a joke and let it go. They even felt a little embarrassed. Such a big matter, and they let it go with such a small gift. They were really taking advantage of Zhuqianglu. Besides, Zhuqianglu's son was their junior. Even if there was no such thing, it seemed like they should still give him something. They pushed the boat with the current, and it was the two of them who blackmailed them. It was just right to let this matter go. Yu Xingqian sighed and said softly, "Brother Zhua, I'm sorry." The faces of the masters of the Tao League and the Umno Alliance were also full of sighs. However, their eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude. They deserved it. Only the Flood Witch frowned and looked at Zhuqianglu opposite her. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. Looking at the others who obviously did not mean what they said, the Flood Witch only had disdain in her eyes. With such a state of mind, do you deserve to be at the top of the world? People who take pleasure in other people's bad experiences. Perhaps you don't know that this in itself is a hindrance, an inner demon. Therefore, back then, Taoist Thunder might have been able to block a few hundred of my attacks and escape unscathed. But if we fight now, I'm sure I can smash you to death directly. You can't even run away. Now I'm just waiting for Zhuqianglu to come back. As for you, I don't even have the mood to fight. Zhuqianglu smiled faintly. Facing Yu Xingqian's guilt, he sighed and said, The big picture is more important. If you really feel bad, old you, help me do more things in the future. It's okay if you suffer a little. No problem. Yu Xingqian patted his chest. Wu Yuding and Zhuqianglu looked at each other and sighed bitterly. But in their hearts they were instantly delighted. Well, there was someone to do the work for them. Well, there was one more thing to talk about. It was better to have a few more of such ready-made cheap deals. Even if there were 8 or 10 of them every day, it would not be too much. Yu Dongtian instinctively felt that his father might have been cheated. But he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. After all, no one would have thought that the Zhuo couple's transformation into the mortal dust was completed. It was so timely and so coincidental. If there were only a few years left, everyone might suspect that it had been brought forward. But there should be a few decades left. No one would doubt it even if they cracked their heads. Zhuqianglu said, "Originally, I wouldn't have exposed my son if there was still a long time. But now that he's destined to return, there's no harm in doing so. Old Hong, what do you think?" The Flood Witch snorted and said very unhappily, "Whoever dares to touch that boy will be my mortal enemy. Brother Hong is so righteous." Zhuqianglu cupped his hands and said, "I thank you on behalf of my son. When I come back, I will invite you to my house. If you don't mind, I will let this boy worship you as his godfather and give him more support." The Flood Witch's face was as black as iron. It was so dark that it was impossible to look at it. It was darker than the bottom of a black charcoal pot. Lai Hua Great Witch and Dan Kong Great Witch all lowered their heads. The other Great Witches were confused. Something's not right with boss today. Why are you so eager to protect the son of that Zhuo guy? And when did you become so intimate that you can have a family banquet and prepare to worship him as your godfather? This can't be, this is against the duty of a Great Witch. Well. The Ice Deep Witch shook his head anxiously and pointed to the ice in his mouth with a face full of anxiety and excitement. Obviously he was saying, "I have something to say about this topic. Who can let me go?" Of course no one paid attention to him. The Flood Witch even slapped him across the air and stuffed the ice even tighter. After a long while, the Ice Deep Witch looked lost and finally became silent. "Thank you everyone. When the child grows up, everything will be good. At that time we will rely on our positions and methods. But if we use dirty tricks, it will not be very comfortable. Thank you for your gifts today." Wu Yuding bowed and said, "Thank you everyone." She smiled softly and said, "This time even if our strength regresses we will accept it. After all, we've obtained a little treasure that we've always dreamed of but never had. However, please keep it a secret. The child doesn't know our true identity now." At this point, Wu Yuding and Zhuqianglu were speechless. Zhuqiangyan was fine, it was fine to tell her everything now. But Zhuqiangduo. If this guy knew that his father was the legendary sky inspecting minister, he would probably lie down and become a salted fish the moment he heard it. Fuck, I always felt that there was a lot of danger. This world is too unsafe. I am exhausted from cultivation, but I found out that my father is the world's #1 awesome person. Then why am I still cultivating? Salted fish. So what if I am rich and idle? I can lie down and win a lifetime of leisure. Who dares to provoke me? Even the left and right heavenly kings don't dare to provoke me. Who else? Perhaps he would regret his previous efforts and feel that he was an idiot for working so hard for nothing. If only he had known earlier. But the others obviously couldn't understand the true meaning of Wu Yuding's words. Taoist Thunder said in surprise, "Even if it's just training, there's no need to be so secretive, right?" Zhuqianglu said indifferently, "Mental state." Everyone was smart enough to understand the situation. Hearing this, they immediately understood. Mental state had always been very important to cultivators. It was the most important thing. It was the same experience. Going through it with fear and trepidation and going through it calmly knowing that nothing would happen, the result was absolutely different. Grand Shaman Inferno said, "There should be a time limit for this, right? Don't tell me you won't get involved in it for a lifetime?" Zhuqianglu said, "As usual, Ascension will do." Ascension Realm. The upper echelons of the 2 continents were pondering. The meaning of Zhuqianglu's words was obvious. Before Zhuqiangduo reached the Ascension Realm, the upper echelons couldn't make a move on him. And this restriction was that the upper echelons couldn't exceed 2 realms. This rule was very interesting. If Zhuqiangduo was at the nascent transformation realm, the upper echelons could only send cloud transformation realm cultivators to deal with him, and there was no limit to the number of people. But if they sent God reigning realm cultivators, it would be against the rules. Cloud transformation realm and God reigning realm cultivators were allowed to make a move. But if profound realm cultivators of a higher realm were to make a move, it would be against the rules. And so on and so forth. In fact, this kind of agreement had been made many times between the three continents. Once a genius of the continent appeared, the worst thing to worry about was dying prematurely. But no matter how talented a genius was, he couldn't go without training. Otherwise, he wouldn't die prematurely and would naturally become immortal. And so, such an agreement was made. Originally, before Zhuochanglu and Yu Xingchen matured, the humans of the Astral Souls continent didn't have the right to make such a request. It had always been the Umno Alliance and the Tao League who made such requests. The humans of the Astral Souls continent definitely didn't have the right. Every time they heard this, they would feel so sullen that they wanted to kill someone. Before this young man reaches the Ascension realm, you upper echelons can't touch him. During that time, the humans were extremely sullen. Chapter 746. It wasn't until the Sky Surveyor throne and Emperor Zhaixing risked their lives to rise up and fought a shocking battle that they were finally able to compete with the top two factions of the Wu People's Tao Alliance. Only then did humans truly have the right to speak. Including the left and right heavenly kings, the great commanders, and so on. Now, all the top experts of the Astral Souls grew up under the protection of these conditions. It had been developing all the way to the present day. Of course, not being able to move didn't mean that they couldn't move at all. It was possible to send out cultivators of the same realm or a higher realm to deal with them. However, there was one characteristic of these geniuses that everyone was clear about. That was, they could fight those of a higher realm. If they sent out too few people, they would only be killed. If they sent out too many people, even if the other party couldn't win, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape. After all, there wasn't an absolute difference in realm between the two sides. It wasn't to the extent that they couldn't even escape. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't cases of successful killings. However, it was an iron rule that no one could fight against those of a higher realm. Once that happened, the other party's revenge would only be so tragic that the other party couldn't bear it. The other party would directly attack the civilians and martial arts schools of the continent that was in the wrong. When the top experts attacked, they would wipe out a large area with one sweep, leaving no room for survival. The top experts of this world sweeping through the martial arts schools was definitely not something that the higher-ups would be happy to see. It would be an unbearable disaster. This kind of disaster was unprecedented. Brother Hong, what do you think? Zhuochanglu calmly asked the Flood Witch. The Flood Witch felt a wave of annoyance in her heart. You're asking me first? What do you mean? I'm his godfather. What can I say? He snorted and said, I don't have any objections. Before Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan ascend to the heavens, the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance who are at the heavens realm and above won't attack them. I, the Flood, guarantee it with my moral standing. After saying this, he felt an indescribable tightness in his chest. I'm their godfather. As their godfather, I've only been sent to my death once. After I died, I owed them so much just because they cried a few words of mourning. Damn it, what a loss. No, ba. It's my incarnation that died, not me. Ha ha ha. Zhuochanglu laughed. Brother Hong is indeed straightforward. He then turned to look at Thunder Taoist Priest and said, What does Brother Thunder have to say? Taoist Thunder pondered for a while and didn't say anything for a long time. He was actually very worried. It was one thing for the other geniuses. But the son surnamed Zhua was destined to be difficult to deal with. But why did that guy, Flood, agree so readily? In the past, even if they knew what the outcome would be, they would still wrangle with each other for a while and strive for the greatest benefits for their side. Our Tao League has always been an alliance of astral souls. Shouldn't the Umno Alliance be the most vehement opponent? Then, I had to help Zhuochanglu convince you. That was the normal thing to do. You have to at least hold out until the astral souls come up with some benefits. Then you can propose some conditions. Was that why he agreed? What was going on now? The person who was supposed to be the bad guy had mysteriously disappeared. Then I, the good guy, didn't want to be the bad guy. After a long time, he finally sighed and said, I agree too. Wu Yuding snorted and said, Brother Thunder, what did you agree to? Taoist Thunder frowned unhappily. I've already agreed. Why do you have to say it clearly? Are you afraid that I'll play a word trap? The other 6 swords of the Tao League all glared at Wu Yuding. Mrs. Zhua, do you have to be so careful? Wu Yuding said lightly, Brother Thunder, if you don't say it clearly, how would I know what you agreed to? What if you go back on your words and use all kinds of excuses to say that you agreed to something else? It's not like that hasn't happened before. Taoist Priest Yin was furious. You've gone too far. Wu Yuding slammed the table and stood up. She was even more furious than Taoist Priest Yun. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Do you want to fight me on the spot or what? Shouldn't I be suspicious of your perfunctory and vague words now? Are you ready to go back on your words? Do you want to harm my son? Wu Yuding suddenly pointed at Taoist Thunder's nose and scolded, "Old bastard, what do you want to do? Honest people don't do underhanded things. Are you planning something bad today?" Taoist Thunder was so angry that he couldn't speak. His face turned purple. He didn't say it clearly because he wanted to keep it for the future. However, Taoist Thunder didn't expect to be scolded like this. Humans need face and trees need bark. Everyone here was a high-ranking member of the same faction. Was there a need to curse like a shrew in the streets? Besides, wasn't it normal to keep a trump card? We're allies, how can I? Taoist Thunder was furious. Bullshit. What alliance? Bullshit alliance. You're scheming against the people in the alliance. Wu Yuding slammed the table and said loudly, "If you don't say it clearly today, I don't care about the so-called alliance. I have nothing to lose and I'm not afraid." What alliance? Those old bastards in the Tao League actually thought of harming my son and wanted to form an alliance with me. I won't fight the UMNO alliance anymore. I'll fight the Tao League. Tomorrow I'll destroy all the high martial arts schools in the Tao League. Old bastard, do you think I won't do it? Cough, cough, cough. Zhuchanglu coughed. His wife had finished playing the good cop, so it was his turn to play the bad cop. He looked unhappy. Look at you, what do you look like? How can Brother Lei be that kind of despicable old bastard? He hasn't done it yet, has he? Zhuchanglu reprimanded his wife. It'll be too late if he does it. Wu Yuding snorted and turned her head away angrily. Zhuchanglu smiled faintly. Brother Lei, my wife is a woman after all. Her hair is long but her knowledge is short. Don't take it to heart. But then again, Brother Lei, you should know how much a mother cares for her child. Brother Lei, you just had to get yourself into trouble. Sai, you're already so old. Why are you purposely getting yourself into trouble? Taoist Lei was so angry that his beard was blown up. Are you trying to stop the fight or are you helping your wife scold me? Brother Lei, just say the word. This is the end of it. Zhuchanglu smiled. Brother Lei, you don't really have to kill my son, my daughter, my son-in-law, and my daughter-in-law, do you? Zhuchanglu tapped the table with his finger and said word by word, Brother Lei, you can't joke about this. The threat in this sentence was too strong. Taoist Lei was about to explode in anger. However, he could only swallow his anger and said, Am I that kind of person? Zhuchanglu smiled. Then please give me a definite word, Brother Lei. Taoist Lei's face darkened. Before Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian reached the Skysoar realm, none of the Tao League's experts at the Skysoar realm or above will make a move against them. This time, Taoist Lei was much more cautious. He even added the word Ji, which was the easiest to forget. If this word was used again, Taoist Lei felt that he wouldn't be able to live anymore. Zhuchanglu clapped and laughed. Brother Lei, you're really straightforward. Then he said to the Flood Witch, Brother Hong, you forgot to add Ji just now. The Flood Witch took out the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer with a swoosh and said with a sinister smile, You don't fucking believe me? Do you want me to say it again? Zhuchanglu laughed. Even if I don't believe anyone, I have to believe you. Brother Hong, what's our relationship? Ah. Calm down, calm down. Why are you so agitated? The Great Flood Witch had an extremely strong impulse to smash the other party's smiling face flat with a hammer. Do you think I can't tell what you're trying to say? Although I haven't studied much since I was young. I haven't forgotten that I'm your son's godfather. However, after thinking about it, she finally put away her hammer. Taking a deep breath, she said, I'll give your wife face. I won't smash you with my hammer. Wu Yuding smiled sweetly. Brother Hong is indeed a good person. I'll definitely treat you to a drink later. I'll ask Xiao Duo to toast you a few more times. The Flood Witch's anger was stuck in her throat. I can't afford to eat your food. Previously, you didn't dare to blackmail me even if I ate casually. But now I can't afford it even more than others. Besides, what do you mean by, Brother Hong? If Taoist Lei and the others find out that we're relatives, that I don't want my old face anymore. Zhuchanglu laughed and changed the topic. It's time to talk about serious matters. Why did you drag me out so urgently this time? Once they talked about serious matters, the higher-ups of the 3 continents instantly became serious and solemn. Just because of that space relic. The Flood Witch's face darkened. She didn't say a word. Although Taoist Lei had just eaten a big fart, he could only speak. After all, only the 2 of them had enough status. What's the matter? The sound of Donghuang's bell appeared in this space relic. I believe Brother Zhua knows what it means. Taoist Lei sighed. Zhuchanglu nodded. Donghuang's bell. Zhuchanglu said, "Is it a bell or a sound? Is it a sound directly or an echo? Is it Donghuang's arrangement or someone else's arrangement?" The 20-odd people at the table all had looks of admiration on their faces. This sentence was composed of a series of questions, and these questions were too professional. They went straight to the point. It's a sound and echo. It's not Donghuang's arrangement, it's an echo of Kunpeng. Taoist Lei's face was serious. Kunpeng? Zhuchanglu frowned. Is there an avatar of primordial spirit in the relic? It was still a direct question. He didn't ask if there was an avatar of Kunpeng in the relic. If there was an avatar of Kunpeng, the situation would have changed. At least, the higher-ups of the 3 continents couldn't be all alive. There must be a considerable number of casualties. Yes, but I killed it with a hammer. The flood which snorted. Then we'll have to trouble you. Zhuchanglu inexplicably remembered Zhuxiaoduo's fortune-telling for Bai Yunduo. With a serious face he said, "Flood, how long did it take for the Umno Alliance to find the coordinates and return from the starry sky? If I remember correctly, it's more than 8 years, right?" The flood which nodded deeply and said, "Yes, 8 years and 9 months. Strictly speaking, it's close to 9 years. Chapter 747. Zhuchanglu nodded and looked at Taoist Thunder. Taoist Thunder said, "Ever since the humans of our Tao Alliance came into contact with the coordinates, it has been 6 years. Zhuchanglu said, 9 years for the Umno Alliance and 6 years for the Tao League. Maybe the people in the Umno Alliance have more muscles than brains, so the time difference is a bit big." The flood witch was speechless, and the other 10 great witches also looked unfriendly. The deep ice witch, who regained the right to speak through the high-level meeting, said discontentedly, "Who are you saying has no brains? Maybe the 11 of them have no brains, but don't confuse me with them. I have more brains than muscles." The 10 great witches all turned to look at the deep ice witch. The deep ice witch slapped his own mouth and said, "Of course our boss has a lot of brains." Haha. Raging Fire Golden Scale and the others sneered. "You're finished, brother-in-law. It seems that your skin is very tight and you need to loosen it." Seeing that all the other magi were staring at him, the icy deep witch panicked and said in a panic, "In fact, my brothers-in-law and the other 9 magi are all smarter than Big Brother. No, it's Big Brother's brain that's not as good as theirs." The Raging Fire witch hit his head on the table. He was completely speechless. He regretted, why did he have to untie him? The deep ice witch realized that he had said something wrong again and explained in a panic, "I didn't mean that our boss is stupid. I never meant that. I meant that our boss is not very smart. No, I meant that the 10 of them have pig brains. No, I meant that our boss is as stupid as an idiot. No, I mean. The flood witch's face was as cold as ice, and she looked at Raging Fire with sharp eyes. Raging Fire had already rushed up and desperately covered the deep ice witch's mouth. "Don't explain. Please." The icy deep witch sobbed for a long while. Finally, her face turned into a look of despair. She tore a piece of cloth from her own robe and apologized in a deep voice, "Big Brother, I will never say that you are stupid again. I will never tell the truth again. I will tie my mouth now." After saying that, he actually took out a big block of ice and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he tied it with a piece of cloth and tied a dead knot behind his head. He looked at the flood witch with pleading eyes. "And the other great magi, I'm already like this. You won't beat me up anymore, right? Look at how sincere I am when I admit my mistake." The flood witch's temples were throbbing, and the other great witches were gnashing their teeth. The great witch of fire was speechless. "Why do I have such a brother-in-law? I want a divorce." The deep ice witch rolled her eyes and became more and more frightened. "It seems that these people don't look good. I didn't say anything. Is it necessary? Why didn't brother-in-law say anything for me? Brother-in-law, I'm your brother-in-law. Let's get down to business. Let's settle your family matters later." Taoist Thunder came out to smooth things over. Unfortunately, he didn't forget to secretly whisper, "I remember that the imprint of the Tao League wasn't left by the Tao ancestor. Moreover, the Tao League wasn't the ruler of the continent." Zhuchanglu said. Taoist Thunder's face was a little dark and he said, "Yes, the feedback of the imprint we got back then was very weak. Therefore, it's fundamentally different from the Demon League's relic space this time. In the relic space, there's Kunpeng's primordial spirit guarding it. There's also the Donghuang's bell that was intercepted. In addition, the Demon League was once the ruler of this world. Do you still remember that we haven't found the Demon League's heavenly palace yet?" Zhuchanglu said, Therefore, I boldly speculate that the Demon League will return in 5 years at the latest and 3 years at the earliest. I wonder if anyone has any objections to this inference? Taoist Thunder's face was very ugly and he said, "My guess is 5 or 7 years. Flood's conjecture is the same as yours." Zhuochanglu said, "The starry sky is vast and the world is endless. We don't know where the Demon League is now and what they've been doing all these years. Therefore, we can only prepare for the worst and prepare for the worst situation in the most active state. Only then can we obtain a chance of survival in this war that's bound to come. If we're lucky, we'll only be digging our own graves." Taoist Thunder said sullenly, "Yes." Zhuochanglu turned to Yu Xingchen and said, "Draw a big map of the ancient world on the table, and mark it as the demon race." Okay. Yu Xingchen's elemental energy fluctuated, and with a whoosh, a map appeared on the big table. There was a huge empty space. This empty space occupied almost half of the entire continent. This is where the Demon League is. Looking at this map, all the higher-ups of the 3 continents were silent. Didn't the Demon League occupy half of the entire continent back then? The other 8 races divided the remaining half equally. This was a huge force. Zhuochanglu stared at the map for a long time and sighed faintly. If the Demon League returns, their starting point will be the tip. They'll directly insert themselves into their original position and connect the 4 continents. Zhuochanglu's expression was extremely worried and he said, "And this tip is the Astral Souls continent, which is currently occupied by humans. It's also the main camp of this continent. The left side is the Umno Alliance continent, and the right side is the continent space. This space belongs to the Demon League. After this space, we'll reach the Tao League." Zhuochanglu looked at the map silently and said, "This means that the Umno Alliance and the humans of the Astral Souls continent will be the demon race's first targets. Although the Tao League won't come into contact for the time being, with the demon race's advancing speed, it won't take long to go around it. It's basically equivalent to the entire continent facing the enemy. Does anyone have any objections to this?" No. All the higher-ups nodded at the same time. The return of the Demon League is inevitable. There's no luck. Zhuochanglu said indifferently, "I have no intention to say the rest. Everyone knows in their hearts that our 3 continents will join forces to fight against the demon race. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone's expression was heavy and no one said anything. "But, can the combined strength of our 3 continents fight against the Demon League?" Zhuochanglu asked. "Not only is it not optimistic, it's far from enough." The Flood Witch's expression was steely and she said, "Even if we join forces, we're still not the Demon League's match. That's for sure. Maybe we can fight in terms of numbers, but the middle level is too far apart. And the number of experts above the Sky Realm can only be described as a huge disparity. As for those pinnacle experts, the difference between them is like heaven and earth." Taoist Thunder also had a worried expression. "If the Demon League returns, they'll be restricted by the Heavenly Tao, just like Zhu Wu and the Tao ancestors. His Majesty Dong Huang and His Majesty the Demon King won't be able to awaken and participate in the battle." Zhuochanglu reminded. The Flood Witch exhaled and said, "Even so, His Majesty the Demon King still has 10 great experts of the demon race and 365 demon gods under his command. Their battle strength isn't limited. Also, the 10 great princes of the demon race are also extremely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, even if His Majesty Dong Huang and His Majesty the Demon King don't personally participate in the battle, just a little bit of their strength is enough to sweep across the continent and cause unimaginable destruction. The sound of Dong Huang's bell is the best and most realistic proof." Zhuochanglu's expression was as heavy as water. The Flood Witch said lightly, 365 demon gods are indeed powerful. I can be sure that no one is my opponent. But as long as 3 of them join forces, I'll have to retreat." The icy Hell Witch hurriedly untied the cloth and took out the ice. He said stiffly, "What retreat? You're really shameless. This is clearly called fleeing." Halfway through his words, he suddenly came to his senses and slapped himself until he saw stars. He quickly tied his mouth again and his eyes shrank. "I didn't say anything." The Great Flood Witch snorted and reached out his hand, grabbing the Great Ice Witch over. He rubbed his hands together and turned the tall and straight Great Ice Witch into a round 5-inch man. Then he put the Great Ice Witch on the table in front of him. Only then did he remove the cloth from the little guy's mouth and remove the ice cube from his mouth. He said with a pleasant expression, "Among all the brothers, you are the most straightforward and have the gift of the gab. Go on, say whatever you want. I'll let you have your fill." The icy Hell Witch shook his head in fear. The flood which put him in front of her and looked at him. She didn't care about him and then said, speaking of the 10 powerful figures of the demon clan. I may be able to fight with a few of them, but I'm definitely not their opponent. For example, Kunpeng. Even with my current cultivation, I'm still far behind him. And the 10 princes of the demon clan. Their strength is hard to estimate. The flood which said softly, so. The situation is not only not optimistic but also pessimistic. The flood which admitted that she was no match for them. Everyone's expression became even more solemn. The flood which was already the strongest person on the side of the 3 continents, but she admitted that she was no match for the few people on the side of the Demon League. The situation was indeed pessimistic and the future was bleak. The combat strength of both sides is of the utmost importance, but it's not the most critical problem. At that time, the human clan of the astral souls was also struggling to survive. As long as there is room for maneuver, it may not be impossible for the future to be long. The first problem that needs to be considered now is that when the Demon League returns, it will inevitably cause the disaster of the border between the 4 continents. You should know that this kind of shock is disastrous. Jianghu knocked on the table and said, everyone here has experienced the disaster of the border. Naturally, you know that every time the border shock occurs, many people will die. And this time, the Demon League returns with great momentum, which is unprecedented. I think the level of shock this time will only be greater than before. At that time, the world will be reversed. Tsunamis, mountain disasters, volcanoes, and ice seas can all be foreseen. What we urgently need to think about is how to reduce the shock. Chapter 748. Swichanglu spoke clearly, this is the first problem that bears the brunt of the problem. You should know that countless experts came from ordinary people. The death of these people will be a huge blow to the strength of the 3 continents. We must avoid it as much as possible. Taoist thunder and the flood which shook their heads at the same time, there's no other way. How can we avoid it? The others also shook their heads. When 2 continents collided with each other in order to fuse, it would definitely cause a considerable scale of landslides and tsunamis. This was unavoidable. It was too difficult to reduce the effect of this collision. In the eyes of the flood which in Taoist thunder, the only thing they could do was to gather the humans in some plain areas and strengthen the defense. Once the collision happened, all the experts would burst out their strength and build a shield to protect the ordinary people. However, this was only the most ideal plan in their minds. When it came to it, it was difficult to realize. After all, when the time came, there were not many real experts who could stay behind. At that time, all the experts of the 3 continents, whether they were good or evil, would have to rush to the front line to block the first wave of attack of the Demon League. If the 3 continents couldn't even block the first wave of attack of the Demon League, then there would be no need to block in the future. The Demon League would only invade the 3 continents like locusts. When that time came, it would be the real disaster and the end of the 3 races. The first problem is to organize the forces of the officials to protect the civilians. This is not negotiable. Whether it's the Umno Alliance, the Tao League, or the Astral Souls. Swichanglu made the final decision without any discussion. Okay. No problem. The second problem is where to build the fortress. I hope that there must be a no-fly zone in the sky above the fortress. And this no-fly zone must be strong and big. It must cover as much area as possible. Swichanglu turned to look at Great Shaman Dan Kong and said lightly, Dan Kong, what do you want to say about my idea? Great Shaman Dan Kong's face turned bitter. So you think too highly of me. According to your idea, the no-fly zone should cover at least 1,000,000 miles. Think about it yourself. Is that something I can do? Even if we can't do it, we have to think of a way to make it happen. The flood which took over the topic and said calmly, almost everyone in the Demon League knows how to fly. Riding the clouds, riding the mist, and riding the wind are all trivial matters. If we can't ban the air, the so-called defense line is just a joke. That's right. Swichanglu said, I have an idea about the no-fly zone. What thoughts? Everyone asked. When the time comes, the 3 of us will send out our highest level experts to offer a blood sacrifice to the heavens. Swichanglu said calmly, borrow the power of the heavenly axiom to construct a no-fly zone. Everyone was speechless. Their faces were bitter. Blood sacrifice to the heavens. Without reaching a certain level, what right did he have to offer a blood sacrifice to the heavens? But since he had fought to this level, the blood sacrifice of the heavens would consume his own source energy. This is a necessary sacrifice. Swichanglu said calmly, let's sign up first. He laughed bitterly. Our mortal dust transformation has been interrupted anyway. It's just wishful thinking to go one step further. So we are naturally duty-bound to bear the brunt of this matter. Hearing this, everyone was silent. They all had different thoughts. But this time, the timing of the mortal dust transformation was really. This matter is settled. Zhuchanglu concluded directly. Good. The flood which took a deep breath. Let's do it together then. Good. Taoist Thunder also nodded bitterly. Then the next problem is related to the fortress. Zhuchanglu said, the higher-ups of the three clans will join forces to offer a blood sacrifice to the heavens. The possibility of the Heavenly Axiom agreeing to borrow power is very high. After all, the Demon League has returned. The power of the Heavenly Axiom on the other side is much stronger than ours. If we allow it to plunder without any bottom line, we will only be defeated. But how will the fortress be built? Where will it be built? Zhuchanglu asked, this is your problem. We, the astral souls, don't touch the sun-moon pass of the human race. The faces of the 11 great wizards all turned ugly. The problem now was obvious. The fortress of the astral souls and the Tao Alliance was actually one. As long as it was blocked, the demons would not be able to come over. The problem was on the side of the Alliance. For so many years they had been in an offensive position. How could they have considered defense? They suddenly had to build a fortress. And it was a very long and thick fortress that the few grand shamans felt a headache coming on and were helpless. The fortress must be built. The flood which muttered, we will find a way to complete it. Building an indestructible fortress like the one in the astral souls is a top priority. It must be done. It's not easy. The fire wizard sighed. To build such a fortress, it required the lives of experts to communicate with the heavenly axiom and the power of the stars. That the premise of this was that many high-level cultivators had to be sacrificed. Zhuchanglu narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I have to remind you that the so-called Big Dipper, Southern Dipper, Greedy Wolf, Army Destroyer and other sects, fundamentally speaking, they all belong to the Demon League. Those constellations, too many of them originated from the ancient celestial court's conferment of titles. Zhuchanglu said, I won't deny it. The Alliance has always been careless. But this is the only thing you must pay attention to. The 11 great wizards were all shocked when they heard this. They glanced at each other. This guy surnamed Zhua is indeed insidious. He is provoking us so openly, but we can't not be instigated. Other than that, there are the experts of the continent. Zhuchanglu said, the hidden experts of various races should come out to help. The flood which snorted and said, the Alliance only has 3 people. Taoist Thunder coughed and said, let's have more people in the Tao League. 12 people will come out. The flood which sneered. Zhuchanglu frowned and said, there are only humans like us astral souls. There are almost no hidden experts. They are really useless. Great which Dan Kong curled his lips and said, at that time so many of you passed the Heaven's Gate. If I remember correctly, there were 7 people who survived. Zhuchanglu snorted and said, so what? The survivors are either dead or disabled. How much strength do you think they have left? Except for you 2 and Yu Xingchen, the other 4 people are disabled, but their foundation is still there. It's one thing to let them come out and let us see how much strength they have left. It's another thing to let them come out and let us have a look. Didn't you all say that you want to cooperate sincerely? I don't see much sincerity from you. The Golden Scale Wizard said sarcastically. And Lei Changtian, the founder of the Devil Path, has been living in seclusion for so many years. He shouldn't be dead yet, right? Isn't he also a top expert of you humans? There are a few more. In these years of fighting, you astral souls have produced the most geniuses. Taoist Feng snorted coldly. Zhuchanglu sneered too. We astral souls have always been fighting in the front line. Each of us is rolling on the road of life and death. Naturally, there are more people who become stronger. What's wrong with this? Are we going to be like you, hiding in the back and accumulating strength silently? Taoist Thunder coughed and said, when the time comes, let's all deploy together. Don't hide anything. Ha ha ha. Zhuchanglu sneered. Then it's the new generation. Zhuchanglu said, I heard that the flood which once proposed a blood sacrifice? The flood which sat up straight and said with a serious face, a top expert is far more useful than 100,000 mediocre people. Especially the upcoming battle against the Demon League. In these years, although there have been many battles, it's still far from cruel. Before coming here, I've already sent an order to the Alliance. From today onwards, all the high martial arts schools in the Alliance are allowed to expand the number of deaths. Students are allowed to have frequent battles of life and death. At the same time, the UMNO Alliance will recruit soldiers from all over the territory. Enter the battle. The flood which said coldly, using battles to nurture soldiers, eliminating the weak and keeping the strong, using life and death to nurture experts. The mediocre will die and the strong will live. In 3 months, the UMNO Alliance will launch an endless war against the Astral Souls and the Tao League. The flood which said coldly, if you don't want to fight, we'll fight. If we kill all of you, the UMNO Alliance will fight against the Demon League. The expressions of the higher-ups of the Tao League and the Astral Souls changed when they heard this. Even Jianghu and his wife were no exception. The flood which had actually started to implement this extremely crazy plan. Jianghu's expression turned cold, and he immediately calmed down. His fingers tapped on the table unconsciously. From the bottom of his heart, he agreed with the flood witch's plan, even if the consequences would be incomparably tragic. However, the current situation had reached an extreme. There were too many high-level experts of the Demon League that were about to return. Even if all the experts of the 3 continents were added together, it was still less than a third of the experts of the Demon League. Moreover, many of the experts of the Demon Clan could fight to a draw with the Flood Witch. Some of them could even defeat the Flood or even kill the Flood. For the current peak strength of the 3 continents, this level of existence was almost unbeatable. Someone had to sharpen themselves through life and death. Through one battle after another, they had to break through the shackles and improve their strength. Otherwise, this battle would be lost without a doubt. Once they lost, the 3 continents would be wiped out. There would be no luck. The UMNO Alliance and the Tao League might still have a foundation. They might be able to preserve some seeds and survive in the cracks. However, once the humans of the Astral Souls were defeated, they would definitely fall and become food for the Demon Clan again. After a long silence, Jianghu took a deep breath and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said calmly, the Astral Souls and the UMNO Alliance. High martial arts schools will start cruel education. Everyone will be conscripted. Martial cultivators above the cloud transformation realm, except for those who have official duties, will unconditionally participate in the frontline war. Those who disobey will be treated as traitors to humanity and killed without mercy. Chapter 749. Wait. Yu Xingqian suddenly stood up. Oldswood, this order. It's better not to give it out so easily. It's too cruel. Humans are not like the UMNO Alliance, the Tao League. The UMNO Alliance and the Tao League don't care about blood ties at all. But we, the human race of Astral Souls, pay special attention to this. Once this order is given, countless children will fall in a pool of blood. At that time, the entire continent of Astral Souls will be angry and resentful. The families and parents of countless children who will die will not care about the big picture. Old Zwa, this will be infamy for eternity. Zhuanglu turned his head and said, if we don't bear this infamy, then are we going to prepare for the whole human race to become food for the demons? Or let the UMNO Alliance come in and unify the continent? Humans become slaves of the UMNO Alliance? And then die tragically in the battle with the Demon Alliance? What if we continue to fight as we did in the past and stop at nothing but resistance? Even if we can defend against the UMNO Alliance when the Demon Alliance returns, can we prevent the extinction of the whole race? Zhuanglu took a deep breath and said, I'm a parent now and I understand this feeling. Our children always hope that they can grow up safely, but the current situation won't give them that chance. They will only have a way to survive if they start fighting. Now we can only let them walk down the path of cruelty. From a slightly cruel path to an infinitely cruel path. Only by walking out can they ensure their future survival. I also want this gentle situation to continue for a long time. I also want this world to be free of cruelty forever. But is that possible? Yu Xingqian's face was bitter. But once this decision is made, the person who gives this order will be condemned and reviled by the whole world. Even if we win in the end, it will still be hard to reverse. History has never denied merits or mistakes because of victory. Even if your order, in the eyes of the higher-ups, is the most correct way to deal with the current situation, but not all of the humans on this continent are the higher-ups. The majority of the people who don't understand the situation are the ones who do. They will only consider the problem from their own standpoint, saying that this is unfair, that this is too cruel, that this policy is too inhumane. After all, for many parents, their children are their everything. We completely understand your feelings. Old Zwa, you have to think twice. Zhuanglu said lightly, that's why you and I can't sign it together. Yu Xingqian was stunned. I'll sign this order. Zhuochanglu said indifferently, in the future, if we win one day, or if we reach a temporary peace with the Demon Alliance where we don't interfere with each other's business, then I'll leave it to you. This torrential sea of fury, this eternal infamy. Zhuochanglu looked at Yu Xingqian calmly. I'll take responsibility. Yu Xingqian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly flew into a rage. Are you saying that I can't take responsibility? Zhuochanglu snorted. It's not a question of whether you can take responsibility or not, but between the two of us, one of us has to sign this order and take responsibility for the infamy, while the other has to take responsibility for setting things right. One is the good cop, the other is the bad cop. This is necessary. If we lose in the future and both of us die in battle, then it doesn't matter and we'll let the future generations judge. But if we win, then someone has to clean up this mess. Zhuochanglu said gently, Old Yu, do you understand? Yu Xingqian said firmly, if that's the case, then I'll take responsibility for this infamy. You're the strongest among us humans, the strongest pillar. It's not appropriate for you to bear this infamy. Unfortunately, your character doesn't fit. Zhuochanglu narrowed his eyes. I've always been the 1 meter higher and I do whatever I want. This has to be done by me, don't argue with me. Suddenly he pulled a long face. Sit down. Even if you and I want to argue, we should do it when there's no one around. Now, in front of the Umno Alliance and the Tao League, do you want to make a fool of yourself? Yu Xingqian gasped for breath, and stared at Zhuochanglu's coffin for a long time. Finally he said dejectedly, okay. Then Yu Xingqian stood up straight and solemnly saluted Zhuochanglu. Yu Xingqian knew that he was destined to not be able to take responsibility for this. Zhuochanglu said it nicely that they would fight when there was no one around, but that was impossible. After all, in front of Flood, Thunder Dao and the others, Zhuochanglu had already said it and made his attitude clear. If they changed their minds after the meeting, and Yu Xingqian took responsibility for this infamy and issued this order, not to mention others, even Zhuochanglu himself couldn't afford to lose face. So now it was already decided. Great Flood Shaman sat opposite, looking at Zhuochanglu's eyes, full of admiration. She inexplicably felt a little better in her heart. This guy surnamed Zhuo is quite a character. That time when I was tricked by him, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Anyway, I still have an eldest son. Our Tao League. Thunder Dao's face was full of struggle. The Tao League, the Astral Souls, and the Umno Alliance were fundamentally different. Over the years, the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls had been fighting to the death, and it was extremely tragic. On the other hand, the Tao League's mainland, because it was located behind the Astral Souls, was much more peaceful and peaceful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a paradise. The children of the high martial arts schools under the Tao League's jurisdiction basically roamed the world and increased their experience. Although they were known to roam the world, there were very few who encountered life-threatening situations. Unless it was a feud between sects, clans, or a melodramatic plot like stealing someone else's girlfriend or having his girlfriend stolen. Otherwise, there were basically no deaths. The entire mainland was full of peace, and people lived and worked in peace and contentment. People lived blissfully, and there were often 6 or 8 generations living under the same roof. Once such an order was issued, the panic it would cause would only be greater than the current situation with the Astral Souls. Even the social system would collapse because of this order. Our Tao League can only take it step by step and take it slow. We can't be impatient. Thunder Dao sighed softly. Ha ha ha. The Flood Witch sneered. Ha ha. Zhuochanglu sneered as well. However, neither of them said anything unpleasant. After all, everyone had their own choices. It's up to you if you choose to live a peaceful life for a few more years. Anyway, once the defense line at Sun Moon Pass is broken, the situation that the Tao League will face will definitely be much worse than the current situation with the Astral Souls. Absolutely, absolutely. That's the general direction and basic strategy. Zhuochanglu smiled faintly. If it's cruel, then it can only be cruel. If it's not cruel and we don't hurry up and nurture the core forces, the only result we can passively wait for is the extermination of our entire race. There's no other way. The Flood Witch's eyes showed sincere admiration. Zhuo, you really see things clearly. You're much better than this old bastard. The Flood Witch chuckled and said, when our Umno Alliance came back, I thought that our only opponent was the Tao League. But after fighting for some time, I've completely changed my mind. The Tao League has never been worthy of being our Umno Alliance's opponent. Taoist Thunder narrowed his eyes. Old Hong, watch your words. The Flood Witch said faintly but solemnly, Even in front of the 7 of you, I'll say the same thing. The Tao League has never been worthy of being our Alliance's opponent. Only in a pack of wolves can there be a wolf king. In a pack of rabbits or sheep, there will never be a so-called king. The Flood Witch laughed. A pack of rabbits and sheep, are they worthy of being my opponent? Taoist Thunder said faintly, the Tao League's sword is unstoppable. Flood, one day you'll see that the Tao League's combat power is not inferior to your Alliance's at all. After that he stopped talking. The Flood Witch snorted. Or are you trying to scare? I'll just let you old bastards guard your little plot of land and live your lives. To be honest, ever since you kicked me when I was down and forced me to push the Astral Souls continent up as cannon fodder, I've looked down on you. Perhaps you didn't expect that there would be people like the Sky Sentinel Throne and the Emperor Zhaixing among the cannon fodder, right? I wonder if this is another form of nurturing a tiger to invite calamity? After so many years, not to mention people like the Sky Sentinel Throne and the Emperor Zhaixing, and not to mention the left and right heavenly kings, just how many of the rising stars at the level of the great commanders of the 4 directions have appeared in the Tao League? No, it shouldn't be said that there were a few but none. They've already reached this stage, but they still haven't come to their senses and still can't recognize the situation. They still feel that they're full of confidence, that they're arrogant and invincible. That's really strange. If there wasn't a steady flow of young experts, even if it was a continent, it would only gradually decline. The so-called glory of a clan has always been supported by geniuses, not mediocre people. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman constantly strives to improve himself. How can such a famous saying be just for show? The Flood Witch was even more disdainful. The anger in Taoist Thunder's eyes was faintly discernible. Zhuchanglu coughed and his expression became calmer. He said in a low voice, the general direction has been set. Let's talk about the spatial relic in the Starry Mountains. You should have more than one purpose for coming here this time. What about the relic? He cleverly avoided this heavy topic. If he continued to talk about it, he was afraid that Great Witch Flood and Taoist Thunder would have to fight first. If there wasn't a huge threat like the Demon League behind them, Zhuchanglu would naturally be happy to see it happen, and even add fuel to the fire. But now he couldn't. He had to maintain the strongest combat power on his side. This isn't a relic at all. At least, it's not a relic in the ordinary sense. The Flood Witch took a deep breath and said, this is a good place. Old Zhua, although your strength is not bad, you're only a few years old. You probably don't know about the Crown Prince Academy, right? Crown Prince Academy? Zhuchanglu really didn't know this term. As the Flood Witch said, Zhuchanglu and Taoist Thunder were the real old monsters. In terms of age, Zhuchanglu and Yu Xingchen were the younger generation. Taoist Thunder said, the so-called Crown Prince Academy is the place where His Majesty the Demon King entrusted the Demon Master Kunping to train the Crown Princes. It's also the place where the Crown Princes train when they're weak. It's also the real place of life and death. Chapter 750. It said that every time a demon crown prince was born, he would be accompanied by countless demon god descendants who grew up with him. These people were the crown prince's natural subordinates. Among them, the outstanding ones could follow the crown prince into the academy to cultivate and gain experience. They would be the crown prince's wings, bodyguards, and future vassals. In order to increase the effectiveness of the training, countless demons of different levels were brought in. It was the purest form of life and death training. It said that the worst was the 7th crown prince. Due to his weak constitution, he was the last of the 10 princes to enter. He entered with 240 subordinates, but even the 7th crown prince died in there. None of those who followed him and survived. Everyone's expression changed. The crown prince's academy was so dangerous? Even the demon crown princes could die in there. Before the 7th crown prince, the 9th crown prince brought 300 subordinates into the academy. In the end, other than the 9th crown prince, only 9 of them came out alive. However, each of the 9 who survived achieved great things in the future and were conferred the title of 9 luminaries by the demon emperor. The 10th crown prince brought in 200 people. Other than the crown prince, 28 of them came out alive. They were the 28 lunar mansions. The azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird led the 4 divine beasts. The 28 mansions of the 4 cardinal directions. Taoist Thunder smiled faintly. However, after the 7th crown prince, the demon empress was furious and reprimanded the demon master. From then on, no other demon crown prince went in to train. As for the crown prince's academy, after a discussion, the demon clan's higher-ups decided to turn it into a training ground. The demon clan, spirit clan, Wu people and other races' geniuses were allowed to enter. It was completely turned into a place of life and death. Everyone had different standpoints and they were all enemies. Once placed inside, there would be no need to provoke them to fight for treasures. It was a matter of life and death. Naturally, it became a whetstone for each other. Although the various factions were aware of the demon clan's evil intentions, they didn't let go of this opportunity. Instead, they used this space to sharpen the swords of their own geniuses and train their soldiers. After all, life and death battles are the best way to train a person. Taoist Thunder explained. Jianghu listened in confusion, and only understood half of it. The Flood Witch's lips curled into a mocking smile as she said indifferently, "Brother Lei, you've never personally entered the Crown Prince Academy, right? The so-called knowledge is nothing more than hearsay, right?" Taoist Thunder frowned. "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I just wanted to say that you didn't actually enter Crown Prince Academy to train, did you?" The Flood Witch's mocking expression was becoming more and more undisguised. Taoist Thunder's expression turned ugly. "Have you entered before? Then why didn't you recognize the door before it opened?" The Flood Witch snorted and said, "There was no such door at that time and too much time has passed. Many things have changed. I only discovered it a long time after I entered. Otherwise, do you think I would have rashly proposed the blood soul sacrifice?" Zhuchanglu said, "Brother Hong, tell us. Crown Prince Academy, rather than calling it a historical remnant, is more like a minor world. Not only are there mountains, rivers and natural treasures, but there are also simulated suns, moons and stars. There are also countless demonic beasts, demon kings, grand demon kings, emperor-class demonic beasts and so on. It can be said to be a place full of opportunities but also full of dangers." The original Crown Prince Academy was later turned into a training ground for geniuses. In the beginning it only opened once every 100 years. Inside there are various training grounds for different cultivation levels. Once one enters, they will be randomly teleported to the appropriate training ground based on their cultivation level. The reason for this miraculous transformation is the power of the Demon Master. In fact, the entire Crown Prince Academy was built by the Demon Master's people. The Flood Witch said indifferently, "Based on the current cultivation levels, there are 4 cultivation levels: Nascent Transformation, Cloud Form, Reigning God, and Nascent Manifestation. Cultivators can enter to train. If someone breaks through to the Skysoar realm inside, they will be immediately expelled." The Skysoar realm, regardless of whether it was then or now, has always been the dividing line for a cultivator. But now that I've shattered the Kunpeng's primordial spirit, the Crown Prince Academy has lost its origin energy and can only exist for 3 more months. After 3 months, this space will completely turn into nothingness. Everyone had a look of pity on their faces. For such a wonderful place to only exist for 3 more months. It was truly a pity. The Flood Witch said, "In fact, the inside is already starting to collapse. Although we've tried our best to stabilize it, we'll have to wait for 7 more days to see the results. If it can't be used, we'll send all our experts to enter and move all the resources out. We'll divide them equally among the 3 families." At this point, the Flood Witch suddenly snorted angrily and slammed her hand on the table. The curled-up deep ice shaman on the table was flattened by the slap. He cried out miserably, "I'm not the only one who lost. They all lost." Inferno Dan Kong lowered his head, his face ashen. "If we're sure it can be used, we'll take out 2 months and send 2,000 geniuses from each family to train inside. Inside there's no distinction between friend and foe, only superiority and inferiority. There'll be no grudges, no regrets." Lightning said, 2,000 geniuses? Yeah. The Flood Witch ignored him and said, "That way after 2 months, we'll still have 10 days left. We'll send all our experts to scavenge for the remaining resources. And then immediately withdraw. But no matter what, in 3 months the Crown Prince Academy will collapse and vanish into nothingness." The Flood Witch was truly regretting her actions now. Back then, Meng Hao had gone all out to kill the Kunpeng's nascent divinity with a single blow. Based on the situation back then, he had done nothing wrong. However, that had also led to the destruction of Crown Prince Academia. If she had kept the Kunpeng's primordial spirit and merely sealed it, the Crown Prince Academy wouldn't have collapsed. But if she had kept the Kunpeng's primordial spirit, it would have caused endless trouble in the future. Now, such a good place for training had been reduced to only 3 months of lifespan by her hammer. Changlu was sensitive and asked, "Then what about the treasures and resources that the geniuses who entered the academy?" Naturally, they belong to the individual. The flood which said naturally, since ancient times, this has been the rule. I wonder what's inside? Jianghu was very interested in this and naturally wanted to confirm it. The flood which was silent for a moment and said, there are all kinds of treasures that you can imagine. In addition to spirit treasures, there are also the best forging materials such as fate soul cake. Ah. What happens if someone dies inside? Jianghu asked. There would certainly be deaths. This was unavoidable. Death is death. Once you enter, you're responsible for your own life and death. The flood which said indifferently, even if it's the son of a grand shaman, the son of a minister, or the son or disciple of a Taoist. If someone dies inside, it's fate. It has nothing to do with anyone. No one is allowed to seek revenge. Since ancient times, the Crown Prince Academy has another name, the isolated world of gratitude and grudges. Jianghu nodded. A family of 2,000 people? 500 nascent soul? 500 cloud transformation? 500 imperial spirit? 500 profound restoration? If the Crown Prince Academy was in good condition, it would naturally be able to bear it. But now, too many profound restoration cultivators have exceeded the limits of this realm. The flood which calculated and said, if it's used to the maximum, 700 nascent soul, 700 cloud transformation, 400 imperial spirit, and 200 profound restoration. No more. After saying this, the flood which frowned and pondered for a long time. Finally she said, that's about the limit. Right? However, her voice was still somewhat uncertain. It couldn't be helped. The flood witch's mathematics wasn't very good. Jianghu was stunned. Calculated for a long time and you gave me a question mark? How do I know that it's not the limit? Saying that it's about the same doesn't fit the current situation. Great Magus Flood coughed and there was some awkwardness on his face. He said to Yu Xingchen, why don't you calculate it again? Is it this number? Yu Xingchen rolled his eyes and said, it's not at all okay? Brother Lei wanted to say something when you said 2,000 people per family but you kept talking. What 2,000 people per family? How did you calculate? Originally, it could withstand the Crown Prince's people and the geniuses of various races. There's a single world inside. You also said that once you enter, there will be tens of thousands of people. Now, even if it can't withstand it, it should be more than 2,000 people, right? The flood which dipped her finger in water again and calculated again. She frowned and said, I miscalculated by half? Yu Xingchen was speechless to the extreme. Your mathematics level. You miscalculated by 5 times. The flood which coughed and was a little embarrassed. Really? Taoist Thunder calculated and said, it's true. You miscalculated by 5 times. 10,000 people can enter each continent. Of course, the number of God reigning and mysterious returning will be strictly limited, but it won't be as small as you said. The flood witch's face was like water. After a long time she said gloomily, what I hate the most in my life is mathematics. She was displeased and snorted. So what if you can calculate accurately? The ice abyss which finally recovered a little. She had been listening to this mathematical argument. Several times she wanted to interrupt but couldn't find a chance. Now that she heard the flood which say this, she finally couldn't help it. Suddenly she let out an uncontrollable laugh. Ah, I'm not good at mathematics. What's wrong? Am I proud? Am I proud? Chapter 751. Slap. A slap. Bing Ming started to spin like a top on the table. The flood which was a little angry and said, I miscalculated, so what? Can't I? It's not enough for one of you to come out and say it. You actually calculated several people at once. What do you mean? Thunder Taoist and Yu Xingchen were flabbergasted. What do you mean? You miscalculated but you don't let me say it? You don't let me correct you? This is only here. If you miscalculated this kind of question in school, you would be punished to stand on the platform, okay? Thunder Taoist ignored him. The upper limit of each family is 10,000 people, but the space is unstable. To be safe, each family has an upper limit of 8,000 people. Among them, 3,000 are nascent soul, 3,000 are transforming cloud, 1,200 are royal god, and 800 are returning mystery. The flood which muttered, why is the difference so big? I've lost a lot of face this time. On the table, the deep ice which couldn't stand it anymore. Even though he had been twisted into a ball by his boss, even though he was still spinning like a top, he couldn't stop his gloating mood from coming up. He felt that if he didn't speak now, he would definitely suffocate to death. When he finally stopped spinning, his head was still a little dizzy, but he couldn't wait anymore. He shook his head and stood on the table, saying sarcastically, "Tisk, ye say this level of calculation is indeed the best in the world. Aha, last place." The Flood Witch said gloomily, "So you're so eloquent. It's really an eye-opener." She grabbed Bing Ming and squeezed hard. Bing Ming Sr. made a squeaking sound and felt that his original strength was almost squeezed out. He wailed loudly, "Boss, please spare my life. I won't dare anymore." When Flood let go, Bing Ming Sr.'s waist had become as thick as a little finger, his belly almost reached his ankles, and his neck was 4 or 5 times thicker than his head. Lying on the table, he gasped for breath and said, "If I had shit out of me just now, I think it would have spat in Boss's mouth. Fortunately, I held it in. Boss owes me a favor." With a slap, the Flood directly hit Lai Hua's face. The Flood Witch was unable to restrain her anger. "Lai Hua, the next time you let your brother-in-law appear in front of me, I will hammer your entire family to death, one by one." The great Inferno Magus was scared out of his wits. "Boss, please calm down." He hurriedly put his brother-in-law's grotesquely shaped body into his pocket. Then he heard a voice coming from his pocket. The voice was faint, but it was still sarcastic. "You can't catch the rabbit and eat the dog. Boss, this is all you can do." Raging Inferno's face turned green. He took it out of his pocket, tore off a few pieces of his robe, and wrapped them tightly around Zhao's body. Then he stuffed a hemp seed into Zhao's mouth. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was not safe, so he simply covered Zhao's eyes and ears before putting it back into his pocket. However, after a few movements he was already sweating profusely. The Flood Witch's cold eyes kept moving around the great Inferno Magus's face, full of malice. "Obviously your brother-in-law, have had enough. Lai Hua, why don't you blow me up?" The great Inferno Magus's face was pale. He shrank his body and sat in the chair, lowering his head deeply, trying his best to reduce his presence. That there was a whining sound of struggling in his pocket. Obviously, the great Inferno Magus still had something to say, but in this situation, he couldn't say it. Everyone present had a strange expression. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Each and every one of them had a hard time holding it in. 3,000 Nascent Soul Transformation, 3,000 Cloud Transformation, 1,200 Imperial Spirit, 800 Profound Returning. Zhuochanglu softly read this number and couldn't help but exhale softly. The military could have fewer Nascent Soul Transformation cultivators. Instead, they could choose talented youths from various major martial arts to enter and gain experience. However, there would be more cultivators from the 3 realms above Cloud Transformation in the military. After all, the survival ability of cultivators in the military was stronger, and they were more valuable for the future. "This number, has it been decided?" Zhuochanglu asked. "It has been decided." Taoist Thunder said, "Now the Flood Witch and Great Magus Dan Kong need to check the situation of the Crown Prince's school in 7 days. After confirming that it has stabilized, they can enter. I don't think there will be a big problem. So we can start to choose now." He paused and said, "The Tao League has already started to prepare for the follow-up. As for the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, they haven't started yet." Zhuochanglu nodded and said, "If that's the case, Xiaohu." The king of Zhuolu and Yun Zhonghu immediately stepped forward and said, "Master, after this banquet, ask the 4 great marshals, all the ministers and the ministers of the cabinet to discuss this matter. We have to decide as soon as possible. This matter has a lot to do with the follow-up and can't be delayed. Those political tricks are not appropriate at this time." Zhuochanglu said. "Yes, I understand." The king of Zhuolu hesitated for a moment and said, "Nanjingchen, Chief Nan." "What's wrong?" "Chief Nan has always wanted to return to the Southern Army. He has already found someone to take over the Ministry of Finance. However, you didn't agree to this matter, and Old Master Nan strongly opposed it." The king of Zhuolu coughed. Zhuochanglu couldn't help but ponder. Wu Yuding asked, "Old Master Nan's health hasn't improved. I don't know if his internal injuries have gotten better over the years." The king of Zhuolu said in a low voice, "I'm afraid Old Master Nan doesn't have many years left. Just a few days ago he called me and said he was going to the front line." Zhuochanglu and the others fell silent. The grand shamans of the Umno Alliance on the opposite side also looked serious and solemn. If Old Master Nan, who didn't have many years left to live, went to the front line, there was only one purpose. That was to find a high-ranking member of the Umno Alliance to be buried with him. Or to find the elite troops of the Umno Alliance to be buried with him. Even though these old masters' lifespans were exhausted and their vitality was at the end of their lives, their combat strength was still not to be underestimated. At the last moment they let go of all their internal injuries and burst out to the limit. Dragging a master of the Umno Alliance to be buried with them was already the most conservative estimate. It was a good idea to take a group of old friends to the underworld with him. For the astral souls of the human race, especially for the military, this was not uncommon. Because of this, the Umno Alliance deeply hated this kind of thing, but at the same time, they also admired it and gasped in amazement. Only people like this could be called heroes. Jianghu sighed deeply and said, "Please bear with it for a few more years. Give him a crisis reversal pill." Old Master Nan has already taken one crisis reversal pill. He refused to take another one, saying it would be a waste. The king of Zhuolu said, "Now, the crisis reversal pill can only provide old Master Nan with less than 2 years of life." Jianghu said decisively, "Tell him it's my order and he must take it. At most, in 4 years I will let him die in glory. It won't be a problem for him to go down in history." "Yes." The king of Zhuolu agreed. Jianghu let out a sigh and said slowly, "Many of these old fogies, who had been through hundreds of battles and risked their lives, even after leaving the army, were still unwilling to bring their cultivation base to the yellow soil before they died. They are not willing to die on the sickbed. Most of them have chosen to go to the front line again and put an end to their lives with a brilliant explosion. This is also the last contribution they have made to the world they have fought for all their lives. Of course, it is also the last glory they have added to their families and their descendants. We have to take care of both public and private interests. We can't ignore their private interest because of the public interest, but we can't ignore their sacrifice and righteousness because of our private interest. We have to give them the favor they deserve." Jianghu sighed softly, "Little you, what do you think?" The heavenly king of the right was in charge of the battle. Almost all the commanders of the 4 sides were controlled by him. Yu Dongtian understood what Jianghu was asking. He said in a low voice, "I think that Nan Jingxian's return to the Southern Army is imperative. The Demon Alliance's return is imminent. I'm afraid that it will be a life-and-death battle as soon as they return. The Southern Army doesn't have a backbone now. Even with the command of the Southern Army, it is still the weakest link among the 4 sides. If we let Nan Jingxian return when the battle is about to start, there will be no buffer time. It will be difficult for our combat strength to reach its peak. It is very likely that it will cause a gap in the battle line and collapse thousands of miles away. Moreover, the Umno Alliance is about to march on a large scale and train their flesh and blood." Yu Dongtian said, "If Nan Jingxian is not there, I'm afraid that the Umno Alliance will really swallow the Southern Army." On the other side, Great Shaman Dan Kong said, "That's right. The Southern Army has no commander. We have been coveting it for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that the boss has always had some misgivings about the future situation, I'm afraid that he would have already taken action to eliminate your Southern Army." "You have always had some misgivings about the future situation?" Jianghu looked at the flood which, "You have always had misgivings about the future situation?" "What?" The flood which said deeply, "When the Umno Alliance just returned." Everyone was a little surprised. Even Jianghu and the others never expected that the Flood Witch's plan was so long-term. The Flood Witch said, "Since the Tao Alliance and the Umno Alliance can return, then the Demon Alliance and the others will definitely return. Therefore, the Umno Alliance's initial strategic target was never you. It was the demon race." The Flood Witch's face was full of confidence and she said lightly, "Otherwise, in the first few years after I returned from the Umno Alliance, how could the Tao Alliance and the astral souls of the human race, who had been crippled by the Tao Alliance, stop the Umno Alliance's army? I only needed to take 11 brothers to the front line and completely suppress the masters of the Tao Alliance. At that time we could have already unified the continent. But at that time unification had no meaning. Because after unification, the Umno Alliance's management ability was not good enough. It could only make people angry and even the Umno Alliance itself would be corroded. The reason why we tried so hard to return from the starry sky was because, for so many years, even though we were drifting outside, the pressure was not great. The new generation of the Umno Alliance had a serious gap, and there were almost no geniuses. Without the crisis of life and death, how could there be a breakthrough? Even until now, this gap has not been patched up. In the new generation, there were no masters who could match the 12 of us. Chapter 752. Ever since we came back, we've been watching you guys get stronger and stronger. We've deliberately proposed the genius cultivation plan and the ridiculous rule that those below the sky realm can't fight. All we want is for these forces to become stronger. Only when you guys hurt us can more geniuses stand out. The Flood Witch said, my initial goal was the Demon Alliance. However, after so many years of hard work, we're still far behind the Demon Alliance. But at least we've increased the number of experts on your side. The Flood Witch said coldly, in our eyes there's no hatred, but we have a blood feud with the Demon Clan. Since ancient times, the Shaman and Demon Clan couldn't exist side by side. And you and the Demon Clan can't exist side by side. The Flood Witch looked at Taoist Lei with disdain and said lightly, like the Tao League, we can't wait to divide the whole continent into our backyard as soon as we come back. We won't do it. Of course, we won't be merciful in any battle. What we want is eternity. What we want is never the present. The Flood Witch looked a little lonely. Maybe you don't understand, but one day you'll understand. Jianghu nodded silently. The Flood Witch's words made everyone, including some of the 11 great shamans, come to a realization. Back then, during the war between the 3 continents, the establishment of the alliance was unexpectedly easy. But after all, it was achieved with great sacrifices. So they didn't think much of it. But now that they thought about it at that time, the Umno Alliance did have the intention to go easy on them. I admire you, Brother Hong. Zhuanglu's admiration came from the bottom of his heart. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. Of course, we won't be merciful in our battle. Especially the warriors of the whole continent under us. So there's no favor and no debt. We have our goals and you have yours. Our goal is eternity, and your goal is survival. Zhuanglu sighed. The leader of the 12 great shamans was indeed worthy of his reputation. The Flood Witch looked at Zhuanglu and said, that was before. We can control it. However, once the meat grinder mode is activated, we won't be able to control how we fight. So, it's not impossible for us to devour the entire Southern Army. Zhuanglu pondered for a moment and said, since that's the case, let Nanjingqian officially return to the Southern Army after the festival. Cough cough. The king of Zhuolu said, Nanjingqian has a favor to ask of me. Zhuanglu rolled his eyes and said, all right, I'll release him from the blacklist later. Puchi. Wu Yuding laughed. On the other side, Yu Dongqian's face turned green. This. Auntie, when will our family banquet begin? Wu Yuding snorted and said, family banquet? Duo and Yen Cat aren't strong enough to eat those things yet. What's the point of starting so early? Why can't you wait? Yu Dongtian coughed. That's not what I meant. It's just that the ingredients I've collected. Should I hand them over to you first? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, you've collected enough ingredients? I didn't expect you to be so capable. On the other side, the upper echelons of the Tao League and the Umno Alliance glared at each other. Wu Yuding snorted and slapped Yu Xingqian's head. Why did you hit me? The Emperor Zhai Xing was baffled. He didn't do anything and he didn't even say a word. Why did he get slapped? You still want to ask why? Didn't you see your son using me as a shield? Wu Yuding snorted and said, my cultivation hasn't returned, so I can't beat him. So I can only hit you. Go back and educate your son yourself. Let him know how to be educated. What kind of upbringing is this? If the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I'm a jerk. Wu Yuding scolded, you're pushing the blame to me. Yu Dongqian's face turned ashen. Yu Xingqian said angrily, I'm not taking the blame. He's so promising because you taught him well, sister-in-law. My son's bad behavior, which one of them wasn't caused by you. You threw him into the pool to swim when he was only half a year old and he actually knew how to swim. So you named him Little Fish Roe. After his mother died, you raised him and spoiled him until he became unruly. Now you want me to discipline my son? He's a jerk because of some people. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Yuding was furious. She slapped the Emperor Zhai Xing's head again and again. Your son made a mistake. What's wrong with me asking you to be his father? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Why are you the scapegoat? Tell me. 3 slaps in a row. The Emperor Zhai Xing swallowed his anger and looked at his son as if he wanted to eat him alive. He gritted his teeth and panted. Son of a bitch. You just wait and see. He got himself into so much trouble and was beaten bald in front of the entire continent's upper echelons. It seemed that he really needed to strengthen this upbringing. Yu Dongqian's face was full of despair. He had snatched things from the Wizard Alliance and the Tao Alliance, and the higher-ups of the 2 continents were furious with him. They wanted to cause trouble for him all the time, and that was why they had an idea. They used their innate ability to shift the blame and made him ask about Wu Yuding's family banquet. He said, "Look, this wasn't my idea, right? You can't blame me, right? I was also instructed by someone else. I had no choice." That sure enough, after Wu Yuding's reply, the anger of the upper echelons of the two continents was reduced by half. However, although this scapegoat was successfully thrown out, another bigger scapegoat was firmly placed on his head. Moreover, the person who was holding him down was his father. He didn't even dare to escape or move. What should he do? Yu Dongtian's legs trembled as he faced his father's gaze, which seemed to want to send him back to the furnace. This time he had really dug his own grave. How could he be so stupid to actually dare to throw the scapegoat on that ancestor? Sure enough, the evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. Wise words, the ancients didn't lie to me. As Yu Dongtian trembled, after the ice underworld which was directly trampled into a little toad, this high-level meeting ended in a very happy state. This meeting was successful, and the results were what everyone was happy to see. Naturally, everyone was in high spirits. Under the chairmanship of the upper echelons, the Sky Patrol Minister, the Flood Witch, and the Tao of Thunder cordially discussed issues related to the ruins. They also made their own initial arrangements regarding the ruins and exchanged their views on the impending return of the Demon Alliance. The three parties all felt that the issue of the Demon Alliance's return this time must attract the attention of all parties. Therefore, the three leaders started a cordial and friendly discussion on the issue of the Demon Alliance's return. They also made further arrangements for the follow-up. At the end of the meeting, the Sky Patrol Minister had warmly invited him in private. The Great Flood, which had happily accepted one of the minister's ardent invitations. He had also kindly expressed that he must see the hammer of the minister's son. This was an unprecedented meeting. This was a meeting of great significance. It was precisely because this meeting was related to the front lines, the future of mankind, and, in short, a lot of things that the God of creation expressed that he couldn't continue on this topic. Therefore, he announced the end of the meeting. Space distorted for a moment and everything returned to normal. Well, it should be said that it returned to normal. Everyone except them sat upright and still, watching the show intently. After all, this was the focus of everyone's attention. It was the main show. The ice underworld, which was also released from the pocket and returned to her seat. Zhuo subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why did the clothes on the white-robed man become so wrinkled? Moreover, he looked very weak. So pitiful. It was as if he had been heavily ravaged and crushed by dozens of large hands. Well, the crushed here was not an adjective. But how could it be? It was clearly such a short time. How could it be so fast? How could he have known that what he was seeing was the truth? Someone had really been trampled and crushed by several pairs of giant hands. On the stage, sonorous music sounded. Another show had begun. Zhuo suddenly realized that the people at the tables around him had all left. In the end, only 3 people were left. One was dressed in red, one was dressed in green, and the last one was the tallest person with a head of messy hair. The others all left in the blink of an eye. They all left without a trace. The following process was either lackluster or too ordinary. Everyone was focused on the show. The last show was actually Gu Luoyan's blood raining from the sky. Although Gu Luoyan didn't come, her song was still the finale. Someone nearby whispered, "I heard that Gu Luoyan went to the front line for a charity performance. Otherwise she would have come this time. It was too rushed this time. Sigh, I don't have the luck to watch it. I heard that Gu Luoyan will release a new song this time. I envy her." So that was it. The song ended. The other people on the stands also began to leave. After a long time, Zhuo and his family were on their way home. It was already night time. As they walked, Zhuo suddenly realized that something was wrong with the surroundings. There was thick fog everywhere. The tall buildings that were supposed to be around suddenly disappeared without a trace. As the thick fog continued to rise, they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. And this was no longer just, not quite right. Rather, it was far too wrong. Zhuo suddenly woke up. I've been set up. He didn't know when the change happened. Just now, the surroundings were still bright with neon lights. How did they enter this strange area in an instant? This was clearly a space that was covered by a powerful figure. It was even a battle space. Zhuo reacted quickly. With a clang, she unsheathed the spirit snatcher. The two of them stood on the left and right, fully alert of the surroundings. Dad, Mom, don't wander around. Zhuo whispered, If there are enemies later, we will observe the situation. If necessary, Sister Nian and I will hold the enemies back. You can go first. Don't worry about us. Zhuchanglu's face was solemn. Okay. He. A strange laughter suddenly appeared in the thick fog in front of him. A majestic figure appeared from the thick fog and said lightly, "Swat, you didn't expect this, did you?" Chapter 753. Zhuchanglu said nervously, "It's you. You finally found us." The man laughed, "Since I found you, today will be the day you die." Zhuchanglu said, "Let the children go first. We'll settle our grudges ourselves. Don't even think about leaving." Two figures shot out from the thick fog and attacked Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding respectively. At this moment, Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian attacked at the same time. On one side the sun was blazing and on the other the sky was covered with frost. "You want to hurt my parents? Who do you think you are?" With a boom the thick fog expanded. Zhuxiaonian's soul-snatching sword flashed and a bone-piercing cold wind blew. She had used all her strength, and the endless cold almost froze the space around her. Her white clothes and long hair fluttered, and her face was filled with extreme cold murderous intent. Suddenly the space in front of her distorted and a voice said, "Ice attribute? Not bad, but it's not enough." Zhuxiaonian only felt a blur in front of her, and she was already dragged into another thick fog by another enemy. On the ground the tiles cracked. The cold from before had caused the floor tiles to be frozen and cracked. They could only hear the sounds of battle ringing out unceasingly. The sound of swords whistling could be heard. Zhuxiaonian's anxious voice could be heard, "Xiaoduo, take mom and dad away." Zhuxiaoduo waved the civet cat sword and faced another tall enemy opposite him. He instantly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and immediately locked on to the life gate. He roared, "Mom and dad, you go first. Go back the way you came. Go quickly. Let's get rid of these two little things first." The tall and strong figure sneered. The thick fog rolled again and the space was distorted. "Little thing, come in." Zhuxiaoduo could no longer hear the movements outside. He did not know, see or hear how Zhuxiaonian was doing. He had no idea how mom and dad were doing. In front of him, there was only this terrifying enemy left. A single battle space. Zhuxiaoduo's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it. The sword in Zhuxiaoduo's hand instantly went crazy. Soft water sword, river sword, river sea sword, drizzle sword and rainstorm sword. Poured out crazily. Child's play. The tall and strong figure opposite him did not say a word. With just a wave of his hand, he easily broke through Zhuxiaoduo's swordsmanship. He broke through it effortlessly as if it was at his fingertips. Zhuxiaoduo gathered all the strength in his body and stabbed out. His body and sword became one, and light radiated in all directions. The long dragon-like sword light took shape in the air, like a fire dragon overturning the seas and rivers. This sword's attack was the sword was the sword's. Is that it? Just as he was about to exert his strength to break the move, he saw Zhuxiaoduo let go of his hand. This was not the time to let go and give up on the move. He had clearly become one with the sword, but he let go when the power was at its strongest. Whining sounds suddenly filled the world. A whirlwind suddenly rolled up. With a loud rumble, two shockingly large hammers appeared in the air. It was the 99 kitty hammer that Zhuxiaoduo rarely used. One hammer fiercely pointed to the sky, the other resolutely pointed to the ground. The twin hammers suddenly separated from each other, and a humming sound was heard. It was as if this posture had already torn apart space. The heavenly finger hammer smashed down. The sky finger hammer and earth finger hammer repulsed each other like two magnets. As the sky finger hammer fell, the earth finger hammer was being driven away by the sky finger hammer. As for the earth finger hammer, it followed the sky finger hammer and also urged it to move. In an instant, a whirlwind formed. His first attack was the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Come die. Along with the twin hammer's whirlwind, Zhuxiaoduo roared and spun his body. His slender figure suddenly turned black in the fog. The vague figure spun his body, and a huge hammer with earth-shattering power smashed down violently. The tall figure opposite him was hidden in the thick fog. Only a blurry figure could be seen and his face could not be seen. If Zhuxiaoduo could see him, he would definitely see that his opponent's eyes were shining with surprise. Yes, surprise. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer's first attack had already caused such power. The destructive whirlwind had already begun to take shape. This kind of situation had greatly exceeded his expectations. Good lad, the man shouted coldly. Okay, behind me. Zhuo Duo had already turned into a violent whirlwind. Eat my hammer. This time, in this instant, he unleashed his full strength, which he had suppressed 17 times in the primal core realm. He unleashed all of his strength without holding back. He even used all the strength he had left in him. In an instant, the 9-9 kitty hammer had already turned into a thunderbolt. The void rumbled and shook. A powerful whirlwind that could destroy the heaven and earth rolled up like a world-destroying storm. Zhuo Duo madly rushed towards the blurry figure. Good. The majestic figure bellowed. Then he cursed in his heart. Who the hell are you? Motherfucker. The man flipped his hands and a pair of hammers appeared in his hands. These hammers were actually not smaller than Zhuo was. His right hand moved and the hammers blocked the incoming 9-9 kitty hammer whirlwind. The two hammers collided violently. At this moment the void collapsed. Lightning flashed in all directions and thunder roared faintly. Boom. The surroundings shook violently and thick fog rolled out. Hammers too. Zhuo Duo was shocked. Damn, I met someone of the same profession. Ah. Zhuo Duo roared. His body moved along with the vibration. He twisted his waist and the hammer in his left hand retracted with the vibration. He spun back to increase the rotation force. As his body spun, he twisted his waist and the hammer in his left hand fell like lightning. Its power was even stronger than the previous hammer. It was a strong attack. Good hammers. The tall figure opposite him shouted. He was even more surprised. The first hammer was blocked by him directly. This lad actually knew how to use the second hammer. So fast. This was a big surprise. He was afraid that even if he taught him personally, he would only be able to reach this level in such a short time. Seal. The man still did not retreat. This time he used the hammer in his left hand to block. Once again he blocked without any fancy moves. Another earth-shattering boom rang out. The two hammers collided violently. Lightning flashed in all directions. The void beside the hammers cracked like a spider web. Awesome. Then Zhuo Duo roared. The 1,000 Souls nightmare hammers were fully unleashed. The sky was filled with the shadows of the hammers. It was as dense as a rainstorm. Boom, boom, boom. The two hammers of the figure opposite him flew up and down. Every hammer hit hard. The crazy sound of collision and the crazy sparks made the space look like the fireworks of the Lantern Festival. If there were spectators here, they would have been shocked to death by the sound alone. No matter how Zhuo Duo danced around like a whirlwind and attacked consecutively, each hammer was stronger than the previous one. The opponent's pair of hammers were always able to perfectly block and intercept Cat's hammer's landing point. Every hammer strike was tit for tat and there was no difference. It was clearly the simplest and most simple swing, but he seemed to know exactly where Zhuo's hammer would land without the slightest bit of error. In just a few seconds the four hammers had collided hundreds of times. Good hammers. Zhuo Duo roared. His fighting spirit became unprecedentedly fierce. Then, with the help of the vibration and the accumulated strength of hundreds of collisions, he flew up into the sky. The hammers in his hands suddenly hit each other in the air. With a loud boom they bounced off each other. Then he flipped rapidly in the air. His whole body seemed to have turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. Hammers, 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 hammers. Several hammer skills merged together. At this moment there was no need to care about the moves. It was all about instinct. Smash you to death. Smash you to death. I will definitely smash you to death. Zhuo Duo showed an unprecedented desperation. He would either succeed or die trying. Through the exchange of blows just now, Zhuo Duo knew that his opponent's strength was far above his own from the beginning to the end of the fight. But at this moment he could not afford to take a step back. He could only give it his all and fight with his life. I, Master Zhuo, have always defeated the strong as the weak. Zhuo Duo was focused on attacking and hoping for a fluke. Naturally, he did not know that the tall figure opposite him was getting more and more surprised. In the face of Zhuo Duo's continuous attacks, although he was still calm, the two hammers started to move up and down. They became closer and closer and their strength gradually increased. However, he had increased his strength 4 or 5 times, but Zhuo Duo was still energetic. He shouted loudly and fought fiercely. The power of the hammers in his hands was like the river and the sea. Each wave was higher than the last. Both of their hammers had collided thousands of times, but they were not at a disadvantage. Zhuo Duo's aura also increased as his opponent's battle prowess continued to increase. Every strike of the hammers carried thousands of kilograms of force. The vibration became more and more violent, but Zhuxiaoduo's momentum was getting fiercer and fiercer. Well, at least from the looks of it, they were evenly matched and there was no clear winner. Can you get stronger? The tall and strong figure suddenly gave a cold snort and suddenly increased his strength. The hammer spun and ripples appeared in the void like the sea. The hammer smashed out with black light. And the increase in strength this time was a little too big, a little too sudden, to the extent that Zhuxiaoduo only felt a surge of energy rushing towards him. His own 9-9 cat hammer was unable to withstand it and was sent flying backwards. His body also spun backwards, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. This was already Zhuxiaoduo's godly reaction speed. One must know that the biggest taboo when swinging a sledgehammer was not to miss, but to be counterattacked by the opponent. Especially now that the opponent had rushed back, it had almost instantly broken Zhuxiaoduo's sledgehammer momentum. It was already very commendable that he was able to retreat without suffering a backlash from his sledgehammer counterattack. Zhuxiaoduo's eyes flashed with desperation. His eyes were bloodshot. He was no match for his opponent. This person was simply too strong. He was too strong to be shaken. Who was this person? He was so strong. Chapter 754. His opponent wanted to end the battle with one blow, but he didn't expect the kid to become even more excited despite the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He didn't look like he was hit by a hammer, but rather a shot of adrenaline. What a freak. Your father is a freak and you are a freak too. The man muttered in his heart and sighed, your godfather is also. Zhuxiaoduo roared and spun his hammers with even more force. The surface of the hammers flickered with the same destructive black light as his opponent's hammers. The faint black light wasn't as bright as his opponent's, but it was already fully formed. He fell from the sky. At this moment, his hair fluttered in the wind as if a demon had descended. The hammers swung at a profound angle, smashing down madly like the horns of an antelope. Watch out for my hammers. The majestic figure on the other side was pleasantly surprised, and he almost blurted out praises. This destructive black light was a death ray that would only appear when the Thousand Souls Nightmare hammers were trained to a certain level. This kid had only been training for a few days, but he had already produced such a death ray. The man didn't hold back as the black light swirled around him. The two hammers came crashing down like a tidal wave. At the same time he did a somersault, smashed his hammers, turned around, swung his hammers and leaned back at the same time. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of consecutive booms. A blazing aura suddenly rose. Zhuxiaoduo's Flaming Sun Manual reached its peak in an instant. The Flaming Sun Manual and the 99 Kitty Hammer were Zhuxiaoduo's trump cards. After fighting with ordinary elemental energy for so long, his opponent thought that he had no other trump cards. He suddenly attacked. The heat at this moment was enough to melt gold and iron. In the thick fog, the sun rose, the fire dragon rolled, and the heat wave rolled. A sea of fire burned the sky. Boom boom boom. The muscular man's eyes flashed with extreme shock and surprise. He didn't retreat but instead attacked fiercely. Kid, I want to see how many trump cards you have. Zhuxiaoduo was surprised to find that his opponent had increased his strength again. The high temperature that could melt gold and iron, as well as the kitty hammer that was like a furnace, had no effect on his opponent. He couldn't help but be completely shocked. What kind of monster is this? I'm strong and he's strong too. What the hell are you playing with me? Raging flames soared into the sky as he smashed the hammer 400 times in a row. The ground was scorched red and the fog in the air was set ablaze. However, the other party's figure remained hidden within the thick fog, and he was not injured at all. Motherfucker. I'm going all out. Zhuxiaoduo suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. With the help of the recoil, his body floated backward like a fallen leaf. With a wave of his hands, the sledgehammers rotated and his body retreated more than 10 meters like a whirlwind. The two sledgehammers once again turned into black light. Just when the black light was at its most dazzling, it suddenly flew out of his hand as he was retreating. Watch your left, my flying sky hammer. The sledgehammer was mixed with an abundant power that seemed to be able to destroy the world. It was extremely fast and it overtook the flowing light. It created a black passage in the air and the fog, and suddenly appeared in front of the man. The man's eyes were dignified. He turned his head and dodged. The sledgehammer whooshed past his ear, and the hair on his head fluttered. The other sledgehammer also flew over with a sharp whistling sound. For the first time, a hint of anger flashed in the man's eyes. Not only did Zhuxiaoduo call himself Daddy in front of him. How could a sledgehammer be used like this? You threw the sledgehammer, what are you going to use to attack the enemy and protect yourself? Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt the wind behind him. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. That person was also someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. Although he was surprised, his hands did not slow down in the slightest. He swung his sledgehammer backwards to meet the 9-9 cat hammer that was flying backwards. However, the result of the collision of the two hammers this time was far beyond that person's expectations. That man was a powerful cultivator who was much stronger than Zhuo Duo. His control of strength and strength was also at the peak. The previous few times he increased his strength, it was all because of Zhuo Duo's strength and power. He maintained the edge of winning by a little but not by much. And just now, the strength that he used was still based on his previous evaluation, but it caused him to stumble, and he was actually hit to the point of stumbling. Fuck. The majestic man suddenly felt a little confused. What kind of sledgehammers are these? They actually flew back. Then, the two sledgehammers that were not in Zhuo's hands actually swung themselves in the air, as if they were automatic attacks, and smashed toward that man in an extremely crazy manner. Although this person had been through hundreds of battles and had seen many things, he had never seen such a fighting style before. He was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. For a moment he was thrown into a fluster. Well, this was mainly because the sledgehammers had no pattern in their movements, but they were full of strength. After 7 or 8 sledgehammers in a row, the man realized that there was actually a rope connected to the sledgehammers, which created the effect of remote control. He actually changed my 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer into a Meteor Hammer. That man was an expert in using sledgehammers. He was speechless for a while. He secretly praised Zhuo's nimble mind, but he also instantly came up with a plan to break the move. His body moved, and the momentum of his hammer was like a white steed flashing through a crack, knocking on the rope connected to the hammer head. On the other side, Zhuo Duo suddenly felt a boundless force coming toward him. His hands went numb, and he hurriedly turned them into soft strength, activating the mental cultivation method of lightness and heaviness. He held the dragon tendon whip firmly, and the other sledgehammer turned and smashed out. Then he shook his hands again, and the two sledgehammers flew back like swallows returning to their nest. He spun in the air and grabbed the handles again. As if he didn't have much time to react, he took advantage of this rotation and attacked again like a hurricane. The majestic man did not say a word, and the sledgehammers in his hands flew out. With a loud bang, the 4 sledgehammers collided again. Once again, the majestic man was unhappy with Zhuo Duo's choice. The two of them had exchanged blows repeatedly, and Zhuo Duo knew that his true strength was far above his. To him, such an extreme confrontation was not only impossible to win, but it would also lead to his defeat. It was the worst choice at the moment. However, at the moment when the 4 sledgehammers collided, another unforeseen event occurred. Puff. Puff. 2 cold lights suddenly appeared and shot out rapidly. It was a hair's breadth away from the opponent's eyes. Damn it. He blurted it out without thinking. This attack was too sudden. Even if the majestic man was experienced in hundreds of battles, he still could not react in time. However, this so-called reaction was still limited to the current situation. The majestic man, who seemed to be about to be hit by the 2 cold lights, actually spat out a mouthful of saliva. He actually used a mouthful of thick phlegm to hit away the 2 needles hidden on the sledgehammers that Zhuo Duo suddenly shot out. He said angrily, "What kind of fighting method is this? It's a mess." Although he scolded angrily in his heart, he took a deep breath. That was close. This kid actually had a trap on his sledgehammers. Damn it, he really took after his father, so cunning. He even installed a hidden weapon on the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. This is simply fucking dog's hit. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was far higher than this brat's, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the 2 hidden weapons that this brat had thrown at him earlier if he was only a person with the strength that he had just displayed. Needless to say, it would penetrate his eyes and it would even penetrate his brain. Moreover, this was calculated based on the fact that he was only at the peak of nascent soul. If he was really at the peak of nascent soul, he would definitely die and the battle would end in an instant. No, not only nascent soul but even spirit control cultivators would not be able to escape the fate of losing their lives. This move was really too dangerous, too cunning. Among 100 hammer control cultivators, at least 90 of them would use a bold and powerful style of fighting. As for the remaining 10, of course they would be even bolder, attacking with all their might. For someone like Zhuo Duo who was able to use hidden weapons and execute such a precise and insidious fighting style, it was more than 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, it was simply 1 in 10,000, 1 in a million, 1 in a million. This old man used what I thought was at the peak of the origin core realm to fight with him, but I was actually suppressed. No wonder Bing Ming suffered a loss in the hands of this kid. All the way to nascent soul, middle nascent soul, and finally peak nascent soul. I was actually almost killed. The shock in this person's heart was already overwhelming. This is what I thought was at the peak of nascent soul. Why isn't this kid my biological son? First he used a sword. Then he used a hammer. When he used a hammer, he hid the flaming sun scripture. When he revealed the flaming sun scripture, he revealed a meteor hammer. Then he revealed a hidden weapon that if it was someone else, they would have been killed long ago. That not only was the tall and strong figure shocked, Zuoxiao Duo was even more frightened, and his entire body turned cold. The hidden weapon that he had been preparing for a long time, and he had always thought of as his final trump card, was actually sent flying by this kid with a spit. A spit? Two of his most powerful hidden weapons, the heavenly witchcraft copperall needles, were sent flying. What level of strength was this kid at? The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. His body spun again and the 99 kitty hammer was still powerful and heavy. Zuoxiao's eyes narrowed. I admit that I can't beat you. But even if I can't beat you, I will fight until the last moment so that my parents can go further away. The 99 kitty hammer spun again. Its power did not decrease. More than 10,000 collisions. That the tall and strong figure was already inexplicably shocked. This kid actually still has strength. He believed that no one in the world knew better than him what kind of strength was needed to support this kind of hammer technique. According to common sense, this kid should have no strength after a few hundred collisions. If he forced himself to continue, his arm would only be damaged because it was unable to bear the load. It might even lead to irreparable damage. Because this kind of shock was the most difficult to treat for the human body's muscles and veins. But this kid in front of him had collided with him more than 10,000 times. And he was actually fine. How did he do it? Chapter 755. Even the muscular figure could not understand what was going on. Not to mention the origin core realm, even a cloud transformation realm or god reigning realm cultivator might not be able to achieve such a feat. On the other side, Zuoxiao Duo suddenly let out a hysterical roar. The muscular figure could clearly hear the desperation in Zuoxiao's roar. He could not help but be shocked. This is bad. I forced this brat too much. What is this brat trying to do? Zuoxiao Duo continued to spin and swing his hammer. He was using one of the trump cards of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, the world-shattering hammer. At this moment, the muscular figure was no longer just shocked. He was completely shocked. How could he use this move now? It was a move that utilized all of his strength. All of the strength here, including the strength of his soul, origin energy, mental energy, and life force, were all concentrated in this move. If one's cultivation was not at the sky realm, the result of using this move could only be described in one word: death. Whether or not he could kill his opponent, he would definitely die. He had to die. It was an extreme move that would harm himself before injuring the enemy. It was a move that would definitely kill him. Fuck, this little bastard is going to fight me to the death. No, he's going to fight me to the death. He doesn't care about the other consequences. I can't continue fighting. If this continues, this brat will play himself to death before I even do anything. The muscular figure retreated with a whoosh. He retreated dozens of meters and his entire body disappeared into the fog. His retreat was so fast that it felt like he was tearing space apart. Zuoxiao Duo actually has such a son. Very good. Truly amazing. You're still very young and inexperienced. You're not my opponent at all. I'll remember this grudge for now. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, I'll come and find you again. It's rare for someone like me to be able to use hammers so well. It's a pity to kill you. For the sake of the genius of the generation, I'll let your father go this time. Zuoxiao Duo snorted. With the hammers in his hands, his aura surged. Let's fight again. In the fog, the muscular figure asked, what's the name of this pair of hammers? Could it be called the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer as well? He probably wouldn't dare. He would probably avoid it. However, to be able to train the hammer to such a level, it was already enough for him to have a bold and powerful name. Zuoxiao Duo swung the sledgehammer in an awe-inspiring manner. This hammer is called the 99 Cat Hammer. 99 Cat Hammer. On the other side, the majestic figure suddenly swayed, as if he had been smashed on the head by a cat hammer. For a moment he was seeing stars. Fuck, I beat you up like a toy, but in the end I was defeated by your name. Good name. The majestic figure gritted his teeth. She felt her chest tighten. the kind of chest tightness that made him want to kill someone. His thoughts weren't so clear for a moment. Damn it. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll die of anger here. See you in the Jianghu. A mumbling voice followed behind as if he was cursing something. His mouth was foul. Zuo Duo watched as the other party's body drifted further and further away until it disappeared into thin air. This terrifying enemy had mysteriously disappeared into the thick fog. When the other party had disappeared, Zuo Duo roared, "Don't run. I can still fight for another 3,000 rounds." However, he immediately retracted the sledgehammer and continuously spun for another 100 or 200 rounds before he finally withdrew all the strength that he had exerted to the limit. He still felt that all the meridians in his body were about to burst, and he didn't have the least bit of strength left in his body. He slumped to the ground like mud that had been poured with boiling water. For a moment, he was sweating profusely, and his body was as soft as noodles that had just been put into a pot. His heart was still in shock. After panting for a while, he still couldn't get up with his own strength that just now, he had overdrawn too much that he couldn't hold the sledgehammer anymore. Sitting on the ground, he felt the cool feeling of his butt touching the cement floor. He couldn't help but feel relieved. I'm still in the city. I just don't know what kind of formation this is. The ground is too cold. I don't know if I'll have diarrhea if I sit for too long. Even though he didn't have the least bit of strength left, it didn't stop Zuo Duo from letting his imagination run wild. After a long while, he was sure that the enemy was really gone. Then he spat, "Idiot. You actually gave the enemy a chance to grow. You're definitely an idiot. The last person who did this is now so lush that you can't even find the grave mound. Just based on the cultivation that you showed tonight. Humph, I can smash you to death with my sledgehammer in less than a year. Cherishing a genius. A genius like me is someone that you can cherish? Idiot. The next time we meet, I'll smash you with my sledgehammer." After a long time, a certain genius finally felt that his strength had recovered a little. Only then did he put the 9x9 cat hammer into his ring. He staggered out of the room. Jianghu and his wife were leaning against a lamppost by the roadside, waiting leisurely in the midst of chaos. After a while, a tall and strong figure appeared. The smile on his face, the happiness, the gratification that came from the bottom of his heart, and the excitement of suddenly picking up a treasure, couldn't be concealed and couldn't be concealed. Even from a distance, one could feel the joy on this person's body. With an extremely majestic figure, messy hair, and a height of 2.5 meters, it was the invincible Flood Witch. Jianghu and his wife dared to bet. In their lives, ever since they met the Flood Witch, they had never seen this guy so happy. Well, no, it should be that they had never seen this guy smile before. But now, this guy was so happy that he looked like a 200-pound idiot. His mouth was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Ha 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 ha. The Flood Witch had just appeared, and she had already let out a long and happy laugh. Her heart was full of joy, almost overflowing. Not bad, really not bad. The Flood Witch strode in front of Jianghu. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled. Unexpectedly, she reached out and patted Jianghu's shoulder. She spoke in an unprecedentedly affectionate tone, as if she was about to laugh out loud. Not bad, our son is not bad. Not bad, I really want him." Jianghu and Wu Yuding were stunned. Was this really the Flood? The invincible Flood? Wasn't this too unnatural? The Flood Witch laughed heartily and breathed heavily. Not bad. For so many years, I have never found a successor who could barely meet my expectations. I didn't expect that today you would send me a perfect successor beyond my imagination. Old Zwa, you old man, you really know how to give birth to a son. The Flood Witch laughed and gave a thumbs up. Not bad. Today we finally acknowledge this son of ours. Wu Yuding was speechless. Only he is not bad? Wu Yuding said angrily, let him give birth to a son himself. Let's see if he can give birth to a son. The Flood Witch stopped talking. She scratched her head, coughed and said, Sister-in-law, this matter. It must be your contribution. Sister-in-law, you are not bad. Our son is not bad. The couple looked at the sky speechlessly. If Jianghu and Wu Yuding hadn't known about the Great Witch's character, they would have known that the Great Witch wouldn't have used such a method of verbal advantage. Otherwise they would have fallen out with each other on the spot. This guy who has been fighting with us for so many years can't be such a fool, right? It is said that since ancient times, fools can only produce masters. It seems that this sentence is also reasonable. Jianghu coughed and said, That hammer, is it okay? It is more than okay. The Flood Witch gave a thumbs up. When I was his age and in this realm, I didn't even have 30% of his combat power. He thought for a while and said, at most it is about 20%. And in terms of endurance, it is less than 20%. He sighed, without my personal guidance, you still have to hide and act like a rat in front of your own son. It's just that our son has groped by himself. To be able to cultivate to such a level, it's really a surprise beyond our greatest expectations. The Flood Witch sighed. I am very gratified to have a son like this. Wu Yuding snorted and finally couldn't help retorting, stop right there. Don't keep saying our son. That's my son. You're just his godfather. Also, in terms of position, we are still enemies. Why are you so gratified? The Flood Witch said lightly, so what if we are enemies? Even if I die in the hands of our son in the future, he is still my godson and my successor. Is there anything wrong with this? Zhuchanglu snorted and said, Bah, you are dreaming. You actually want to die in the hands of your godson. Aren't you afraid that his luck will backfire? The Flood Witch laughed and didn't feel offended at all. Instead, she was even happier. This was certain. If the Flood Witch wanted to die, he could die in anyone's hands, but he could not die in Zhuxiao's hands. Okay. This trip is not in vain. I will go back now. You should also quickly deploy on your side. In the future, the Sun-Moon Pass will be the flesh and blood grinder of our two families. If you don't deploy well, we won't get much improvement on our side. The Flood Witch threw out a jade pendant. This is my experience of hammering. It is all in there. I have erased all traces of my identity that you gave to our son. Thank you, Brother Hong, Zhuchanglu said solemnly. Wasn't this the reason why he put in so much effort to set up this game? It is nothing. The Flood Witch waved her hand and said freely, our son is good, so he is worth cultivating. Cultivate him with the greatest effort. He sighed inexplicably in his heart and said, after I went back this time, I understood the matter of taking in a godson. At that time I was very angry. I don't need to hide this part. This matter, it was clearly you, old cunning bastard, who tricked me. But now I am very gratified, really gratified. The Flood Witch looked at Zhuchanglu solemnly. Although at that time, you set me up and schemed against me. But in the long run you might be the one who helped me the most. Chapter 756. So, let's leave the matter of right and wrong for another day. The Flood Witch laughed and strode away. I'm going back to the Starry Mountains. If possible, find a way to let our son enter the Crown Prince's Academy. This is a good opportunity for him. Wait. Zhuchanglu hurriedly stopped her. I still have something to ask you. You want to leave? Is it that easy? You haven't done anything yet. It's not easy to get a long-term job. How can I let you leave just like that? What's the matter? Flood stopped and frowned. Our son has the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower. I want you to transform the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower into a treasure that can recognize its owner, Zhuchanglu said. Wu Yuding covered her mouth and laughed. You're the godfather. It's not right for you to not do anything. Today you can do a long-term job. As for who to find to do this, the couple could be said to have racked their brains. Since the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower was not unique, no matter who they found, it would be dangerous. They wanted to find Yu Xingqian, but Yu Xingqian's son, Yu Dongtian, also had a Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower. If they insisted on getting to the bottom of it, they would expose all their son's trump cards. The Flood Witch was the most suitable candidate. They were enemies and the biggest enemies. But this guy was Zhuxiao's godfather. Most importantly, the Flood Witch was a person of her word. She was very trustworthy. When it came to doing things, she was the person that Zhuchanglu and his wife could trust the most. The couple was speechless about this result. The most trustworthy person was actually his greatest enemy. This was something that had never happened before. The Flood Witch's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing? The Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower can recognize its owner? If you weren't the only one who could do this, I wouldn't tell you. Zhuchanglu was speechless. It's great that he has such a treasure with him. I'll just hide and wait. The Flood Witch was very straightforward. She immediately hid her figure, and after a wave of mental energy, the thick fog quickly disappeared. On the left, Zhuxiaoyan ran out, sweating profusely. Dad. Mother. Where are you? On the right. Zhuxiao Duo stumbled out. Dad. Mom. Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and felt a warm feeling in their hearts. A filial son and a filial daughter, two geniuses. At this point in life, what more could he ask for? We're fine, Zhuchanglu said loudly. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan rushed over when they heard the commotion. They were only relieved when they saw that their parents were safe and sound. Both of their faces were pale, almost devoid of color. This battle was extremely thrilling and difficult for Zhuxiaoduo, and for Zhuxiaoyan it was also extremely dangerous. They were no match for the opponent at all. Even if they used all their trump cards and risked their lives, they were still no match for the opponent. This was the first time that Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan felt so powerless since they started practicing martial arts. In the past they could still feel the gap between them, but this time they couldn't even tell where the opponent's limit was. It's good that you're fine. Zhuxiaoduo bent over and held his knees with both hands, gasping for breath. Fortunately, I beat that guy away. That guy is really strong, but he's a little stupid. Like a fool, he actually let his enemy grow. The Flood Witch, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. She really wanted to jump out and hit him with a hammer. Zhuchanglu coughed and said, "He's an old friend of mine. Even if he's an enemy and we're on opposite sides, he's still an elder after all. You can fight and kill, but you can't be rude." "Yes, Dad." Zhuchanglu supported Zhuxiaoduo, and Wu Yuding supported Zhuxiaoyan. After walking for dozens of meters, they slowly recovered some strength. Zhuchanglu seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "By the way, Xiaoduo, where's your Tower of Annihilation? Let me see if I can hide in it if anything happens in the future." Zhuxiaoduo took out the Tower of Annihilation from the space ring and said, "It's here. Take a look." Zhuchanglu put it in his pocket and said with a smile, "I'm too careless. You just went through a big battle and are exhausted. How can you care about this? Go back and rest. I'll take a look when I get back." In the void. The Flood Witch got Zhuxiaoduo's Tower of Annihilation. She looked at it for a moment and felt its texture. Then she began to modify it. A strong force of origin suddenly diffused. "Boss, what are you doing?" The Fire Witch was shocked. "Nothing." The Great Flood Witch carefully modified it, then waved his hand and threw it into the pocket of Zhuchanglu, who was already miles away from him. It was silent. Moreover, a gentle force supported Zhuchanglu as he walked for a dozen steps. Only then did Zhuchanglu's pocket drop heavily. Zhuchanglu didn't look back. He put his hands behind his back and waved gently. Then he went with his family. From beginning to end, the Flood Witch didn't even open it to take a look except for the modification. "Let's go back to the Starry Mountains." "Okay. On the way." The Great Fire Shaman praised, "Boss, your goddaughter is really amazing. She's only at the Cloud Transformation Realm, but I've already used the power of the Peak of the Return Profound Realm to suppress her. I even almost couldn't control the situation and failed miserably." The Flood Witch frowned. "Really?" But there was a hint of joy in her eyes. The Great Wizard of Fire walked for a while and finally said, "Boss, I have to say something. Although these two are your adopted son and daughter, but the growth of these two little guys is too fast. Once they grow up, they will definitely be a strong enemy of our Wizard Alliance, a big problem." The Flood walked with his hands behind his back. He was carefree and didn't say anything. The Fire Witch said, "Last time Bing Ming lost the Ice Spirit. We thought it would be okay to give it to Zhuxiaoduo. But we didn't expect that Zhuxiaoduo had a daughter whose ice property is not inferior to Bing Ming's. And it seems that she is stronger than Bing Ming. Because she obviously hasn't absorbed the Ice Spirit." "I can feel it," Yi Zichen said. "That's too scary. We made a mistake. If we knew earlier, we wouldn't have given it to them." The Fire Witch felt a little depressed. "Boss, these two grew up together, one yin and one yang. They are both at the peak. And they are engaged. Once they reach the Skysoar realm, the convergence of yin and yang, they will become a strong enemy almost immediately. With their innate ability to fight above their level, once they reach that realm with the help of the Ice Soul, the Flaming Sun Scripture and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, the two of them working together would be able to suppress our secret shaman experts." "Boss, this is a little scary." The Flood Witch still didn't say anything. The Fire Witch cautiously looked at the Flood Witch's face and said softly, "In the future, even existences like us might lose our lives in their hands. The potential of this young man and woman is really terrifying." The Flood Witch walked with her hands behind her back. "You mean, they have the potential to reach the level of Zhu Wu? Or the level of the Demon Emperor?" The Fire Witch was silent for a moment. In his heart, he carefully measured Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan again. He compared them with the 11 brothers one by one in his heart. Finally, he compared them with the Flood Witch when she was young. After half an hour, he finally said with certainty, "Yes, I think they are." The flood which smiled faintly and said, "Fire, you think too much." The fire which said, "It's not too much, but it's very likely." The flood which walked with her hands behind her back and said, "There is an old saying in the human race, talented people come out of every generation, and they will lead the world for tens of thousands of years. In the past, if His Majesty the Demon Emperor didn't have magnanimity, there would be no Zhu Wu in the future. And if the witches and demons didn't have magnanimity, there would be no Dao League or demon race. In our era, if the predecessors didn't have magnanimity, there would be no opportunity for us to rise, and if we didn't have magnanimity, there would be no rise of the Sky Patrol and the Star Plucker. Maybe you don't understand, but you have to see that with the return of the Demon Alliance, the Umno Alliance and the human race will cooperate with each other for survival. And the magnanimity in the past gave the Sky Patrol and the Star Plucker the opportunity to rise. But it also provided us with help. It's because of the rise of these people that the human race's current combat power doesn't fall behind the Umno Alliance infinitely. The number of human experts who rose in these years is much more than the Wu people and the Dao League. Now, there are geniuses like Zhuxiaoduo who can suppress the world in the future. Of course, they may be our enemies, but they may also be our help. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. There will be no eternal enemies. Even if we and the demon race are eternal enemies, it's not necessarily true. The flood said, "The so-called enemy depends on how far your vision can see. If you can see further, you will cherish these enemies because these people are the best whetstones on our path forward. Cultivating alone in a secret room for 100 years is not as good as walking and fighting in the martial world for 10 years. And when you reach a certain level of cultivation, cultivating in seclusion alone for 100,000 years is not as good as fighting at the same level. This is vision. In the eyes of the higher-ups, what they see is never revenge but the future. The stars are chess pieces and the sky is the board. Only those who can play chess with the chess pieces are awesome. Even if we can't play chess with the chess pieces as chess pieces, we can also kill our own world. If we are chess pieces, then our final goal is to jump out of the chessboard." The Flood Witch's voice was very slow. "Exterminate the astral souls? Unify the continent? What is that? What is that? It's just a game. Lihua, you guys have to improve your realm, especially the realm of vision. If your vision can't reach it, your state of mind will never reach it. If your state of mind can't reach it, your achievements will never reach it. Then you can only struggle in the mortal world. You can't stand at the highest point and watch the mortal world turn upside down." The Great Witch of Fire listened carefully and seriously. Every word was deeply engraved in his heart. He only felt that his soul was being shaken again and again. It turned out that the boss had already seen so far. "We are too far behind." The Flood Witch rarely spoke so much. Even as one of the 12 Great Witches, the Fire Witch and the others rarely saw the Flood Witch talk endlessly. And today the Flood Witch was obviously in an extremely good mood. This was a rare moment in thousands of years. Therefore the Fire Witch cherished it very much. These words pointed straight to the Great Tao. Chapter 757. The Flood Witch's words were like the opening of a new world for the Inferno Witch. After you go back, you can pass on these words to the other brothers. The Flood Witch gave a rare smile. Although we brothers may not be able to walk side by side to the end, but to be able to walk a bit more, to be able to travel a bit more, to have a few more possibilities is also quite good. "Yes, boss. Thank you, boss." The Inferno Witch was sincerely convinced. As for things like killing geniuses, of course you can do it, but those who can be killed are all ordinary geniuses. And the real geniuses who can dominate a generation. Hehe. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. And the geniuses who can dominate a generation like Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan. The Flood Witch smiled and said, "Why don't you try killing them? Not to mention that there are so many people who won't let you do it. I can be sure that. Even if you personally kill them when they are weak, they may not die. If they don't die, there will definitely be relatives who will die for them. Once this kind of thing happens, from then on, it will be a real blood feud that will not end until death." When I came back, I also heard about the matter of Zhuxiaoyan's Phoenix Pulse Spirit. Did it succeed? The Flood Witch laughed mockingly. It is said that at that time, Dan Kong was so anxious that he was on fire. It is simply ridiculous. On the surface, it seems that a group of low-level cultivators in the Phoenix Pulse Spirit is in imminent danger. However, there is a person surnamed Zhua over there who has transformed into a mortal with complete memories. Their daughter can't be protected? Do you know how many backup plans that person's surnames has arranged? A cloud transformation realm cultivator can protect the Phoenix Pulse spirit and fight so fiercely. Any random spirit regaining mysterious can guarantee that there will be no mistakes. And how many spirit regaining mysterious can that person's surnames will mobilize? They just want their daughter to experience all of this for real, and also to see if their daughter has the kind of heavenly luck to break through by herself. If she can break through by herself, then her future will be limitless and heavenly luck. But when their daughter can't break through by herself, will they really watch their daughter die? The flood which snorted and scolded, "You guys were so stupid." The raging fire which stamped his feet and complained, "How do we know that you and the one surname Zwa are in that small town? The one with the surname Zwa has his memories but you don't. You won't be able to send any news back. You'll be played like a fool. Zwa won't tell us anything either." The flood which looked at the fire which, there was a strange look in his eyes. This bastard is this ice nether? Could it be that his personality was contagious? Boss, I was wrong. Lai Hua lowered his head and admitted his mistake. The flood which looked him up and down 7 or 8 times. She really wasn't angry. Or perhaps the strange feeling overpowered the feeling of anger. Could it be that this brother-in-law and little brother-in-law had switched bodies? Forget it, I'm in a good mood today. At that time, I might as well have done them a favor. Now, the situation is that Zhuxianyan's Phoenix Pulse spirit has succeeded, and Sha Palang is destined to be destroyed. Because they have offended the owner of the Phoenix Vein. If they can't kill the owner of the Phoenix Vein, they will definitely suffer from the backlash. The flood which smiled faintly, this kind of genius who can suppress the world is just like the destiny in the legend. He has his own team. And when this kind of person grows, his team will also grow with him. Once he grows up, he will be a behemoth who can suppress the world. This sense of destiny is based on the legend of the Water Margin's 100 Devil Stars, the team of the founding emperors of the past dynasties. I'm not making it up. And this is the luck of the heavens. The flood which looked at the raging fire which with deep eyes, "Do you understand?" "I understand." The raging fire which took a deep breath, cold sweat dripping down. He could hear the unprecedented chill in his boss's voice. Even when they returned to the villa, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan still had lingering fears. Although they were extraordinarily talented, endowed by nature, and had far more life experience than their peers, their real age experience was only slightly better than their peers. When encountering this kind of event that was beyond their control, they might not be able to deal with it well. Just like the current situation, they would also be scared and fearful. After the event, they would still be scared and would wake up from their dreams in the middle of the night. Since the other party has left, they won't come back. They are also people of high status. If they don't succeed in the first attack, they won't pester us anymore. Zhuo Changlu comforted, "Basically it's all right. After experiencing today's incident, you too should understand that there is always someone better than you. Seize the time to improve your cultivation. Well, Xiaoduo, my friend is coming soon. In half an hour, come to me and take back the Tower of Annihilation. You just need to drip your blood on it and it's done." Okay. At this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo really felt that his whole body was hollowed out. The battle just now had not only exhausted him mentally but also physically. He had almost overdrawn himself to the limit. Right now he really needed to rest urgently. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never felt so tired. "Thank you, Dad. I'll go back to my room to rest." Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and hugged Zhuo Xiaoyan's waist. He said bitterly, "Sister Nian Nian, come and look at my lower back. I was hit by the other party during the battle just now. I think my bones are broken. It was a fierce battle. Although I heard a crack, I couldn't care less about it. I could only focus on fighting for my life. Now that I've relaxed, why does it hurt so much?" It hurts so much." Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't move, I'll take you to treat your injuries now." Without another word, she carried Zhuo Xiaoduo in a princess carry. She used her vital energy to completely protect Zhuo Xiaoduo's waist and abdomen. Then she left in a hurry. Zhuo Xiaoduo groaned in Zhuo Xiaoyan's arms. His face, which was hidden in her arms, was carried away comfortably. Behind them, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were speechless. Wu Yuding complained helplessly, "Did you see the trick your son used? It's exactly the same trick you used to trick me back then. You didn't secretly teach him that, did you?" Zhuo Changlu was also speechless. "Can you not associate everything with me? Why don't you talk about Nianer's Princess Carrie? Isn't it exactly the same as yours back then?" Anyway, like father like son. Neither father nor son is good. The two of us are destined to be eaten by the two of you. Wu Yuding's face was full of disdain. She turned and entered the bedroom. Zhuqianglu followed her in. Why is it only the two of us are bad? Do you think I'm the only one who gave birth to this? Could it not be that like mother, like son? Your double standards are too obvious. You get all the good things. Zhua, you're very arrogant today. The door slammed shut with a bang. They came to Zhuxiaoduo's bedroom. Zhuxiaoyan's face was full of anxiety. He gently put Zhuxiaoduo down. Where are you hurt? Quickly let me see. Zhuxiaoduo twisted his waist in pain. Why did you hug me just now? When you hugged me just now, I think I hurt myself. Now it hurts even more. Zhuxiaoyan was getting more and more anxious. He said, why didn't you say so earlier? You could have said so earlier. Hurry up and show it to me. Zhuxiaoduo casually waved his hand and hugged Zhuxiaoyan's slender waist. His whole body was almost hanging on Zhuxiaoyan's body. He moved step by step to the bed and said in a painful voice, it hurts, it hurts. Zhuxiaoyan held him carefully. Don't move if it hurts. Let me see. Let me see. Unknowingly they were at the bedside. Zhuxiaoduo hugged Zhuxiaoyan's waist and said softly, Nian Nian cat. Zhuxiaoyan was stunned. Question mark. As soon as she raised her head, her lips were covered. Then she felt her body sway. She was pressed down on the bed by Zhuxiaoduo. Bat. Dog. Da. At this time, Zhuxiaoyan knew that she had fallen into a trap. But she didn't have any intention to resist. That Xiaoduo said that it was normal for fiancés to kiss and hug as long as they didn't do the last step. I looked it up on the internet. It's normal for couples to do this. As long as they don't do the last step, it's really okay. After a long time, Zhuxiaoyan blushed and pushed him away. Why aren't you getting the Annihilation Tower? You need to hurry up and cultivate. You're not strong enough now. Haven't you tasted the feeling of losing control? Zhuxiaoduo was not satisfied. He begged, there's no rush. It's right to strike a balance between work and rest. Let me touch you again. No. Just one more time. No. Zhuxiaoyan gathered her energy and floated away. She covered her chest and blushed. Don't force me. I'll give it to you sooner or later. But not now. Zhuxiaoduo pouted and said coquettishly, Sister Nian Nian. Zhuxiaoyan couldn't bear to see him like this. Her heart softened instinctively. She controlled herself and flew away from the window. There's no rush for love. Think about the strong enemy tonight. If we don't become strong as soon as possible, how can we protect mom and dad? How can we protect each other? Zhuxiaoduo couldn't help but sigh, all right. He got up and went to his parents' room to get the Annihilation Tower. Zhuxiaoduo sighed again and again. He took out the cat spirit sword and pricked his finger gently. It was not much bigger than a mosquito bite, but blood was already flowing out. It's still a little painful to do it myself. Zhuxiaoduo sighed and dripped his blood on the Annihilation Tower. Who said that it won't hurt when you become a master? That guy should be spanked. Drops of blood were squeezed out by him. Zhuxiaoyan had returned at some point and was watching curiously. She watched as the blood dripped onto the Tower of Annihilation and was immediately absorbed. As the drops of blood dripped down, they were absorbed one by one, leaving no trace behind. Zhuxiaoduo couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He had been too gentle just now and the wound was too small. Now that Zhuxiaoyan was beside him, if he had been so careful, the first thing he felt was embarrassment. So he said, Nian Nian cat, come and help me prick it. Zhuxiaoyan took out a small dagger and pricked the original wound again. Finally, there was more blood. From start to finish, half a teacup's worth of blood had dripped onto the tower. However, the Annihilation Tower was still not done absorbing. It absorbed as much blood as it came. It was like a bottomless pit. Chapter 758. Both of them panicked. Why did it take so much blood to bind the pagoda to him? At Zhuxiaoduo's level of cultivation, his body's regenerative ability was too strong. He had already cut himself 7 or 8 times, how could it not be enough? Zhuxiaoduo grimaced. This was real pain. It was a completely different kind of pain compared to when the thorny road compressed his vital essence. Finally, the pagoda of emptiness suddenly emitted a faint red light. Zhuxiaoduo was overjoyed. He slapped himself hard on the hand again. His face twisted as he screamed. Blood gushed out again like a small stream flowing into the pagoda of emptiness. In an instant, the red light became even more intense. After a long while, the red light suddenly intensified. The entire pagoda of emptiness spun in the void and turned into a ray of red light. It quietly flew to Zhuoxiaoduo's right wrist and merged into it. How magical! Zhuoxiaoyan grabbed Zhuoxiaoduo's right hand and looked at it carefully. She saw a tattoo of a small pagoda on his wrist. She could not help but click her tongue in amazement. Zhuoxiaoduo's mind moved and a space suddenly appeared in front of them. The way to enter was different from before. Zhuoxiaoduo instinctively held Zhuoxiaoyan's hand and walked in. It was easy for both of them to enter, but when Zhuoxiaoyan wanted to come out, she found that she could not. After several attempts, both of them found that only when Zhuoxiaoduo agreed to let Zhuoxiaoyan out could Zhuoxiaoyan go out. Once she went out, she could not enter by herself. All of this showed that the pagoda of emptiness had become Zhuoxiaoduo's possession. No one else could get a share of it. That's great. Zhuoxiaoyan looked envious. When I have the chance, I'll get you one too. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed. Why do we need so many? This one is enough for both of us. Zhuoxiaoyan said, let's start practicing. All right. One night in the outside world was almost 13 days in the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuoxiaoduo had absorbed all the dragon blood flying daggers in one round of cultivation. Even the jade of top-grade astral souls had been consumed a lot that in the end, half of the cultivation room that was built with high-grade star soul jade collapsed with a crash. With the sudden turn of events, the two of them could not help but escape in a sorry state. Looking at the other party's dusty face, they found it amusing. They looked at each other and smiled. How is it? 21 suppression. Zhuoxiaoduo took a deep breath. He should be reaching his limit soon. Can we use the 9 heaven spirit spring now? I should be able to wait for a few more rounds. I think the limit should be 29 or 30 times. Zhuoxiaoduo calculated in his mind. All right. I still have to wait for a long time. I have just reached the peak of transformation cloud and have yet to start my first compression. It's okay. Take it slow. With the help of the space-destroying pagoda, we have plenty of time. Oh whoa. A childish roar suddenly sounded. Zhuoxiaoduo turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw too many tigers on the ground of the space-destroying pagoda. As far as the eye could see, they were covered in fluffy yellow fur. They looked very cute. One of them had a little black fur on its ear. Wow, you guys are out. Zhuoxiaoduo was delighted. This pair of mini tigers was the pair of saber-winged tigers. The saber-winged tigers that originally weighed thousands of pounds were now only 4 or 5 pounds at most. They looked very cute. At this moment, the tiger couple was looking at Zhuoxiaoduo with fear in their eyes. What happened? Why did we suddenly become small? The 2 sword-winged tigers were panic-stricken and inexplicably terrified. What happened? Didn't we just eat that strange thing that attracted tigers? Then suddenly, from an adult man and woman, and the kind of adult man and woman with a group of children, we turned into 2 kawais. The male tiger looked at himself and his wife. He had an urge to cry. Now both of us added together are not even as big as my second brother. What should we do? Moreover, that kind of urge, he couldn't bring it up at all. The greatest joy of a tiger's life was gone just like that? Oh God, oh Earth, I won't be greedy anymore. Don't let me lose the joy of a tiger's life. So cute. Zhuoxiaoyan liked it at first sight. Girls all liked small and cute things, especially this kind of tiger that was not even as big as a kitten. It was really cute. The kind that had no resistance at all. Oh whoa. The male tiger was furious. Compared to her husband, the tigress was calmer. Especially after seeing Zhuoxiaoduo, she felt more relieved. There was a good person here. That was equivalent to nothing. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan each held a tiger cub that looked like a cat and walked out of the space of the Tower of Annihilation side by side. They went to Zhuoxianglu's room immediately. Dad, the tiger cub hatched. Zhuoxiaoduo reported happily. Zhuoxianglu and his wife were speechless. How did your tiger cub hatch? Not bad. Zhuoxianglu looked at the 2 saber-winged tigers in front of him. The sharp sword-like wings that they were born with had disappeared. Now they were just 2 cute little kittens that were acting cute. They have completely shed the blood of ordinary tigers. Their future is promising. Zhuoxianglu nodded and said, you 2 can choose one each. First, you can establish a spirit beast contract. When your mother and I leave, we will take these 2 little things with us. Then we will help you train them carefully. I want the tigress. Zhuoxiaoduo raised his hand. No. Zhuoxiaoyan stared at him with her beautiful eyes. What do you mean? I want the tigress. Zhuoxiaoduo changed his mind immediately and followed the good advice. Being a coward is a kind of attitude. Being a coward is a kind of wisdom. Being a coward is a kind of retreat in order to advance. Yes, it was like this. Wu Yuding was speechless for a while. Therefore, it was decided that the tigress would belong to Zhuo Xiaoyan and the tigress would belong to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo directly took out a knife and drew a contract on the foreheads of the two tigers, ignoring the objection of the two little tigers. As a top student who had repeated 5 years, Zhuo Xiaoduo knew the basics very well. Two illusory lights and shadows appeared as expected. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan both cut their fingers and squeezed a drop of blood into the center of the light circle. In an instant, the light circle shrank abruptly. More than half of it entered the bodies of the little tigers, and the other half entered the bodies of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. The moment the light circle disappeared, the two of them seemed to have sensed something. It was as if they had some kind of connection with the tigers in front of them. They seemed to have a clear feeling that they only needed to give orders with their minds and their tigers would obey them. The tigress whimpered and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with its teeth bared. Obviously it was not reconciled and was not convinced. Its heart was not convinced and its mouth was not convinced. The tigress, on the other hand, was much more obedient. At this moment she was already acting cute in Zhuo Xiaoyan's arms. She was very discerning. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt a great sense of accomplishment. Damn, why is your tiger so disobedient? Disobedient? That's easy. Zhuo Xiaoduo kicked the male tiger 7 to 8 meters away and hit the wall with a duong sound. Are you obedient? The tigress whimpered. No matter what, I used to be the king of tigers. How can I be intimidated by you? I'll let you know that I'm unyielding. Oh whoa. Zhuo Xiaoduo kicked again and again and again. Like kicking a rubber ball, he kicked the tigress until it rolled all over the ground. But the tigress was really unyielding. You took advantage of my weakness to sign a contract. What kind of ability is that? Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted, took out the civet sword and picked up the tigress. Since you don't listen to me no matter how I teach you, it's useless to feed you. Anyway, one of Sister Nian is enough. I don't need such an eyesore. Let's kill it and eat its meat. After saying that, he mercilessly stabbed the male tiger's neck with his sword. Blood spurted out from the wound. This sword strike was extremely sudden. None of the people present had thought that it would happen. Oh whoa, whoa, whoa. The tigress struggled desperately. Oh whoa. It surrendered. This guy really wants to kill me. This killing intent is real. This guy has already entered my flesh. If I don't submit, I'm finished. It surrendered. Zhuo Changlu said, no need to kill it. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and pointed his finger at the male tiger's head, causing it to tilt backwards. You lowly wretch. Don't you think you're a bastard? Can't you cooperate with us nicely? Must you beat it half to death? The tigress squatted on the ground and whimpered. I don't want to. I just want to get some benefits. When you humans sign contracts with spirit beasts, which one of you doesn't try to appease them? How can you be so barbaric? You actually want to kill it and cook it. The tigress didn't feel wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't have any feelings for it, nor was he interested in it. It was only because Father Zhuo had asked him to raise a spiritual pet to assist him in battle that he had taken in the male tiger. In his heart, it would have been better for him to just slaughter it and eat its meat. To put it bluntly, if the tigress had been 2 seconds late, it would have become a meal on the plate. Xiaoduo ate meat. No matter if it was hungry or not, it could be killed. Okay, go to school. Wu Yuding said, your school has issued a notice. All students must be at school today. There's an important announcement. You can't be late. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan. Sister Nian, what about you? Zhuo Xiaoyan said without hesitation, I'll enter the Tower of Destruction to continue my cultivation. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that his eyes narrowed. Doesn't that mean I can bring you along with me? I can go in and harass you whenever I want? Okay. Wu Yuding saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo was beaming with joy. She pursed her lips and said, the Tower of Destruction recognizes a spirit as its master. It's not that extreme. You can give her special permission. Anyway, you don't need it in school. Why do you still want to take it with you? You can give your sister the permission to go in and out freely. Then you can put the Tower of Destruction at home. It'll be convenient for both of you. If something happens to your sister, she won't have to contact you. It won't delay her business. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Can we do that? I asked him last night and he said no. Chapter 759. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Wu Yuding with an aggrieved expression. Mom, you are really my real mom and you are also Sister Nian's real mom. The two mothers each had their own meaning, and it went without saying. Humph. What's the point of practicing if I let you two continue to be lovey-dovey? Wu Yuding said unhappily, don't waste time. Your priority now is to go to class. It doesn't make a difference whether you bring the Annihilation Tower or not. No, you will be distracted if you bring the Annihilation Tower. You should let Sister Nian practice at home. For one day of your class, she can cultivate wholeheartedly in there for 20 days. How could you relate such a great fate to the love between a man and a woman? What a waste of such a rare treasure. Wu Yuding sighed. If she and Jianghu had such a thing when they were young, they would have practiced in it every day. They wouldn't even want to waste a second. How could they care about anything else? This kid didn't cherish it at all. He treated it as a private love room. He only thought about his wife every day. All right. Zhuo gave Zhuo permission. He didn't put the two little tigers into the Annihilation Tower. Instead, he gave them to Mr. and Mrs. Zhuo. Zhuo rolled her eyes at Zhuo. I will deal with you when you come back. After saying that, he entered the Tower of Annihilation and concentrated on cultivating. Zhuo, who was taught a lesson, hurried to school. As soon as Zhuo left, Zhuo sent a message to the group. Come. In less than 3 minutes. The study on the second floor of the Zhuo family's villa was full of people. The ministers and generals were all present. It was like the military of the astral souls had gathered. I order that the entire astral souls will enter a state of special combat readiness. Zhuo first sentence made everyone's hair stand on end. They couldn't help but sit up straight. Department of Martial Arts, Minister Ding. Yes. From today onwards, all high and beginner martial arts schools and academies across the continent will begin a cruel education. Minister, what is the extent of the so-called cruel education? The most extreme. This is an order. Why are you hesitating? Yes. Give me the Inspect Heavens token. Those who disobey will be killed. Yes. Star Shield Division. Yes. Everyone attack. Search for spies. You know my standards. Yes, the most extreme. I don't care about the number. I only care about one thing, cleanliness. Yes. Clean. The Department of Security. The Department of Justice. Yes. Here. Cooperate with the Star Shield Division. Also use the law of chaos. Anyone who caused trouble would be dealt with in an extreme manner. Better waste than indulgence. As for those who take advantage of the chaos to harm the civilians, regardless of the severity of their crimes, they will all be sentenced to death. Yes. Ministry of Finance. Yes. Nanjing Qin, you will be reinstated as the commander of the Southern Army. After the Spring Festival, the Southern Army will take over. Yes, thank you, Minister. Tell your father that there will be a chance for him to be glorious. Don't worry. Save his life and his glory for when it is of use. Try to live a little longer. Yes. Have you chosen the next Minister of Finance? Yes. How much wealth have you amassed as the Minister of Finance? More than 100 trillion. Not enough. It's not enough to deal with the upcoming war. Tell the new minister that taxes will be increased according to the wartime tax rate. This is a war of survival. If the Ministry of Finance hinders us in the slightest, everyone will commit suicide as an apology. Yes. Do you hear me, Minister of Taxation? Yes. If you can't collect taxes, there's no need to bring your heads to me. You can all report to hell. Yes. Military. Yes. Special combat readiness. Do you understand? Understood. Issue the Inspect Heavens token. Everyone is conscripting. Yes. Any martial artist above Transformation Cloud, except for those with public office, will be considered a traitor if they don't go to the front lines. Kill without mercy. Yes. How many soldiers are there in the second echelon? 57 billion. How many can be pulled out to fight? 57 billion. Good. If there's one less, I'll take your head. General MO guarantees. If you can't complete the military order, bring your head to me and pass it on to the world. Cabinet. Yes. Demand that the entire nation follow the government order. No objections are allowed. Yes. High-level officials will be silenced if they have objections. If there's a second time, remove them from office and go to jail for investigation. Their punishment will be severe. Their crimes will be increased by 3 levels. Yes. Discipline Inspection Department. Yes. From now on, all powers will be granted. However, those who are corrupt and break the law will be executed immediately. Yes. Spy department. Yes. Activate all spies. Yes. After a series of orders were given, the entire Astral Soul's upper echelon started to move as if they were on steroids. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen. The Astral Souls has reached a critical moment of life and death. Jianghu said calmly, I hope that everyone will do their jobs to the best of their ability. Don't slack off. Yes. All the bloodline descendants of the major clans will be selected to join the war. All the warriors of the major clans who are above the transformation cloud realm will be reorganized into the army. The military formation must be formed within 2 months. Those who disobey will be exterminated. Those who slack off will be punished according to military law. Yes. All the major clans and local forces will be treated the same as the major clans. Those who disobey will be exterminated. There's no room for negotiation. Yes. Yudong Tian. Yes. You just recruited Hades Palace? Yes. Issue an assassination mission to kill all the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance. Give me clear instructions. This is my order. Those who succeed can use their heads to clear their names. Yes. Those who disobey, exterminate Hades Palace. Those who disobey, exterminate them. Yes. The order was passed down. Next is another important matter. It's related to the training in the Starlight Mountain Range. Jianghu said. He didn't mention anything about Crown Prince Academy. These words might have been recorded in ancient records. If someone knew about it, it would cause a lot of trouble. The current situation was chaotic enough. Naturally, they had to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Astral Souls has 8,000 spots. 3,000 Nascent Transformation, 3,000 Cloud Transformation, 1,200 Divine Convergence. There are 4 zones. They are the Nascent Transformation Zone, Cloud Transformation Zone, Divine Convergence Zone, and Divine Convergence Zone. Everyone who enters to train must be guaranteed to be absolute geniuses. The 4 armies and the military will have 400 Nascent Transformation, 1,500 Cloud Transformation, 800 Divine Convergence, and 600 Divine Convergence. You will distribute the spots equally. Yes. Draw up the list within 2 days. Gather in the Starlight Mountain Range within 5 days. Yes. Divide into 4 groups according to your cultivation. Find a good leader. Yes. Martial Arts Department. I'll give you 2,200 Nascent Transformation, 1,000 Cloud Transformation, and 200 Divine Convergence spots. Yes. Minister Ding received the order and left. For the 4 armies and the military, Divine Convergence and Divine Convergence occupied most of the spots. For the Martial Arts Department, there were only 200 Divine Convergence spots. There were none for Divine Convergence. This was because it was reserved for the academics. Among the students in the academy, there was no one who had reached Divine Convergence. The 9 Heavens Pavilion will join this training. Yes. Next, Jianghu distributed the remaining spots. This time there is a risk of life and death. Our side has obtained 8,000 people, but I estimate that the number of people who will make it out alive in the end should not exceed 3,000. This is a cruel training. It's also an opportunity to select the geniuses among the geniuses. It's also an opportunity for the geniuses to stand out. Jianghu took a deep breath. Not only is the risk of the ruins high, but there are also many monsters and traps. There are also 8,000 geniuses belonging to the Tao League and the 8,000 geniuses belonging to the Umno Alliance. Once they enter, it will be a life and death situation. Opportunities are opportunities and dangers coexist. Every opportunity and treasure trove inside is a huge trap. The geniuses may soar in there, but they may also fall. In this section, each of you will do the work of the participants. In addition, each of your clans must also be informed. Yes. Everyone, do you have anything else to say? No. What I said just now, do you have any objections? What are your thoughts? Now you can put forward as much as possible. After today's meeting, there won't be another chance. I only look at the results, not the process. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered. They were all thinking about their own tasks, difficulties, obstacles, pressure, etc. After a long time, no one uttered a word. No one has any objections? I'll ask one last time. Is there any problem? No problem. All right. Jianghu immediately announced the end of the meeting. Move out immediately. Yes. The space rippled. The upper echelons of the continent instantly dispersed. At the same time that the entire continent of astral souls suddenly shook like a pot of boiling water. The inspect heavenly token that had disappeared for many years had reappeared. Almost instantly, it spread throughout the entire continent of astral souls. All the television stations, radio stations, and all the internet were covered by the same image at this moment. Whether it was turning on the television, the computer, or wandering on the streets, all the images were the same. Minister inspect heavenly token. A snow-white image with blood-red words. Everyone who saw it, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or martial artists, felt their hearts beating wildly at the same time. All the blood in their bodies was rushing upwards. Something big had happened. The war of the races, the war of survival, has erupted. From today onwards, everyone is to prepare for war. Minister inspect heavenly token. Everyone is to conscript. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, wartime tax rates. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, martial arts schools will be cruel. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, cultivators above the cloud transformation realm. In a few minutes, the entire continent was in an unprecedented uproar. Chapter 760. As soon as Wuxia Duo entered the school, he was shocked to find that the atmosphere was very different from usual. The big screen in front of the school had not been turned on for a long time. Now it was lit up by itself. Light radiated in all directions. The content on the screen was very simple. It was just a snow-white background with big blood-red words, Sky Inspecting Minister Token. This was the highest command that could command the entire astral souls. The first reaction of all the students after seeing these words was to salute and pay their respects at the first moment. Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the other students who had just entered the school also bowed at the same time. It's actually the Sky Inspecting Minister Token. Li Chenglong was so excited that his face turned red. Big Brother Zhua, the minister hasn't issued an order for many years. But he has finally reappeared in this world. It seems that the current situation is very dangerous. And he has finally come out to preside over the overall situation. That's right. Under the leadership of the Sky Inspecting Minister, the continent will be invincible and advance bravely. Li Chenglong raised his arms and roared. Why are you so excited? Zhou Xiaoduo asked in surprise. The minister is my idol in this life. Li Chenglong was so excited that his face was red. He said, my lifelong wish is to be able to fight under the minister's command. In fact, it was not only Li Chenglong. Zhou Xiaoduo also looked at the words Sky Inspecting Minister Token, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Sky Inspecting Minister. What kind of lofty title was this? It was so noble that even if there was nothing going on, as long as this name was mentioned, everyone would feel reverence and respect from the bottom of their hearts. This was a true legend in the astral souls. A living miracle, a living legend. Life is short. If I can reach the level of the Sky Inspecting Minister, then my life will not be in vain. Zhou Xiaoduo was fascinated. Yes, this is what it means to be at the peak of one's life. It's magnificent. Li Chenglong was fascinated. Zhou Xiaoduo let out a long sigh. How good would it be if this heaven-inspecting minister was my father? Li Chenglong was stunned. He really did not expect Zhou Xiaoduo to say such a thing at this moment. Moreover, he wasn't going to become a subordinate of the minister, or even the minister himself, but the minister's son. Zhu's train of thought always surprised me. It was too strange. But why would he want to be the minister's son? The minister's son isn't an ordinary second-generation cultivator. He has to bear a lot of pressure. You can't afford to be called a hero while your son is a bastard. How much effort did he have to put in to not be looked down upon by others? With boss's personality, he shouldn't have such goals and ideals in life, right? Then Li Chenglong heard Zhou Xiaoduo's answer. If that's the case, my life. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. It'll be perfect. It'll be the peak of one's life. I'll just eat and wait for death. I can even make it to the Umno Alliance continent. Who dares to provoke me? I'll win my life by lying down. Setting foot on the 3 continents, walking crab steps. My father is the Sky Inspecting Minister. Do you admit defeat? Zhou Xiaoduo's mind was in turmoil. He was in the mood for poetry. He actually recited a few poems on the spot. At the Sun-Moon Pass I'll be the first. When I meet a strong enemy I'll shout. My father is the Sky Inspecting Minister. Do you dare to make a move on me? Zhou Xiaoduo let his imagination run wild. Inner core cultivation, heavenly king guts, military achievements in battle. Tyrannical at the Sun-Moon Pass, little Nian Yen in my arms. So cool. Zhuo Duo was fascinated. It had to be said that this dream and these words were really Zhuo Duo. Stop dreaming. Li Chenglong angrily slapped the back of Zhuo head. You are really something. Why don't you think about how old the sky inspecting minister is? At your age, even if you become the great 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 Zwe, do you know that you are blaspheming him? I won't say anything on a normal day, but that's the minister. The minister, you understand? What kind of noble status is that? How can you blaspheme it? You're right. It's really impossible. Zhuo Duo was disappointed. By the way, you're familiar with the history of the continent. Do you know the surname of the Sky Sentinel minister? Zhuo Duo asked suddenly. I heard that. Her surname is Zhua. Li Chenglong looked at Zhuo Duo as if he had just discovered a new continent. I have the same surname as you. They all have the extremely rare surname of Zhua. Zhuo Duo immediately became spirited again. Swollen, do you think I'm the great? Even if the effect is different, it's almost the same. Maybe back then the sky inspecting minister spared mercy everywhere and left our bloodline in Phoenix City. You don't know, but even though my parents didn't have any cultivation, they were blessed with great fortune. They were blessed by the heavens and looked down on their peers. Zhuo's eyes were dreamy as he let his imagination run wild. The surname is Zhua. That's a good surname. Maybe it's the real Zhua. While Zhuo Duo was indulging in his imagination, he kept running his mouth, attracting the attention of many students. Li Chenglong, who was walking with him, was both embarrassed and angry. He slapped Zhuo's head again and dragged him away. Sigh, Zhua, although I also hope that you can have some connections. That way I can also get some benefits. Unfortunately, this dream is too beautiful. Even if you're good-looking, you can't dream so beautifully. The two of them entered the classroom. When Xingqian's gaze suddenly turned and looked at the two of them. After a long time, he turned his head and spoke with some disappointment. How many people in our class have broken through to the nascent soul stage? Or rather, how many people are confident of breaking through to the nascent soul stage in a few days? When Xingqian said, I can. Me too. I'm already at the nascent soul stage. More than 20 people raised their hands, including Xiang Chong, Meng Zhangjun, Zhen Piapiao, and Hao Han. They were all at the nascent soul stage. As for Xiang Bing and the others, they were on the verge of breaking through. Some were just a hair's breadth away, while others were trying their best to suppress their true essence. When Xingqian's eyes were even more worried. Li Chenglong, what about you? When Xingqian turned his head and asked. I'm now. Swollen calculated. He had suppressed his true essence 10 times now. He was almost at his limit. If he suppressed it one more time, he would have to break through to the nascent soul stage. I estimate. I will break through to the nascent soul stage in 2 days. Zhuo Duo? What about you? When Xingqian's eyes were filled with eager expectation and anxiety. This was a great opportunity. If Zhuo Duo missed it because of suppressing his true essence, it would be a pity. Zhuo Duo took a breath and said, give me 3 days of vacation. I will definitely break through the current realm and reach the nascent soul stage. 3 days of vacation was equivalent to 120 days in the Tower of Annihilation. It was enough. Even if the side effects of taking the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring were added, it was still enough to recover. Good. When Xingqian's eyes lit up. At this moment, his eyes became resplendent and dazzling, flickering with light. When Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong said that they could break through in a short time, when Xingqian felt his whole body relax. He knew very well that the geniuses of the 3 continents would enter the Mystery Land. If Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong did not lead the team, perhaps less than half of the 20 students in his class would come out alive. It was even possible that they would all be wiped out. Although they were all geniuses, they did not have any advantage over their peers. At least, they did not have the overwhelming strength advantage like Zuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong. Once they were besieged by several enemies, one of them would be killed almost instantly. Especially the actual combat experience of life and death. Even if they were not extremely lacking, it was still not optimistic. However, with Zuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong leading the team, the situation was completely different. These two guys, one was smart and the other was steady. One was invincible among his peers in martial arts and the other was wise and smart. With the two of them as the core, they were a perfect pair and were bound to be invincible. This way our class can enter the mystery land. 25 people. Is there anyone else? When Xingtian looked at the remaining people and said, "This may be the biggest growth opportunity in your life. If you can break through in a short time, even if you can suppress your true origin 1 or 2 times, it is worth a try." Pai Yibao raised his hand and said, "I can." Good, then add Pai Yibao. Is there anyone else? When Xingtian looked at the others, his eyes full of eagerness. This will be a turning point that will determine your future. But there is also a possibility that you will die in the middle of the road. Students, you must consider this carefully in your hearts. I hope that there will be as many as possible. When Xingtian said, "Children, I don't know the details, but I can say that this is definitely a training exercise for the 3 continents. It is also the birth of the 3 continents' true seeds. This kind of experience is something that you will only encounter once in your life. However, those of the inner core realm who have not suppressed 6 times should not think about entering. It is meaningless to force yourself to enter." When Xingtian said, "Those of you who have suppressed more than 7 times, raise your hand." Walala. More than 10 hands were raised. Good. When Xingtian took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "What resources do you lack for a breakthrough? I will be your guarantor. Borrow from the school first. Try to make your breakthrough as stable and reliable as possible. There is no harm in borrowing more." When Xingtian was cutting off all means of retreat. If the students could make it out alive, then everything would be fine. But for those who died, the borrowed resources would be repaid by him as the guarantor. But when Xingtian felt that even if he could repay this debt, it would be worth it to teach in the Hidden Dragon School for the rest of his life. If possible, I am willing to mortgage my next life as well. I only hope that they can go further and not miss this opportunity. Chapter 761. Class 1, 42 people. When Xingtian recorded the data and hurried out. 10 minutes later he came back. Those who lack resources to break through, stay back. Those who have suppressed less than 6 times, go to the field or the gravity room to train on your own. Those who have the confidence to break through, go home immediately and prepare for it. After you break through, report to the school as soon as possible. It doesn't matter even if it's the middle of the night. Remember, it's the first time. Zuoxiao Duo, Li Chenglong, both of you report to the principal's office. Yes. Zuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong walked out. The two of them looked at each other and felt an irrepressible excitement in their hearts. Big news. The two of them walked to the principal's office in a rare silence. They could vaguely feel that the unique opportunity of a lifetime was about to arrive. When they were about to reach the principal's office, Li Chenglong suddenly slowed down his footsteps. He spoke slowly and solemnly to Zuoxiao Duo. "Zua. I can clearly feel that a brand new life for me is about to begin from this moment." Zuoxiao Duo grinned. "I feel the same. We're about to start a brand new life together. We're still going to hold hands and move forward together." Li Chenglong was not the only one who felt this way. Even Zuoxiao Duo had a similar feeling. That feeling was even more real than Li Chenglong's. It was as if he could reach out and touch it. It was a very mysterious but very real feeling. It was as if the road of destiny was right in front of him. The door had been opened for him and Li Chenglong to step into it. However, the two of them had different personalities. Li Chenglong was calm, cautious and serious. Zuoxiao Duo, on the other hand, had the mentality of, "Fuck you. If you want to come, then come. If you don't want to come, then don't come. If you want to come, then I'll take you. If you don't want to come, then it's fine." Therefore, to a certain extent, Zuoxiao Duo was purely being urged and forced to move forward by one thing after another. It was like a whip lashing him forward. He had no choice but to leave. However, Li Chenglong was different. Li Chenglong knew what he wanted to do from the very beginning. He had always had a clear goal and walked towards his own path, moving forward steadily. But at the same time he understood very well that he lacked the temperament of a leader, the temperament of a desperado, and the courage to face problems. There was always a little bit of overcautious thinking and overall consideration. This kind of thinking was not bad, and could even be said to be more beneficial for the survival of the team. However, with this kind of character, no matter how high his martial arts cultivation was, he could only be a support in some matters. Li Chenglong had understood his own heart. Therefore he had looked for Zhuxiao Duo, and had set Zhuxiao Duo as his goal. He had made a bet in his life. If he was right, then he would be right. If he was wrong, then he would return to Phoenix City and become a teacher. The reason why Li Chenglong had made such a bet was because he had found that Zhuxiao Duo would always encounter some strange and dangerous things. And these things were like whips, lashing Zhuxiao Duo to move forward. Li Chenglong had positioned himself as Zhuxiao Duo's support. Therefore Zhuxiao Duo was lashed to move forward. And Li Chenglong himself was naturally forced to move forward. He had walked and walked all the way to where he was now. Li Chenglong felt that the road in front of him had suddenly become clear. This was probably the feeling he had. Perhaps this is the beginning of a brand new life. Li Chenglong silently said to himself. Then he and Zhuxiao Duo knocked on the door of the principal's office. On the other side, Shangjingyan High School. So what if my cultivation is high? Besides, after going there, I will definitely leave the team. How can I be a captain? No? Then there's no choice. We haven't seen each other for a long time. This time we have to gather together. Half and half? Okay, I'll see. There was also a dark cave on Jade Sun High School's side. The sounds of battle, the whistling of swords, the roars of star beasts, the sounds of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. All of these sounds were unceasingly heard along with the screams of star beasts. After a long time it finally quieted down completely. With a muffled sound, the door of the cave was opened. A ray of light shone into the cave. Teacher Luo Yenling's distressed voice sounded, "Mo Yen, come out." In the darkness, a thin figure slowly walked out from the depths of the cave. The tip of his sword was still dripping with blood. That figure was Mo Yen. Mo Yan's cheeks were even thinner. His eyes were flickering like the wisps. His entire body was dripping with blood. Some of it was his and some of it was the star beast. This was his hellish training. The cave he was in was filled with soul transformation and cloud transformation realm star beast. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Of course, there were also corresponding cultivation resources inside. This was an extremely cruel training ground that Jade Sun High School had specially created to complement the 18 Hell Discs cultivation method. But ever since it was built, there had never been a student who could stay in there for 3 full days. Even if it was only half a day at a time, it was still very rare. Yu Moyan, on the other hand, had already spent several months here. In the past few days he had not come out at all. He had been staying in there all the time. Teacher Luo, you came at the right time. Yu Mo Yen walked out straight. Teacher Luo Yenling could clearly feel that there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushing towards her. Even though she was much more powerful than Yu Mo Yen, she still felt her heart palpitating. It was as if it was not a person walking towards her. It was not her student, but a ferocious beast that was about to devour her. What's wrong? I have killed all the star beasts here. I have to stop this special training. Yu Mo Yan's tone was indifferent. He said, I just completed the 10th suppression of the inner core realm and broke through to the soul transformation realm. Is there a higher level special training area in the school? That's great. Luo Yenling said happily, you broke through it this time. It's a godsend. The star mark relic is about to open. You can go there for the trial. Maybe you can see your old friends. Yu Mo Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Luo Yenling only felt a burst of sadness. She understood how unsociable this child was, how lonely he was and how hardworking he was. He had squeezed everything out of himself and was cultivating with all his might, trying his best to become stronger. There was only one sentence in his mouth. They are much faster than me. I have to catch up with them. I have to try my best to catch up. They must be much faster than me. What class reunion, what class meal, what girls confessing their love, what boys gossiping. What school activities, what? None of these matters were in his heart. From the beginning to the end he was like a straight sword, rushing forward. Even if the sword was broken he was still rushing forward. He did not care about the consequences at all. He did not even care about his own body. He only had one wish. When he saw his previous friends he could smile and say something. I have not been left behind by you. We are still on the same level. If you have any problems in the future, remember to call me. I'll be there anytime. I don't want to be unable to help you if you have any problems. Umo Yin silently followed Luo Yenling out of the cave and walked towards the dormitory. Behind him, the bloody footprints became fainter and fainter as he walked. First, treat the wounds on your body. Take some pills to recover your inner yuan. Then, go to the nutrition cabin and lie down for a while. Luo Yenling's heart ached. It's okay. Umo Yan's care for Luo Yenling was a little unnatural. Especially the warm feeling in his heart, it made him feel very uncomfortable. The school also prepared a lot of resources for you. Mo Yin, in this trial there are less than 30 people in our entire school including the seniors. And among the freshmen, you are the only one who has reached the nascent soul stage. Then can I leave the school team? Umo Yin was silent for a while. This time I want to fight side by side with them. It's been a long time. Chapter 762. Our school doesn't have a team order, since the number of people joining is so small. So when you join you'll naturally be separated into other teams. Luo Yenling said, which team do you want to join? You just need to apply and you should be able to get in. I know, thank you Teacher Luo. Umo Yan's stiff face showed a trace of happiness. Also your sword, it's time to change. Luo Yenling said, this is the sword that the principal gave you. This sword is called Demon Soul. It's an ancient sword, use it well. Umo Yin took the Demon Soul, took it out and looked at it. The cold light was dazzling and threatening. On the sword, there was a faint blood color. It was obviously a sword of killing. Who knows how many people's blood it had already drunk. He silently put the sword back into the sheath and picked up his own sword. It was the sword that Zhuo Duo had given to Umo Yin in Phoenix City. At this moment, it was full of holes like a deformed saw blade. Umo Yin silently looked at it for a long time, then put the sword and the scabbard back into his space ring, then held the Demon Soul in his hand. He faintly felt a little uncomfortable. It's not as good as my own sword. But this sword is better. I'll see if I can find a craftsman to fix this sword. What you need now is rest. Luo Yenling said, you have 1 day to rest. After 1 day you'll be leaving with the team. This time the vice principal will be leading the team. Okay. Umo Yin took 2 steps back, then suddenly bowed deeply. Thank you Teacher Luo. In this life I will never forget you. Luo Yenling's eyes reddened. She knew deeply this trial may be the beginning of Umo Yan's rise. In the future, whether or not he will return to Jade Sun High School, it's hard to say. About Yen Luo Yenling hesitated. During the competition, Luo Yenling once said that she would introduce her daughter to Umo Yen, although at that time it was just a joke, no one took it seriously. But when Umo Yen really came to Jade Sun High School, Luo Yenling found more and more that this Umo Yen was really a piece of unpolished gold jade. Such a talent, it's the dream son-in-law candidate of all parents. Naturally, he was really tempted by the idea. Most importantly, his daughter was also a rare genius. She was definitely worthy of Umo Yen. Her daughter had interacted with Umo Yen a few times. Although there was no progress between them, Umo Yan's personality was cold and indifferent. His daughter, on the other hand, seemed to have fallen into the trap. Luo Yenling wanted to fight for her daughter and see what Umo Yan's attitude was. Speaking of this topic, Umo Yan's somewhat dark face blushed a rare shade of red. At this moment in Luo Yenling's eyes, this was clearly a bashful feeling. Luo Yenling almost suspected that she had seen wrongly. This kid actually had such a side to him? Big sister Yen. She's very good. Umo Yen licked his lips and said dryly, if the world is peaceful in the future, and sister Yen is still interested, I will marry her. Luo Yenling sighed helplessly in her heart. She smiled and said, okay. However, he sighed in his heart. The world was at peace. Things had changed since then. The minister had started conscripting soldiers from all over the country. The war of survival had begun. When would the world be at peace? She was the teacher of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy. Naturally, she knew the truth behind this training. Regarding the future, it was hard to be too optimistic. Teacher Luo, you must take care of yourself too. Umo Yen was dressed in black as usual. He quietly walked out of the infirmary. The wounds on his body were simply bandaged. He didn't enter the nutrition cabin. Umo Yen actually hated entering the nutrition cabin to heal his body. The most direct reason was that the nutrition cabin would remove all the scars on his body. He sat alone in the corner of the field, amidst the tall weeds, and carefully recalled every wound on his body. This wound, what was the situation at that time? Actually, I can treat it in another way. Can it be gentler? Or can it be avoided? The other wound. Was that kind of situation. I was not calm at that time? Maybe I can treat it that way? However, I was in the middle of a battle and did not have time to think. I just relied on my instincts. Or, my instincts. Did I train in the wrong direction? Until he thought about all the wounds on his body and corrected them all. Umo Yen took out a bottle of living holy water and drank it. Then he continued to sit in the thick weeds. All these years I've been alone. The wind has passed, the rain has gone. Umo Yen sang in a low voice. This was the only song he knew. Every time he sang this song, he sang it as if he was very lonely, very lonely. But this time he sang it a little joyfully. I'm going to meet my brothers soon. Umo Yen. A girl's crisp and soft voice suddenly sounded. Sister Yen? Umo Yen was stunned. He looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a slim figure walking over on the weeds. Her beautiful face was full of determination. I'm going to the training this time. I'm in the nascent soul realm like you. We're both in the nascent soul group. The girl said. Umo Yen nodded woodenly. Sister Yen was in the 2nd grade. She was 1 grade higher than him. She was also the chief of the 2nd grade. It was normal for them to participate in the training together. Why did he feel a little happy? Umo Yen, when the time comes, which team do you want to join? Let's go together, okay? Okay. So it's settled then? Yes. Then? I'm leaving? The girl's eyes flashed with hope. Yes. Idiot. The girl pouted. She turned around and walked a few steps. She couldn't help but stomp her feet angrily. Suddenly she couldn't help but turn around. Umo Yen, when the world is peaceful, you said you'll marry me. Are you serious? The girl asked shyly. Umo Yen was stunned. After a while he said, yes. Hee hee. The girl laughed cheerfully. Then I'll wait for you. But what if you marry someone else in the future? After all, the world is peaceful. I don't know how many years it will take. Umo Yen was silent for a while. He said in a low voice, if you wait for me. He was silent for a while. Just when the girl thought he wouldn't say anything else and was about to leave in disappointment, she heard Umo Yen say softly, if you wait for me. If I can't marry you, I won't marry for the rest of my life. Idiot. The girl's eyes curved like a crescent moon. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong entered the principal's office. Yi Changqing laughed loudly. Our team leader and vice leader are here. What team leader? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. The Hidden Dragon Academy has sent 400 soul transformation cultivators to the ruins. The 2 of you are the team leader and vice leader that I personally appointed. Zhou Xiaoduo team leader. Li Chenglong vice leader. Yi Changqing laughed. I'm the team leader? I can be the team leader? Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. He really didn't have the confidence. You're just a spiritual leader. Yi Changqing said. You're invincible among your peers. If you don't become the team leader, who will? Who would be convinced if someone else did it? Principal, you're right. What you said makes a lot of sense. Waha. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed complacently. Of course, the other important thing for you to be the team leader is to suppress the entire team. Yi Changqing said. Other than that, the vice leader will be in charge of the other matters. What do you mean? I mean you're just a figurehead. If you encounter someone who doesn't agree with you, you'll suppress them. As for other matters, you don't have to worry about how to lead the team, how to move, how to plan. No command authority? What command authority do you want? Don't you have a vice leader? Zhou Xiao's mind turned. Suddenly he looked like a Spartan. Then am I not a puppet? Yi Changqing glared at him. Why don't you just take charge? You'll be justified? No. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head and said, I'll just be an awesome team leader. Just like the Sky Patrol Minister, I'll be the spiritual leader. As for other matters, I'll just be a puppet. Dare to compare yourself with the minister, Yi Changqing said, but he was thinking about many things in his heart. Surnames would. Damn, this kid's surname is Zhua. This surname is really good. Principal. Zhou Xiaoduo excitedly said, Sir Minister Inspecting Heaven is also surnamed Zhua. Do you think that Sir Minister Inspecting Heaven is an ancestor of my family? Yi Changqing choked for a moment. Then he was furious. Get out. Zhou Xiaoduo grinned and took Li Chenglong out of the office building. He saw Gao Qiao, standing in front of the door with a few nascent soul transformation stage youths from the Gao family. Captain Zhua, Vice Leader Li, please take care of us. Zhua Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. You're going too? Of course. Then it'll be easy this time. Zhua Xiaoduo laughed. It turned out that there were so many people helping him. Our trial this time will be an unprecedentedly high level of danger. Gao Qiaoer's face was very solemn. The Umno Alliance and the Dao League will also have their own geniuses entering, and they have the same number of people as us. I believe that their quality will not be inferior to ours. But how can the opportunities inside provide for 24,000 geniuses? It's impossible to distribute them evenly. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and assume that the resources are abundant and can be evenly distributed, the Wizard Alliance and the Dao Alliance will definitely want to take more. Of course, we also have the same thought. Based on this premise, it's inevitable that we'll be at odds with each other and even fight against each other. There will be casualties and deaths if there are battles. I believe that the Umno Alliance and the Dao League will never talk about morality with us. And the Dao League's alliance is basically disbanded in this matter. So this time, although it may be an amazing opportunity, it may also be a life and death crisis. Gao Qiaoer said seriously. 3 days later, when the list is out, I will inform all the nascent soul transformation stage students who entered this time to gather with Zhua and Vice Leader Li. At that time, Vice Leader Li, please tell us the situation and share some experience. Chapter 763. Good. That's not a problem. Li Chenglong nodded. He could hear that Gao Qiaoer didn't have the slightest intention of mocking him this time. She wasn't even considering him. She was really doing something. It was impossible for 400 nascent soul students to enter this relic without a unified command and clear orders. If they fought separately, they would only be defeated by the enemy one by one and all of them would die. Gao Qiaoer had extraordinary schemes and means, but she didn't have the ability to convince the masses. At this time, the ability to convince the masses was the most important part. It was the prerequisite for everything. Even if you had heaven-defying wisdom and peerless wisdom, if everyone didn't listen to you, you would be blind and unable to do anything. But this problem could be solved perfectly by Zhua Xiaoduo. Even without Zhua Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong could solve it perfectly. Everyone was in the nascent soul realm. You're not convinced, right? Come out. I'll beat you until you're convinced. You're not convinced, right? Come out. I'll beat you until you're convinced. Force might not be the most effective means, but in special circumstances, it was the fastest and most immediate means. Okay. Li Chenglong agreed. Gao Qiaoer said, when the time comes, Zhua only needs to appear and control the situation. Zhua Xiaoduo was in high spirits. Do you need me to make a move to intimidate them? Hearing this, Gao Qiaoer couldn't help but be embarrassed by this guy. She was speechless for a long time. Ever since the battle between you and Bing Xiaobing in the arena, the whole school was directly convinced by you. Now, do you still need to make a move? This guy clearly wanted to show off his prowess. Ahem. You guys go back first. I still have to report some things to Zhua. Gao Qiaoer secretly rolled her eyes and drove the others away. This is the progress of the material processing. Gao Qiaoer took out a piece of paper from the space ring. Give me what I should. The process isn't important. Zhua Xiaoduo waved his hand and said generously. He looked like a big boss who didn't need to look at it. I'm not worried about the Gao clan. Gao Qiaoer rolled her eyes again. You've sent such a wretched guy who values money as much as his life to supervise by the side. Of course you're worried. By the way, how's your cooperation with Mr. Fong going? Are you happy with each other? Zhua Xiaoduo asked. Director Fong is indeed a talent. Although she didn't have a good impression of that wretched guy, Gao Qiaoer didn't deny Fong Yinua's ability to do things. He was indeed very strong. Mr. Fong is managing the company on his own now, so there's no problem. The business under his jurisdiction has also expanded to a certain extent. Although his methods are slightly harsh, the results are excellent. In particular, President Fong is a smooth and slick person who is always smiling. He also gets along well with the people of the Gao family, so there are few grudges between us. Gao Qiaoer sighed faintly. How could they not be harmonious? Not only was that guy slick, but he was also very good at dealing with people. Every day he would bring his uncles out to look for female martial artists. However, the source of this matter was the uncles who wanted to corrupt President Fong. However, they never expected that President Fong had already corrupted himself to such an extent. After doing this a few times, Director Fong actually became very successful in this industry. He even turned around and introduced his uncles to people they liked. This result in operation was really too embarrassing. What was even more embarrassing was that all the food, drinks, entertainment, and all the expenses were all paid by President Fang himself. He didn't use a single cent of the company's money and took advantage of them at all. They didn't know where this guy got the money. In short, he was so extravagant that it was scary. His other abilities still needed time to be considered. However, his ability to use money and his inhumane nature were daunting and admirable. Gao Qiaoer even suspected that President Fang was a part-time general manager during the day and a masked thief at night. Naturally, Gao Qiaoer didn't know that her suspicions were the truth. With regards to Zhu Xiaoduo's money, Fang Yinhua didn't dare to embezzle even a single cent. However, Manager Fang had plenty of ways to earn money. For example, he would stroll around the treasure vaults of the various large clans and companies at night, strolling around at the most ridiculous time. Someone had just bought a treasure from him and he stole it back that night. A few days later he openly put it up for auction again. When others asked, President Fang said with conviction, "I really couldn't tell that it was that item." That day, a manager suddenly came up to collect it. "If you really lost it, this matter. The company is too big and we also feel a little uncomfortable. Why don't you buy it back at half price?" In the face of such an honest explanation, the thief's family was helpless. Once you've paid for the item, it's yours. If you didn't take good care of it and it was stolen, the auction house would buy it back from the thief. No matter how strange the process was, you couldn't just take it for free, right? The whole company was thriving because of Fang Yinhua, and it had a lot of money. However, it also had a foul atmosphere. It was unbearable to look at it directly. It had almost completely turned into a man's paradise. Gao Qiaoer simply let it go. "President Fang, you are so capable, you can do it yourself. Anyway, the Gao family has shares in the company. Anyway, the Gao family will be the ones doing the work." However, they didn't know that this was Fang Yinhua's ultimate goal. That night he called Zhu Xiaoduo to tell him the good news. "Boss, I've succeeded in seizing the power of the class. You can rest assured. Now, our company is full of security." Zhu Xiaoduo didn't know what to say. He just let it be and let it be. After receiving 15,000 high-quality jade of astral souls, Zhu Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong returned to the first class and stayed for a few minutes before going home. They quickly went home to cultivate and break through. It seems that the high-quality jade of astral souls in Fenghai is really out of stock. Zhu Xiaoduo sighed faintly. The resources that he had given Gao Qiaoer were worth at least a few 100,000 high-grade star soul jades, not to mention a lot. Moreover, Fang Yinhua and Gao Qiaoer had been so busy. After such a long time, they only managed to collect so few high-quality jade of astral souls. Although they still had tens of billions of star origin coins, what was the use of having so many star origin coins now? When they had too much money, it would not only be a number but it would also depreciate. They would not be able to buy it anymore. Li Chenglong was called over by Wen Xingtian. He didn't know what to do. Zhu Xiaoduo went home first and stored the space-destroying pagoda in order to absorb the heat from the heart of the ardent sun in the pagoda. As Zhu Xiaoduo continued to absorb the heat emitted by the heart of the ardent sun was much less than before. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could get his hands on it to cultivate. Zhu Xiaoduo was quite obedient this time. Although he entered the space-destroying pagoda, he didn't disturb Zhu Xiaoyan, who was cultivating. After he came out, he immediately called Fang Yinhua and told her to continue preparing the Star Beast storage and recharge the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger. Although the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger's auxiliary effect continued to decrease, it was still a considerable help. It could at least be maintained until he broke through to the nascent soul transformation stage or even the cloud transformation stage. After informing Fang Yinhua, he made a trip to Boss Sun's place, intending to take away the Star Soul Jade powder he had received during this period of time. Then, holding on to the slightest bit of hope, he made another trip outside the city, to the place where the white-robed lady had dumped the Star Soul Jade powder. Maybe there was more? When he went over to take a look, Zhu Xiaoduo was really shocked. He was just hoping that there would be more. But in the end it was more than that. There were simply too many. Not only was the underground space completely filled, but a small mountain had also been piled up on the surface. However, a lot of it had been scattered in all directions by the meteorites, and a lot of it had been wasted. After all, the Astral Soul's jade powder that was mixed with impurities could not be used. As stingy as Zhu Xiaoduo was, he could not help but feel heartache. Damn meteorite. Suck. Hurry up and start packing. The harvest this time was almost twice as much as the previous time, and there was still a surplus. It could be said that they were returning from a rewarding journey. If a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. Since he was going to start his closed-door cultivation, he had to collect as many of these things as possible. Zhuoxiaoduo would never give up anything that he deserved. Only when he got his hands on it would it belong to him. It didn't matter if it was useful or not. If it was useless, at most, President Fong would sell it again. In the Void Extermination Tower, Xiaolong was working hard to move the items. He was also grinning from ear to ear. Zhuo was really too awesome now. The amount of Astral Soul's jade powder that he had collected during this period of time had shocked me. I could not control myself. No, I have to go out tonight to move another half of my meridian in. Poor Xiaolong. Sigh, when will Zhuo come in? I want to eat Zhuo Didi. Sob sob. When Zhuoxiaoduo returned home, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were lying on the deck chairs on the terrace, rocking back and forth, looking very comfortable. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were full of envy as he looked at them. My parents are so happy and carefree. This is the life I have always dreamed of. However, the most important thing now was to quickly break through to the nascent soul stage. Everything else could be left for later. Time was too tight. After a few words with his parents, Zhuoxiaoduo plunged into the Void Extermination Tower and worked hard to cultivate. The resource reserves were basically in place. After 5 days in the Void Extermination Tower, Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan, who had been in seclusion for half a month, came out for dinner. Mom and Dad were leaving. We will go back tomorrow. Wu Yuding's eyes were full of reluctance to part with her son and daughter. She gazed at them for a long time. When they went back this time, it might be a few years before they could meet again. Also, they might not be able to meet face to face. After all, they had to prepare for their return this time. Zhuoxiaoduo ate in big mouthfuls just like when they were at home. His mother's cooking was really delicious. This time we will probably have to go back. Both of you have to be well. Wu Yuding stroked the hair of her son and daughter with both hands and smiled. Both of you must be healthy and stable. Chapter 764. Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned when he heard this. He raised his head with a big steamed bun in his mouth and asked, "So soon?" "Yes, we feel that we have an opportunity to recover." Zhuoxiaoduo smiled faintly and said, "The family will only be on tenterhooks if we delay any further. So, we might as well do it earlier. The earlier we recover, the earlier we can return. Wouldn't that be better?" Zhuoxiaoyan still felt uneasy. Her eyes were full of worry, and the spoon in her bowl slid unconsciously. She said uneasily, "Dad, Mom, you really didn't lie to us, right?" Wu Yuding chuckled and said, "How about this? If we don't call or video call you in 3 months after we go back, you can stab yourself with a knife and get even with us. Why are you so paranoid?" Zhuoxiaoduo panicked and said, "Miss Cat, you can be paranoid but you can't be so paranoid. Why do you even suspect Dad and Mom?" Zhuoxiaoyan blushed and said, "Mom, look at what you're saying. How can I not believe you? Don't listen to nonsense." Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, "Have you ever trusted us in this matter?" Zhuoxiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. Zhuoxiaoduo also smiled embarrassedly. Both of them were on tenterhooks, worried that their parents wouldn't come back. They were just leaving them as a memento. That would be too sad. Over the past few days, Zhuoxiaoduo had to read his parents' fortune a few times a day. In the end, he decided to use all 10 drops of Providence points together. However, no matter how he looked at them, they were still healthy and had a smooth life. That was all there was to an auspicious life. For this reason, he even deducted Xiaolong's rations. "Dad, Mom, how high are your cultivations?" Zhuoxiaoduo could not help but feel scared. "You don't have any cultivation now, but why can't I see your faces?" Zhuoxiaoduo coughed and said with a frown, "No matter how miraculous your physiognomy is, it still depends on a person's physiognomy. We are not sitting here in person, so it would be strange if you could tell." Zhuoxiaoduo felt more and more conflicted. Obviously, his fortune was the same as Zhuoxiaoyan's. He was still afraid that his parents would lie to him. In fact, the truth was that he did not have long to live. You two can think whatever you want. Time will prove the truth." Wu Yuding and Zhuoxiaoduo were speechless at this point. They had clearly warned him in advance, so why was he still being so wishy-washy? Who did he take after? Neither of them had such a problem. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan looked at each other, indicating that they would talk in private later. Zhuoxiaoduo said with a drooling face, "Dad, Mom, did you see the sky inspecting minister token today?" "We saw it." "What?" Zhuoxiaoduo and Wu Yuding looked at each other. Why are you asking? Zhou Xiaoduo said excitedly. Dad, Mom, the sky inspecting minister's surname is also Zhua. So what? Zhou Changlu was puzzled. What was this kid trying to say? Zhou Xiaoduo lowered his voice and said sneakily, Dad, Mom, the people with the surname Zhou are not as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, but they are still quite rare, right? You say, think about it, could our Zhou family have the bloodline of the heaven inspecting minister after many generations? Wu Yuding spat out a mouthful of tea and coughed incessantly. Zhou Changlu was shocked by this sentence. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He held the mouthful of tea in his mouth but could not spit it out or swallow it. Wheeze. It was the tea in his mouth. Anyway, the more I think about it, the more I think it's possible. Dad, Mom, your son is not a person who seeks fame and fortune, but at least with a good background, this life will be a lot easier. Zhou Xiaoduo winked mysteriously. Dad, Mom, if it's true. How happy would that be? Our family could really be the great-grandson of the sky inspecting minister's great-grandson. For a moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's imagination was running wild. Maybe it's the direct bloodline? Dad, the issue of your background is worth paying attention to. Zhou Changlu was speechless. Nonsense. He swallowed that mouthful of tea with great difficulty. I'm not joking. It's really possible, Dad. Zhou Xiaoduo said anxiously. It's really possible that the sky inspecting minister left behind an erotic love story in Phoenix City. Then there was our family. After many years there was you, and then you had me. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Wu Yuding coughed until she was almost out of breath. She patted her chest and took a deep breath, but she still could not hold it in. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Changlu's face was dark. How can the sky inspecting minister be such a despicable person? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Changlu's palms stretched and retracted. He had the urge to hit someone. Zhou Xiaoduo disagreed. Dad, don't be intimidated by the reputation of those big shots. Which one of these big shots is not lustful? Look at those TV dramas. They're all lustful. Maybe this sky inspecting minister is an old hooligan in his bones. Who knows how rotten his private life is? Who can say for sure? At such an old age, how many women have he had? Maybe he can't even remember. Shut up. You shut up for me. Zhou Changlu said fiercely, how can you talk about the great heroic leader behind his back like that? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yuding choked again. She rolled her eyes and said, you don't say. Maybe Doggy is right. Maybe the Sky Patrol minister is really a womanizer. Maybe he has blossomed in Phoenix City and left behind his bloodline. Is it really impossible? Besides, he's so old. It's normal for him to have a lot of women. Right? What do you say? Dad. What do I say? What do I say? Zhou Changlu could not hold it in anymore. He suddenly stood up. We're leaving tomorrow. Let's look at the stars in Fenghai City tonight. His face was red as dates. He hurried upstairs and occupied a recliner. He left in a somewhat sorry state. Mom, is there really no hope? Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Wu Yuding and said anxiously, this is the bloodline. This is a great opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. This is a great opportunity to be a salted fish. My lifelong wish. To be a salted fish. My biggest regret is that I am not the second generation. Sai, I really don't know if your dad has the bloodline of the sky inspecting minister, but it's hard to say. After all, they are both surnamed Zhua. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, when I go back this time, I will look through our family's genealogy. Mom, then you must look through it carefully. Zhou Xiaoduo said attentively, don't miss any important clues. Even the slightest clue is good. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and left her seat without saying a word. As she walked, she laughed non-stop. Originally, he had been filled with sorrow of parting, but this brat had made it all disappear, and he had almost burst his belly from laughing. But this kid guessed right. There was no mistake at all. Didn't the sky inspecting minister bear fruit in Phoenix City and leave behind his bloodline? How could this be fake? It couldn't be any more real. He was definitely the direct descendant, the only seedling in 30 million miles. Zhou Xiaoduo cleaned up the dishes while Zhou Xiaoyan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. When Zhou Xiaoduo finished cleaning up the table, he walked quickly to the kitchen and hugged her slender waist naturally. He said, Nian Nian Mao. Call me sister. Okay, Sister Nian Mao. Sister Nian Mao, about Dad and Mom. Zhou Xiaoduo hugged her slender waist and began to talk about business. He took advantage of her and talked about business without delay. Zhou Xiaoyan also became serious when she heard this. she said as she washed the dishes. Although I don't think it's fake, I'm still afraid. Me too. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. Do you think Dad and Mom will go overboard? I don't think so. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned. It's a pity that we're too weak and can't help it all. It's fine as long as it's not fake. It'll take about 3 months. After that, everything will be clear. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart calmed down. His intuition told him that this was definitely true, but as a son he couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. And Zhou Xiaoyan had the same thoughts as him. This was definitely true. But his heart was in a mess. It was always hanging in the air and he couldn't calm down. Sister Nian Mao. Sigh. Zhou Xiaoyan sighed and turned to look at him helplessly. You'd better be called Nian Mao. The words Nian Nian sister cat sounded weird no matter how he heard it. If others heard it, they might misunderstand. Okay, Nian Mao. Zhou Xiaoduo revealed a wretched smile behind Zhou Xiaoyan. It seems that from now on Nian Mao will be my exclusive name. It won't be restricted anymore. Aha. Nian Mao was indeed dumb. She didn't even correct him to call her little Nian Mao. It seems that my hypnosis is good. It's like a fish in water. It's so easy. Nian Mao kept switching between Nian Mao and Nian Mao, making her subconsciously think that she could only choose one of the two names. Naturally, she chose Nian Mao, which she was most used to. Waha, I'm indeed brilliant, talented, and full of wisdom. Who can compare with me when I have such extraordinary wisdom? Who else? When it comes to wooing Nian Mao, I, Zhou Xiaoduo, call myself the best in the world. Who doesn't agree? Even if they don't agree, they're not allowed to compete. Those who compete will be beaten to death. It's better to be wrong than wrong. Why did you call me? Zhou Xiaoyan finished washing the dishes and wiped her hands. Only then did she realize that this guy was holding her waist in a daze. It was obvious that he still had something to say. Tonight, I might have to use the 9th Heaven Spirit Spring. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I just don't know how much my cultivation realm will drop after using it. It doesn't matter. Zhou Xiaoyan said, no matter how much it drops, it's a good thing. The spiritual energy will be more refined and pure. It'll only be good for the future. Oh, all right. When I came out for dinner, I received a notice that the 9 Heavens Pavilion needs to send 30 cloud transformation cultivators to enter the secret realm. I'm on the list. Zhou Xiaoyan said, what about you? I'm the leader of the 400 soul transformation cultivators in the secret realm. Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly. Chapter 765. You're only at the primordial elixir level now, okay? How can you be a nascent soul captain? Zhou Xiaoyan mocked him. I'm going to be a nascent soul captain soon. Why can't I be one? Nian Nian cat, when you were at the embryonic breathing stage, I was nothing. When you were at the soul awakening stage, I was at the Xiantian level. When you were at the nascent soul stage, I was at the embryonic breathing stage. Now you're at the pinnacle of the cloud transformation stage and I'm at the pinnacle of the primordial elixir realm. I can break through to the nascent soul stage at any time. Zhou Xiaoduo was very satisfied and said, I feel that I'm getting closer and closer to you. I believe that soon you'll be singing Conquer in front of me and doing the cat ear dance for me. Why don't I find a video for you to watch first? You don't have to cram for it at the last minute. Zhou Xiaoyan's forehead was filled with black lines. Earlier, when she heard him talk about the past, she was still gratified by his progress. In the end, he suddenly took a turn and almost hurt her. It turned out that it was all a trick. He had been scheming against her step by step. This was simply intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not tolerate it. Get lost. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't get lost. Instead, he carried Zhou Xiaoyan to the sofa. Then he took out his phone and started to look for videos. Look at this young lady. She's dancing well. Look at her cat ears, look at her butt. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he saw Zhou Xiaoyan's frosty face. Hey dog. Are these all your followers? Zhou Xiaoyan grabbed the phone and opened My Followers. She saw that there were at least 100 female streamers. They were all good at dancing and were more flirtatious that she clicked on a few to take a look. Her face was pale and cold and a chill was coming out of her. Zhou Xiaoduo knew that something was wrong. For a moment he didn't even dare to hug her waist. He curled up at the side and explained dryly in a low voice, I'm also for the sake of, in the future we'll have more fun as husband and wife so that we can make plans early. 4. Zhuxiaoyan almost crushed her phone. These steel pipes. Electric buttocks. Wow, you're really obscene. Before he could finish his sentence, he tossed his phone onto the sofa. Zhuxiaoyan stood up with a cold face and stomped back to his room. He was angry. Oh no. Zhuxiaoduo looked dejected and disheartened. Zhuxiaoyan went back to her room and sat down angrily for a while. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Puppy. You disappoint me too much. This was simply despicable. After pondering for a long time, he finally took out his phone, opened up a video streaming website, searched for a few videos based on his memory, and began watching them. But the more she read, the redder her face became. She hurriedly followed a few of them and decided to criticize them when she had time in the future. She didn't have the time for that now. He hurriedly put away his phone and put it into his spatial ring. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was still as red as a ripe apple. She didn't go out for now and looked at herself in the mirror. She said angrily, "Those women. There's no need to talk about their color. They can't compare to me. Even their figures are far inferior to mine. When I have time, I'll play with them casually. I'll definitely charm this puppy." Who asked him to wander around and look around? He really deserves a beating. If Wu Yuding were to hear this argument, she would definitely sigh and lament, "Girl, what kind of mentality is this? You're not thinking in the right way. If you do this, won't that little puppy be the only one to benefit? Sigh, girl, you're really hopeless." After a full hour, Zhuxiaoyan came out of her room with a cold face. Zhuxiaoduo looked at her with a pitiful face, waiting for the punishment to come. Practice martial arts. Zhuxiaoyan's face was cold. Okay. Zhuxiaoduo hurriedly opened the Tower of Annihilation and humbly said, Nian. Cat? Let's go in?" His flattering face, coupled with his handsome face, was extremely out of place. The magic of creation was evident. Zhuxiaoyan snorted coldly and took the lead to enter with her head held high. Zhuxiaoduo was relieved. It seemed that her temper had passed. She didn't get angry when I called Nian just now. She escaped a disaster. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Haha. Wait for me. Zhuxiaoduo called out from behind and eagerly followed her in. Prince Zhongyuan's mansion. Prince Zhongyuan was wearing a royal robe and feeding the fish in the back garden. At this moment, Prince Zhongyuan's mansion looked cold and cheerless, without any signs of life. The princess consort had already been executed, and all the guards in the family had been captured. All the leaders of the secret organizations had already gone to hell to report. Most of the female martial artists who were secretly searching for concubines had been beheaded. The rest had been forcibly dismissed. In short, no one was left in the mansion. In the entire Prince Zhongyuan's mansion, other than a few maids and a few guards, only the butler and servants were left. The prince's mansion of the Central Plains, which had once flourished for a period of time, was now left with only a few people. Dressed in a bright yellow robe, Prince Zhongyuan stood by the pond with one hand behind his back. The three-clawed golden dragon on his body reflected in the water, swaying back and forth as if it was about to devour someone. The butler served him from a distance with his back hunched. Looking at Prince Zhongyuan's figure, he felt bleak, no longer as composed as before. The butler didn't know whether it was an illusion or reality. "Your Highness," the butler said softly. "Where is the heir now?" Prince Zhongyuan threw out a handful of pearls and asked calmly. "He's still on his way back from Shangjing." The butler said, "Your Highness, do you want me to pick him up?" There was a sad look in the butler's eyes. He knew about all the Prince Zhongyuan's heirs, including his illegitimate children. But what the butler also knew was that, except for the heir who was officially registered as an emperor, the other bloodlines were all gone. There were all sorts of ways to die, and there were all sorts of strange ways to die. They drowned, burned, fell, got caught in the wind, drank too much, got scalded by hot pot. Their cell phones exploded, and the building they lived in suddenly collapsed. In short, there were only ways to die that one couldn't think of. The wide range of deaths was breathtaking and marvelous. The 100 to 200 descendants of His Highness had all gathered together in the underworld. Hundreds of the prince's women were also meeting in the underworld. Other than that, the prince's 10,000 old subordinates, 3,000 secret assassins, 8 gangs, and 12 aristocratic families. All kinds of forces and layers of foundation were waiting in the underworld. Now, the prince only had 2 secret masters left in his hands that he didn't know about. These 2 people were probably the only ones who hadn't been caught. There's no need to pick them up. Prince Zhongyuan said lightly, "Those who deserve to die will die. Those who don't deserve to die will definitely live." He waved his hand. "Oma, come here. There's only the two of us in this mansion." "Yes, Your Highness." The butler walked over obediently and stood next to Prince Zhongyuan with his back hunched. At this moment, the fish in the pond suddenly started rolling violently. The fish was spitting out blue bubbles with all its might. In the entire pool, all the fish that came into contact with these blue bubbles began to roll around crazily. Then they also began to spit out bubbles continuously. The same blue bubbles dot in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of big fish in the entire pond started rolling. Regardless of species, big or small, all of them were spitting bubbles. As the water with bubbles flowed past, the other fish ponds connected to it also started rolling and spitting bubbles. It was like a chain reaction. Usually, a prince's mansion had several gardens. But when one reached a certain status, there would be a layout of 5 lakes and 4 seas. In other words, there were 9 fish ponds, which symbolized the imperial family's wealth. And the Prince Zhongyuan's family had such a layout. But now all the fish in the 9 ponds were rolling and spitting out blue bubbles. Some of the fish with weaker vitality had already started to show their white bellies. "Your Highness, this is..." The butler, Old Ma, looked at the fish pond in front of him in shock. What are you doing?" Looking at the big fish rolling in the pond with his hands behind his back, the Prince Zhongyuan sighed softly. He said dispassionately, "Old Ma, how many years have you been with me?" Old Ma was confused. He said, "Since I entered the mansion, I've been serving you, Your Highness. Until this year, it's been a total of 121 years. It's been more than 120 years, more than 60 years. Old Ma, you're a participant in all my plans and also the executor of all my deployments. Old Ma, you're my most trusted aide." The Prince Zhongyuan sighed softly. "Old Ma, look at the fish in the pond. They're divided into 9 places and seem to be connected, but their range of movement is still limited to the Prince Zhongyuan's mansion. Everyone is connected, breathing the same air, drinking the same water. They're of the same origin." "Yes." Old Ma was puzzled. What did this mean? The wind and rain outside never affected them. To them, the perilous situation outside was nothing more than a legend. They were originally safe. The Prince Zhongyuan said slowly, "This was originally very good. This was originally excellent. But look at the situation now. Originally, only 1 fish was poisoned, but as this fish began to spit out bubbles crazily, the poison spread. Because this 1 fish was poisoned, it implicated all the fish in the 9 ponds. All of them suffered misfortune, and none of them were spared." The Prince Zhongyuan stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was cold and calm as he looked at the fish in the pond. "This is my mansion, but I can only watch them die one by one. There's nothing I can do. But at the end of the day, the root of the disaster is because of this 1 fish? Old Ma, don't you think so?" The Prince Zhongyuan turned around slowly and looked at the butler, Old Ma. Old Ma looked perplexed. He said, "If Your Highness says so, then it must be so. So, regardless of whether it's a group, the most terrifying thing is not the raging storms outside. It's the internal ones. The disaster caused by 1 poisonous fish is enough to bring disaster to the entire pond." The Prince Zhongyuan smiled faintly. His gaze gradually became as sharp as a blade as he stared at Old Ma's face. "Requesting monthly votes. Please provide support." Chapter 766. Old Ma was dumbfounded. "Your Highness, you mean?" the King of Zhongyuan slowly said. "Old Ma, do you know that the Prince of Zhongyuan's residence has been deployed for so many years, spent so much effort in planning, and paid a huge amount of wealth that even an ordinary aristocratic family would not dare to imagine? Everyone was so careful, from beginning to end, to contact each other. Finally, when the net was about to be formed, they were all caught in one fell swoop. For the person in charge, how hard is it to accept?" The King of Zhongyuan took a deep breath. "Don't you think our residence is like this pool of fish?" The housekeeper's gaze also turned sharp. "Your Highness, you mean there is a traitor among us?" The King of Zhongyuan nodded lightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Yes, a traitor who has an overview of the overall situation and understands everything." The King of Zhongyuan's sharp eyes fixed on the housekeeper Old Ma's face, like 2 red-hot needles, pricking his face. Staring at him like this, he slowly said, "Years of planning to defeat the West Wind, the Golden Carp is still unable to become a dragon. Conceded that he has the world's plan, his subordinates are all heroes, in dreams, in the field, above the clouds, under the clouds, suffering, weaving a net of the world, hiding 3 suns in the depths of the palace, waving his sleeves to raise the military and political will, planning to bring the Zhongyuan into his pocket. Everything is ready, waiting for the right time, but all is in vain. What is the end of this life? Who in the world can answer his doubts? The housekeeper old Ma suddenly looked excited, exclaiming in admiration, "Your Highness, good poem. Your Highness, good poem." The king of Zhongyuan closed his eyes slightly, gently exhaling. "I'm asking you a question. Why did you give me a good poem?" Things had already come to this point. Could it be that they still couldn't be honest with each other? This traitor is that poisonous fish. This traitor is constantly spitting out bubbles, implicating all those who have come into contact with him. They are all implicated in the calamity of death, and it is difficult for them to escape. A slight smile appeared on the king of Zhongyuan's dignified face, but the smile lines on his face were cold and callous. The housekeeper's face was full of anger, gnashing his teeth. "Your Highness, who is that person? Who is so crazy? Do you know?" "I know. Of course I know. If I still didn't know until now, wouldn't I be extremely foolish?" The king of Zhongyuan looked at the butler's face. His eyes became increasingly cold, but there was also a hint of sadness and emptiness in them. The steward said with righteous indignation, "Please give the order, Your Highness. Even if I have to risk my life, I will not let this person go. This person has committed a heinous crime and deserves to be killed." The king of Zhongyuan said quietly, "Old Ma, do you really think so?" "Yes." This subordinate is so angry that his belly is about to explode. The king of Zhongyuan chuckled. "Then why don't I tell you? That person is you." "Yes." The butler stood rooted to the ground, his mouth agape as he stared blankly at the prince of Zhongyuan. The king of Zhongyuan was very close to the butler. He looked at the butler with an oppressive gaze. Gritting his teeth, he smiled and said in a low voice, "Yes, it's you, Your Highness." The butler took a step back in panic and almost fell into the pool. "Your Highness, I'm innocent. I'll be loyal to you for life." A self-mocking expression appeared on the king of Zhongyuan's face. Her, loyal to you for life. Her, ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth and tears came out of his eyes. Tears of laughter flowed down his cheeks, but he was still laughing. "Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Ah. This is too funny. This is too funny." The king of Zhongyuan laughed maniacally, not caring about his manners at all. "Old Ma, since you're so loyal to me, please tell me honestly. Can I still see my son? Can I still see the crown prince and his family? See them for the last time?" The king of Zhongyuan bit his lips so hard that it bled. The butler panicked. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" "I just received news that the crown prince's carriage is about to enter Fenghai. You'll be able to see them soon." "I'll be able to see them soon." "Ah, I've already seen them." The king of Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. His entire body was trembling. He took out his phone from his bosom. There were dozens of pictures in it. The butler's gaze was fixed on the name of the caller. Inyang guessed. "Take a look, take a good look, my loyal butler." The king of Zhongyuan did not care about what the butler was looking at. Now he no longer cared about anything. He was still laughing maniacally. "Take a look, take a look. I've seen it. You take a look too." The butler trembled incessantly. "Your Highness, Your Highness. I'll show you." "Yes." The butler picked up the phone and flipped through the pictures one by one. The pictures were all of corpses. There were men, women, and young children. There were even a few pictures of families who had died neatly together. The king of Zhongyuan looked at the weeping willow in the mansion. Its bare branches were swaying in the breeze. Occasionally there would be a soft sound and a branch would break off and fall. It would fall into the dust. The crown prince and his family were found dead on the road at Xiaomeng Mountain Pass this afternoon. Everyone, including the accompanying guards, men, women, old and young, were all killed, including my grandsons and granddaughters. The king of Zhongyuan took a deep breath. The crown prince kept a few mistresses in Shangjing. Around the same time, their entire families, including the young children, all died an unnatural death. Now, at this very moment, do you know how many people are left in the king of Zhongyuan's bloodline? The king of Zhongyuan smiled faintly. "I'm the only one left. I'm the only one left. I am the only one who hasn't died yet. Everyone who is related to me, my bloodline, my..." The king of Zhongyuan clenched his teeth. With a cracking sound, he actually crushed one of his teeth. Family, my bloodline, none of them are alive in this world anymore. The king of Zhongyuan looked at the butler's pale face and trembling body. He slowly approached him, his gaze dark and oppressive. Is this what you meant when you said that I'm about to be reunited with my son? The butler explained in a panic. Your Highness, even if the crown prince met with an accident, it has nothing to do with me. What a great, nothing to do with you. At that time, you were the one who suggested that I bring the crown prince back from Shangjing, because I'm afraid that something bad will happen if he stays there. After all, with the matter of the Cheng family's daughter, there's already a blood feud with the crown prince. It's better to let the crown prince and his family return to Fenghai. It's still our territory and it's more secure. So I listened to you and let them come back. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes were bloodshot. He said, do you know? At that time I knew it was you. But I mistakenly thought that it was the higher-up's intention to let our family gather in one place. As long as we don't stir up trouble, I'll keep my bloodline. But I never thought that you would be so vicious. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes looked like they were dripping blood, but the corners of his mouth were really dripping blood. He suddenly laughed loudly. Funny. It's really fucking funny. I thought that I had everything under control, that I was invulnerable, but I didn't expect that the biggest traitor was actually my mastermind. He was the one who understood everything about me, arranged everything for me, and knew all the secrets of my bloodline, the first mastermind. How ridiculous. Jun Taifeng, if you don't lose, then the heavens are blind. The king of Zhongyuan raised his hand and slapped himself 4 times. He slapped himself so hard that his face swelled up instantly, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But he didn't stop. He wasn't satisfied. After thinking for a while, he slapped himself a dozen more times. You're stupid. You're so stupid. So stupid. The mastermind is a traitor. Jun Taifeng, how fucking blind are your eyes? The king of Zhongyuan gasped for breath. After a long time, he finally let out an earth-shattering roar. Who are you? Old Ma. Who the fuck are you? The butler, Old Ma, stared at the king of Zhongyuan. His eyes were originally trembling, respectful, sorrowful, understanding, and empathetic. But slowly the look in his eyes suddenly changed. No longer trembling, no longer panicking. His originally stooped waist actually slowly straightened. His pale face was still pale, but the usual humble and submissive look on his face had completely disappeared. He straightened his body and stood in front of the king of Zhongyuan, presenting an indescribable sense of dignity. Then he actually smiled faintly at the king of Zhongyuan. He said clearly, hello. The king of Zhongyuan glared at him fiercely, gritting his teeth and praising, not bad, not bad. This is your true face. You're really outstanding. The butler smiled and coughed. He slowly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, carefully opened the packaging and put one in his mouth. Then he took out a lighter and lit it calmly. He took a deep breath and said emotionally, I've quit smoking for more than 100 years. Now that I suddenly smoke, I'm a little dizzy and not used to it. This is the last time. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes were bloodshot. Very soon you won't faint anymore. That's right. Once a person is dead, how can he still faint? The butler puffed on his cigarette. The smoke curled up and almost covered his face. Oh, who are you? The king of Zhongyuan held back his temper that was about to explode and asked through gritted teeth. You're from the royal family? The crown prince? Or the 9 heavens pavilion? Or the left and right heavenly kings? Or the minister and the emperor? When he mentioned the last 2 people, the king of Zhongyuan's voice also trembled. He. The butler, Old Ma, laughed mockingly. He bit the cigarette butt and took a puff. You really think highly of yourself? Do you think you're worthy of the minister and the emperor to specially deploy people to deal with you? The butler laughed mockingly. Suddenly, he coughed violently, tilted his head, and spat with a disgusted expression. Tui. He actually pointed at the king of Zhongyuan with the hand holding the cigarette and scolded with infinite disdain. Can you have some self-awareness? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of so many big shots scheming against you? Can you be more shameless? You've already lost your family, and you're still acting like an idiot. Where does your confidence come from? Chapter 767. You're scolding me? The king of Zhongyuan was suddenly stunned for a long while. The butler suddenly spoke to him in such a tone, and he was actually at a loss for what to do. Even though he knew that the butler was a traitor and a mole, he was already used to the butler's subservience and groveling after so many years. Now, he looked at this person whom he had been with for more than 100 years, whom he was more familiar with than his wife, whom he trusted 100 times more than his wife, that he was stunned on the spot when the butler said such vicious and mocking words to him, and he did not come back to his senses for a long time. Then who exactly do you work for? The king of Zhongyuan's mind raced, but he was not angry. He was only left with curiosity now. Who was the one who schemed against him and planned for 100 years? For so many years the butler had been loyal and devoted to him. He had completed all the tasks given to him perfectly. That was something he had seen with his own eyes. But until now the king of the Central Plains still could not figure out why he would betray him. "I'm a bastard," the butler sneered. As he spoke he suddenly slapped himself. This slap was extremely heavy, directly knocking out 3 of his own teeth. When he looked up again his mouth was already dripping with blood. He looked at the king of Zhongyuan's face and suddenly sneered. "You want to know? You really want to know? Please enlighten me. I'm not anyone's man. And no one instigated me." The butler slurped and swallowed the blood and teeth back into his mouth. "I'm about to leave, so it's better to be in one piece. Take them with you." Not anyone's man? The king of Zhongyuan was even more confused. How was that possible? "Do you have a grudge against me?" "I have no grudge against you." The king of Zhongyuan was completely dumbfounded. "No one instigated you and you have no grudge against me? Are you crazy? Why are you doing this to me?" "If I have to say it, I'm your man," the butler said with certainty. "My man?" The king of Zhongyuan felt insulted. He glared and was about to fly into a rage. "I'm indeed your man and I've always been your man." The butler took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Back then when I was fighting at the front lines, the flood which struck me with her hammer and knocked me unconscious. My primordial spirit was injured and my origin was damaged. I fell to the ground and fell on the spiked club with a bad face. Not to mention my face, even my facial bones were gone. I retired from the army with Yi Changqing and the others. But we are not the same kind of people. My way of doing things has always been based on achieving my goal. I don't care about the process, so naturally, I'm much more sinister and vicious. However, the few of them boast of being open and above board, and refuse to use underhanded tricks. Therefore we really don't have much interaction usually. They went to the Hidden Dragon High School, but I don't want to teach and I don't want to wander the Jianghu. But I don't want to live an indifferent life and become an ordinary person. I still want to do something in another place and in another place. I've never been the kind of person with a strong sense of justice. At the same time, I don't want to be buried. I'm already used to stirring up trouble and controlling the overall situation. Even my brothers in the army fought each other because of my instigation. Some of them fought until they became lifelong enemies. In their eyes, I'm a poisonous snake. Not only are they difficult to be friends with, they're even unbearable to be associated with. You definitely don't know that Yi Changqing and the others were also once instigated by me. They almost killed me because of this. But no matter how unbearable it is to be associated with them, when we're on the battlefield, we'll still leave our backs to each other and save each other's lives no less than a dozen times. I don't want to meet them and I don't want to face that battlefield again. My left and right faces are already ruined, so I might as well reconstruct a new face. I'll use a new face and a new name to start a new life. Stirring up wind and rain is already the greatest pleasure of my life. Old Ma chuckled and said, "You're an ambitious person. Following you will not only not bring disgrace to me, but will also allow me to unleash my talents. I've really put in the greatest effort to follow you in the rebellion. I also really want to meet the wind and clouds once. Even if I die, I'll have no regrets. I don't care about right or wrong. I don't care about justice or evil. I only want to live a happy life. I only want to live a happy life for the rest of my life." Old Ma said, "When I entered the Prince of Zhongyuan's residence, I did everything you asked me to do properly. I became your confidant bit by bit, and even participated in some important matters later on. I've been loyal to you for decades. It's all because I've done my best for you. I've treated myself as your dog. It's because this feeling of stirring up trouble in the dark is too satisfying. So, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll bite whoever you want me to bite." The Prince of Zhongyuan nodded. Old Ma's words were not wrong at all. During those years, Old Ma's loyalty to him was to the extreme. It was really to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. The Prince of Zhongyuan didn't know how many shady things he had done for him. In fact, It was also at that time that the Prince of Zhongyuan found out that this guy was a jack of all trades. He could do anything and dared to do anything. In the end, he completed everything extremely well. How could such a talent not be entrusted with heavy responsibilities and treated as a confidant? After more than 100 years of interaction, the two of them could be said to have an excellent tacit understanding. Just from the perspective of companionship and trust, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were best friends in the world. That was why the Prince of Zhongyuan found out so late that the mole was actually Old Ma. The Prince of Zhongyuan even thought that even if his wife betrayed him, Old Ma wouldn't betray him. Even if he changed his mind and betrayed his own people, Old Ma wouldn't betray him. But now, it just had to be this absolutely impossible person. I used to think that I'd never betray you in my life. Until I suddenly found out that you've actually laid your hands on a martial artist. A martial artist? The Prince of Zhongyuan was stunned. That's right. Old Ma's face was blood red. It doesn't matter who you've laid your hands on. Even if you've laid your hands on the minister and the emperor, even if I know that I'm no match for them, I'll still help you plan. At most I'll die with you. It doesn't matter. But why did you lay your hands on Shi Yunfeng? Why did you lay your hands on Yi Changqing? You instigated people to plot against Yi Changqing first. But as long as he's not dead, I won't do anything even if I feel uncomfortable for a while. You instigated people to frame Xiang Quangren, that's still fine. As long as he's not dead, you can hide at home for a while. I'll even be happy to see that happen. After that, you set up a trap and pulled in the major families of the capital. For your hegemony, you made Yi Changqing and the others sacrifice their status. I can still accept it. As long as he's not dead, everything else is insignificant. However, I never expected that you would lay your hands on Shi Yunfeng and Qing Gaiying so viciously and ruthlessly. Fine, since you've done it once, I'll do it 15 times. What I'm more concerned about is when did you fall in love with Yu Jiaren? Old Ma asked fiercely. Until now, there's still a portrait of Yu Jiaren hanging in your study. Do you still remember the day of Shi Yunfeng's wedding after he returned to the Hidden Dragon Kingdom and found a wife? I didn't do anything. I just hid in my room and drank myself to death. Surely you have some impression of that, right? Ever since I came to the Prince of Zhongyuan's residence, I've only gotten drunk once in all these years. Old Ma asked fiercely. The Prince of Zhongyuan was in a trance. He vaguely remembered that there was a time when he asked the butler to do something, only to be told that the butler was so drunk that he didn't even know who he was. He kept shouting that he was a marshal and wanted to lead the troops into battle. At that time, the Prince of Zhongyuan found it funny that this viper-like guy had such a naive side. He didn't expect it to be because of this. His brother got married and he got drunk happily. There's nothing wrong with you liking Yu Jiaren. But why didn't you pursue her before she got married? Old Ma asked fiercely. Even if you wanted to snatch her before she got married, as long as you said so, even if you wanted me to snatch her for you personally, it would be fine. What's the big deal about snatching and playing with a woman? You could have said so earlier, why didn't you? You've played with so many women, why did you start to pretend to be pure when it came to Yu Jiaren? Fuck you. Do you think you're a Casanova? You're a fucking stallion. Even stallions don't have as many maras as you do. The Prince of Zhongyuan snorted and said angrily, Yu Jiaren usually dressed like a country bumpkin. How could I have noticed it? The only time I saw her real face was on the day of her wedding with Shi Yunfeng. I was there as a guest. And then you fell in love at first sight? Aren't you fucking cheap? Old Ma was obviously going all out this time. He knew that he wouldn't be able to survive today no matter what. It was better for him to curse out everything in his heart before he died, venting everything in his heart. Anyway, the Prince of Zhongyuan didn't know everything yet. He had plenty of time to curse and curse as viciously as he could. That was what it meant to be satisfied and to the fullest. So all these were done by you and Yi Changqing from the Hidden Dragon High School? The Prince of Zhongyuan was trembling all over. Just the two of you? How awesome do you think you are? Just the two of us? Old Ma snorted and said proudly, there's no we, only me. Only me, do you understand? They don't know it all. Old Ma spat. Those few idiots, they're so simple-minded and don't even have a brain. If I were to work with them, I'm afraid I would have been caught by you long ago. He roared proudly, I did it all by myself. What? Isn't your father awesome? The Prince of Zhongyuan started to tremble all over. He really wanted to slap this person to death, but there were too many doubts in his heart. The arrangement of the Hidden Dragon High School was already part of my plan. Besides, I didn't ask you to do those things. Do you have to do this? The Prince of Zhongyuan said angrily. Of course. You harmed my brother, of course I have to take revenge. Chapter 768. Hehe, by the time I found out about Shi Yunfeng, you had already done it. Shi Yunfeng had already secretly gone to the front line. Since then you wanted to lay your hands on Beauty Yu, but you never succeeded. Do you know why? The king of Zhongyuan snorted coldly. With my butler helping over there, I naturally couldn't succeed. You are the only one who can understand all of my arrangements. You are the only one who can use most of my power. You are also the only one who can erase all traces after the event without me noticing. Ah. Beauty Yu is already my brother's wife. What do you think you are? It's one thing for me to be your dog, but in my heart you, Jun Taifeng, have never been a human. I can be your dog, but you can't lay your hands on my brother's wife. My brother is dead and I can't save him. I've already let him down. If I let you defile his wife, then what's the use of me? Old Ma twisted his neck. Originally Shi Yunfeng wanted to die. After I protected Beauty Yu, I wanted to leave. Because if I continued to work for you, I'd let Shi Yunfeng down. But you killed Qin Gaiying's 2 granddaughters, and you even used such a despicable method. The blood on old Ma's face was flashing as he gritted his teeth. For the past 100 years, no matter what bad things you do, you're used to discussing it with me first. Why didn't you discuss it with me only that time? Is it because it's related to the royal family's secret and you don't want me to know? The king of Zhongyuan was in a daze. At that time he didn't deliberately hide it from old Ma. It was because old Ma was sent out to do something. He forgot. Besides, targeting those 2 girls was indeed related to the royal family's secret. It was a rare opportunity and it was fleeting, so he arranged it conveniently. Just these few people. You'll never contact these few people in your life. Are they worth betraying me? The king of Zhongyuan was confused. I don't have a father, a mother, a wife, or children. I don't even have brothers or sisters. Old Ma howled to the sky. The 17 of them who survived that year, are the only warmth in my heart. The only warmth in my heart. You know, son of a bitch. Do you know why I chose the king's mansion of Zhongyuan? It's because the hidden dragon is in Fenghai. And your king's mansion of Zhongyuan is also in Fenghai. Because they are all here. With them here, as long as they are still alive, I won't be lonely. In this life, I don't even care about my own life. I don't know how many evil and heartless things I've done. But what's funny is, I care about these brothers who crawled out from the pile of corpses with me. I don't want to see them, not because I look down on them and not because I feel inferior. I don't feel inferior when I do bad things because I like to do bad things. I don't feel inferior or proud. It's just that they are annoying. Fuck, this is so annoying. Old Ma grabbed his hair and said crazily, the moment we met, they talked about all sorts of things and persuaded me to do things with them to turn over a new leaf. Fuck. If I really wanted to do it, would I need their advice? Is it so fun to go to a martial arts school and teach a bunch of idiots who don't know shit every day? Looking at those ignorant and naive idiots who always think that society is fair, I want to strangle them to death one by one. You still want to teach? I'd rather change my face and identity to be a dog than do that kind of thing. There was a time when I read the Hidden Dragon Daily and the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School website every day. What do you think I was doing? You must have thought that I was deliberately looking for the flaws of the people from the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. In fact, I missed them and looked at those messages to comfort myself. Old Ma seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. The king of Zhongyuan suddenly understood. I see, I really thought that you knew that I wanted to deal with the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School and thought of ways for me every day. When Yi Changqing got into trouble, I tolerated it. When Xiang Quangren got into trouble, I also tolerated it. After all, they were still alive. But when Shi Yunfeng died, I couldn't tolerate it anymore. But since you and I have known each other for 100 years, although I was determined to deal with you, I would only target you and not your family. But not long after Qin Gaiying's incident happened, I made up my mind. How can I leave before I completely destroy you? They can't take revenge, but I can. Old Ma laughed miserably. At that time, I swore that I would make your Zhongyuan imperial residents extinct. Kill them all. Exterminate them all. I will make your Zhongyuan imperial residents and not a single blade of grass in your imperial residence survive. I will let you have a good taste of your family being exterminated and your family being exterminated. I will avenge my brother. Old Ma roared to the sky, tears of blood flowing down his face. He laughed loudly. Shi Yunfeng, brother. Do you see that? You fucking beat me every day in the army, but now I am avenging you. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Are you fucking satisfied? Fucking Shi Yunfeng, fucking Shi Yunfeng. I saved your life 7 times, but you still scolded me every day like a son of a bitch. You fucking died and I am the one who avenged you. Are you satisfied? Those who hurt you have been uprooted by me. Ah. Their entire family, old and young, will be exterminated. Old Ma roared with laughter, looking extremely crazy. Ah. I am not with you every day, but I have not forgotten. I am a bastard, I do not do good things. I follow good people to do good things and bad people to do bad things. But I do not want to follow good people, there are too many restrictions. I can't do anything in the army, but I want to live happily at home. Whether it is doing bad things or avenging you, I want to do it happily. It is the best. Old Ma roared with laughter as if he had completely lost his mind. The king of Zhongyuan, on the other hand, had completely calmed down. I see, so this is the truth. Back then, when Qing Gying broke into the imperial residence, I personally went to greet him, but he still managed to escape. You must have done something, right? The king of Zhongyuan finally understood. Many of his doubts in the past had been answered. At that time he had decided to attack, intending to kill Qing Gying directly. However, Qing Gying had still managed to escape after taking a fatal blow from him. It was extremely strange. That was his imperial residence, his own territory. A seriously injured outsider who was not familiar with the terrain at all, who was facing so many experts, had actually managed to escape. And he could not even be caught after escaping. It turned out that he had a steward as a spy. Old Ma sneered. I have been your steward for more than 100 years. It was very easy for me to lead him out without anyone knowing. How could I watch my brother die here? After that, you even wanted to investigate the spy. Aha, with your little brain, how could you find out? I see. I see. At this moment, the king of Zhongyuan only felt a sense of absurdity filling his entire head. There was no more hatred or anger, or rather, no more hatred or anger. It was not as great as this absurd feeling. I have worked so hard for half my life, all my efforts, all my planning, all because of this bullshit brotherhood. And I have fallen just like that. Who can I find to reason with? I really did not expect this even in my dreams. Over the past 100 years, he had worked together with the man before him to get rid of the spies planted by the royal family, the Bureau of Supervision, and the military. They had gotten rid of all of the spies planted by the royal family, the Bureau of Supervision, and the military. If it were not for the fact that most of it was done by the steward, how could I have trusted him so much and entrusted most of my power to him? But who would have thought that the most loyal dog in my heart, who never doubted me, was actually the biggest traitor? And the reason he betrayed me was because of this so-called brotherhood that I would not believe in at all. If old Ma had not revealed it himself today, if others had used this as a basis to expose me, I would have scoffed and not believed them. I would even send the people who exposed old Ma to old Ma directly and tell him a joke. These people said that you betrayed me for your brotherhood, ha ha. This is fucking unbelievable. How could there be such brotherhood in this world? How could there be such feelings? This is fucking ridiculous. But why are you still here? You have already caused me to lose my descendants, my bloodline to be extinct, and my career to be ruined. Why are you still here? Asked the king of Zhongyuan. This was the biggest doubt in his heart. Before today, even though he had his doubts, the steward had countless opportunities to leave if he wanted to. But he did not leave and stayed here all this time. Until now, when he could no longer bear it and dragged him out. Leave. Old Ma smiled viciously. You are not dead yet, how can I leave? I will not leave before I have my revenge. It will only be over when you die after your whole family is dead. Jun Taifeng, why can't you bear with it? If you bear with it for a few more days, I will make my move on you. You still have 2 confidants that I have not found and killed. Why can't you wait? The king of Zhongyuan sighed softly. So you are still waiting for me to die. You actually want me to bear with it for a while more. Opposite him, old Ma chuckled, his face full of joy. I served in the East Army and then, when Shi Yunfeng finally exposed himself, I felt that this was an opportunity, an excellent opportunity, so I reported all your actions to General Dongfeng. From the beginning to the end, I did not miss any detail, ha ha ha. All this information is with me. Even you do not know as much as I do. Old Ma laughed heartily. That is why Chief Nan is purging this time. Now do you understand? You did it for this? To betray me? Just for this so-called brotherhood? The king of Zhongyuan was trembling all over. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his life's work would be ruined because of this. Even until now he was still unwilling to believe this person. Brotherly love. Brotherly love. What the hell is that? This bastard did so much for this? Is this not enough? Old Ma laughed sinisterly. What you did to my brother, I will make you become like him. I will repay you tenfold. That year I went out on a mission with Shi Yunfeng and the rest. When I came back, my butt was hit with the secret sorcery king needle, and the wound smelled like the sewer of a chemical factory. The 6 of them carried me on their backs and sucked my butt with their mouths. I'm alive now, but they've all been bedridden for half a year. Every part of their bodies is as swollen as dough. When Shi Yunfeng sucked my blood for the last time, his face was already bigger than my butt. When Xingtian's mouth was injured and one of his teeth was knocked out, in order to suck my butt, half of his face was scraped off after he came back, and 2 layers of his bones were scraped off before he survived. We went through fire and water together. They saved my life and I saved their lives too. No one owes anyone anything. However, for the brothers who sucked my butt like this, whoever killed them, I will avenge them no matter what. I don't have to acknowledge anyone in this lifetime. Only they can't. I don't have to avenge anyone in this lifetime, but they can't. I don't have to care about anyone in this lifetime, even myself, but they can't. You fucking. For a moment, the king of Zhongyuan was even speechless. Suddenly, he was so exasperated that he started cursing. You fucking. You're just a fucking rotten maggot with ulcers on your head and pus flowing out of your feet. Why the fuck are you talking about brotherhood in the martial world? You bastard, do you think you're fit to talk about loyalty? Are you worthy? The king of the Zhongyuan was speechless. He suppressed all his emotions. These words were also from the bottom of his heart. He really thought so. How can someone like you be fit to talk about brotherhood? Was he worthy of having feelings? This was like a prostitute who had been a prostitute for half her life coming home to find her husband, only to ask him to have money, a building, betrothal gifts, and a car. She even asked him to be a virgin. This was really fucking motherfucking. Why am I not worthy? Why wasn't he worthy? It's not up to you to decide if I'm worthy or not. Old Ma lit a cigarette and looked up. I've been blinded by lard. I've been bad all my life, but I still have brothers and people I can't let go of. Even I find it strange. But I've already talked about brotherhood. What can you do about it? The king of the Zhongyuan looked at this face. He had never realized that this face was actually so annoying. Old Ma's face was contorted with a cigarette in his mouth. He revealed a vicious smile and said, Actually, you should be happy. Because you still have a few daughters. Nominally they're dead. But in reality they're not dead yet. The king of the Zhongyuan's thoughts turned and his face became even more contorted. What do you mean? It's nothing. They're in some place now. Doing something that makes a man the happiest. The freckles on old Ma's face were almost protruding out. He smiled sinisterly and said, Actually, you shouldn't be surprised. This is the interest I collected for Cheng Gaiying's 2 granddaughters. I don't have any children or family. My brother's granddaughters are my granddaughters. This is the interest I collected for my granddaughters. Are you satisfied, Your Highness? It's the 3rd watch today, please vote. Chapter 769. Boom. Bastard. The king of Zhongyuan finally made his move. He was completely enraged. Completely enraged. A thunderous punch landed on Old Ma's face. Old Ma didn't resist at all. He knew that his martial arts were far inferior to the king of Zhongyuan's. Since he had been discovered, since he was face to face, there was no point in resisting. His thin body was sent flying by the king of Zhongyuan's punch. He fell like a broken sack, bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, Old Ma was laughing happily. How is it? Is it fun? Ah. Do you feel humiliated? Ah. Your daughter. I'm afraid she's already been fucked. Ah. I destroyed their martial arts foundation with my own hands. I'm afraid ordinary men can't do anything to them. I even broke a few of their meridians. Old Ma lay on the ground and vomited blood. I guess they're having fun now. Jun Taifeng, do you want to go over and take a look? I can tell you where they are. Ichem? Ah. Didn't you bombard Shi Yunfeng with prostitutes in the past? Are you having fun now? Are you having fun now? Let me tell you, if Shi Yunfeng is still alive, I'll definitely send him to prostitutes. Ah. The king of Zhongyuan's face was livid. He flew over and punched him repeatedly. Old Ma kept vomiting blood, but he was still laughing. Don't worry, I know you want to have fun, but I won't tell you. Aha, you call me a bastard? Aha, if your daughter can give birth in the future, she'll give birth to. Smack. The king of Zhongyuan's punch landed on his mouth. All his teeth fell to the ground. Even half of his tongue was smashed in an instant. However, Hua Qianshou was still mumbling incoherently. He tried his best to say, "You're a bastard." Ah. Shut up. The king of Zhongyuan was furious. He grabbed Old Ma's hair and lifted him up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Old Ma smiled happily. Suddenly he winked. Your Highness, if those prostitutes know that they're having fun with the king of Zhongyuan's precious daughter, how excited would they be? Bastard. Shut up, shut up. The king of Zhongyuan struck Old Horse's body crazily, his bones cracking. Old Horse laughed maniacally as he kept spewing blood. However, his words became more and more vicious. You are ruthless. The king of Zhongyuan stopped abruptly and said fiercely, Do you want to die? Are you trying to provoke me so that I'll kill you? Old bastard, how can it be so cheap? Hua Qianshou laughed. I've hurt you to this extent and you still don't want to kill me? Do you have such deep feelings for me? Ah. Come, let me recover. I will continue to be your butler. I want your heart to fly away. This king wants to crush your bones inch by inch. I'll cut you into pieces bit by bit, but I won't let you die so easily. Hua Qianshou laughed mockingly. Jun Taifeng, I'm afraid you don't know that I'm from the Eastern Army. Have you never heard of the Eastern Army? Come at me. Don't even mention begging for mercy. My face will change color and my smile will fade a little. I will say that you, Jun Taifeng, have guts. The king of Zhongyuan was stunned for a moment, because he knew it was the truth. This bunch of fugitives from the Eastern Army were really tough. In this aspect, they were number one in the 3 continents. This was recognized by everyone. In other words, torture was meaningless to Hua Qianshou, especially when he had already achieved his final goal, but he still wanted to stay here and watch him die. In fact, this person no longer cared about his own life. Torture of life and death was nothing to this kind of person. The king of Zhongyuan grabbed him by the chest. Tell me your name. Let me know who defeated me and I will send you on your way. Old Ma looked at him suspiciously and said, Do you mean what you say? This king is the king of Zhongyuan. King of Zhongyuan? What are you? Old Ma spat out a mouthful of pus and blood in disdain. He said disdainfully, The title, King of the Central Plains, doesn't even have a credit limit to me. The king of Zhongyuan was furious. Seems like you are just stubborn. You don't dare to tell me your name? Old Ma laughed. I'm so scared of you. Why wouldn't I dare? Why would I be scared of a loner like you? He laughed wildly and said, I am the Eastern Army Snake Gentleman. I am Hua Qianshou. Hua Qianshou. Snake Gentleman Hua Qianshou. The king of Zhongyuan nodded fiercely. Good Hua Qianshou. Good Hua Qianshou. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. His many years of planning had been ruined in the hands of such a person he had long recognized as one of his own, a person he trusted, a person he was close to. Moreover, it was for such a baffling reason that he found hard to believe and even more incomprehensible. After thinking about it, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Oh, did it? The king of Zhongyuan asked fiercely. If it was just Hua Qianshou alone, he could not have done so many things. He could not do it even if he was tired to death. Besides, he did not have the time. Who's the one who did it? Your question is so naive and stupid. Hua Qianshou laughed wildly. You think you can get the answer? Ah, stupid. The king of Zhongyuan looked up to the sky and roared, Hua Qianshou, your brothers don't even know what you have done, do they? Hua Qianshou laughed strangely. Why, you want to make a name for me? You want to tell them that I have done so many things for them in secret? Then I will thank you. Ah. I was worried that I could not let them know that I have done so much for them. Ah. As you wish. The king of Zhongyuan let out a thunderous roar. As you wish. Suddenly he grabbed Hua Qianshou and flew away. Now that the king of Zhongyuan had lost his last bit of consolation, he had gone completely crazy. Years of hard work had been ruined. All his subordinates were destroyed. All his forces were gone. All his children were gone. All his women were gone. Everything was gone. Everything was gone. The king of Zhongyuan carried Hua Qianshou, who had been beaten to a pulp, and flew into the sky. Hua Qianshou had been tortured by him until he was like a pile of mud, but he was still conscious. He was still cursing and muttering. His vicious cursing did not stop all the way. And he was still laughing. Good. Good. I'm so awesome. I'm so awesome. Ah. He was still feeling proud that he had managed to bring the renowned king of the Central Plains to such a state. What an incredible achievement this was. How dare you kill my brother? How dare you hurt my brother? Damn it. I want to see how many people in this world dare to hurt my brother after I am gone. Ha ha ha. Hua Qianshou laughed wildly. He knew that he was about to die, but the joy in his heart was sweet and refreshing. He was still extremely happy. This is what it means to repay kindness and revenge. This is what it means to repay kindness and revenge. I'm so awesome. I'm so awesome. Hua Qianshou laughed and cursed all the way, but the king of Zhongyuan ignored him. The king of Zhongyuan's spiritual world had collapsed at this moment. The cold wind blew on the king of Zhongyuan's face. His body was shaking. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes and were blown away by the wind. Gone. Everything was gone. His beautiful wife and concubines, his plan of having 100 children, his wealth and glory, his ambition, his power, and his ability to command hundreds of people. His child, from a small meatball, grew up bit by bit, learning how to speak. All the way. Today all of them were destroyed. No one survived. They had all turned into piles of rotten flesh. On the snowy ground, the crown prince's eyes, which were still open, were looking at his wife's naked body. Not far away was his grandson, whose brain had been smashed. Ahihi, the king of Zhongyuan howled in pain. He did not even know what he was screaming for. He only felt that his heart was constantly exploding and hurting. I had already stopped. I was already disheartened. I had already accepted my fate. I only wanted to live the rest of my life in peace. The 4 great commanders had already agreed to let me live on and protect my family for the rest of my life. The left and right heavenly kings had already let me go and stopped pursuing the matter. Even Yi Changqing and the rest could only look for opportunities in secret. They might not even have a chance. I will not give them a chance. Whenever they came, they would die. I have already accepted my fate. But you, Hua Qianshou, did not let me go. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? At this moment, the king of Zhongyuan only felt that he had already broken down. Even in his dreams, he did not expect that when he had already accepted his fate, such a person would jump out. Hua Qianshou, you have done so many things to avenge your brothers. You are so cruel, so vicious. Tonight, I will let you see with your own eyes how your brothers will die in my hands. You have done so many things. You are so cruel and vicious. Tonight, I will let you see with your own eyes how your brothers will die in my hands. One by one they will die in my hands. I want you to see with your own eyes how your brothers will be tortured to death one by one in front of you. I will kill all your brothers. Then I will directly kill that shit stirrers Wuxiao duo who suddenly appeared. Then I will rush into the Hidden Dragon High School and start a massacre. I will let your group of geniuses be buried with me. This prince's life is already ruined. Then, let millions of people experience this kind of pain that makes them wish they were dead. Your Highness. 2 figures flew over and landed in front of the king of Zhongyuan. They were his only 2 subordinates. It could be said that they were the only ones left. Get out of the way. Your Highness. Think thrice. Think thrice. One of them urged anxiously. Think thrice. Chapter 770. The king of Zhongyuan howled and laughed bitterly. Inyang guessed, Netherworld, how can I calm down? How can I think twice? My entire family was destroyed by this son of a bitch. They're all dead. They're all dead. Now I have nothing. Now I have nothing. I really have nothing left. The king of Zhongyuan howled. If I don't take revenge, how can I, Jun Taifeng, continue to breathe? Your Highness. No need to persuade me. I'm going to kill tonight. If you want to come with me, then we'll kill until the world is turned upside down. If you don't, I won't blame you. From now on we'll go our separate ways. The king of Zhongyuan stood in the air, carrying Hua Qianshou with a sorrowful expression. Farewell both of you. Then he carried Hua Qianshou and flew toward the direction of Hidden Dragon High School. Behind him, the 2 looked at each other. At the same time they stopped in the air. Inyang guessed, what do you say? The eyes of the Netherworld assassin behind the mask were like will-the-wisps. Netherworld assassin, what do you plan to do? Inyang guest's voice was indifferent. It's just a mortal world. The king of the Central Plains has done me a great favor. Since he has decided to turn the world upside down tonight to get rid of his hindrance, I'll sacrifice my life to give him the last bit of prestige. No matter what, he's still a king. Even if he's at the end of his rope, he should still have some dignity. The netherworld assassin, who had never taken off his mask in his entire life, slowly pulled off his mask, revealing a chiseled face. What about you? The netherworld assassin looked at Yin Yang Guest with bright eyes. My situation is different from yours. I can watch from the sidelines, but at most I can't help either side, Yin Yang Guest said indifferently. Watch from the sidelines? Help neither side? The netherworld assassin was furious. Yin Yang Guest, I didn't expect you. Yin Yang Guest said indifferently, I'm a subordinate of the King of the Right. I only successfully entered the King of Zhongyuan's group 3 years ago, but I've never been trusted. Helping neither side is the limit. And the reason I don't want to help the King of the Right is because I'm afraid of causing criticism, not because of any other reason. After all, the king has already let the King of Zhongyuan go. The netherworld assassin was instantly at a loss for words. He actually didn't know what to say. I'm from the heavenly King of the Right. The sentence was really straightforward to the extreme. This reason was too sufficient and indisputable. Yu Ming, you should actually leave. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved in this mess. Yin Yang Guest said faintly, Jun Taifeng? What kind of prestige does he have? Is such a person worthy of your life and death? Where else can I go? The specter assassin stood with his sword in hand. For a moment he was at a loss. He originally wanted to die with the King of Zhongyuan, but when he heard him say that he was under the King of the Right's command, his heart shattered. Let's go to the Sun Moon Pass. Yin Yang Guest said sincerely, life is but a lifetime. If you can sacrifice your life for Jun Taifeng, why can't you sacrifice your life for the astral souls? With your cultivation, it won't be difficult for you to clear your name. I can report this to the Heavenly King and give you a chance. The netherworld assassin only felt that at this moment, he was all alone in the world. For a moment he was actually distracted. The netherworld assassin finally sighed deeply. I'll go and take a look at Jun Taifeng's ending. Yin Yang Guest said, I've just reported this matter to the Heavenly King. If there are no accidents, tonight should be the King of Zhongyuan's last song. Bah, Jun Taifeng really doesn't deserve last song. It's my fault for using the wrong words. The netherworld assassin hesitated for a moment. His voice was a bit dry as he said, Can I go with you? Of course. But I want to warn you, don't act rashly. Even if it's just a thought, it's the difference between life and death. I don't have the ability to save you. I understand. 2 figures, riding on the wind, chased in the direction where the King of Zhongyuan went. The King of Zhongyuan carried Hua Qianshou and had already drifted far away. However, his movement speed was getting slower and slower. He was waiting to see if the last 2 subordinates would catch up. Even if one of them caught up, the King of Zhongyuan would feel that he wouldn't be too miserable in this life. Even if he were to die, there would still be people following him. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still only the whistling cold wind behind him. It was quiet. Not even one person followed him. None of them came. At this moment, the King of Zhongyuan's heart was as cold as ice. Suddenly he felt that this world was really lifeless. Ha 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 ha. Hua Qianshou suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed until tears and snot flowed down his face. You're waiting for them? Do you want one last consolation book? You actually think they'll come? Die with you? Go to hell together? I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. You. You're dreaming. You're a fucking stray now. Take a piss and look at yourself. You actually want loyal subordinates now? Just you? Trash like you? In your dreams. Shut up. Shut your mouth. The King of Zhongyuan only felt that the volcano in his heart had completely erupted. It exploded. No one came. Why didn't anyone come? Even the last subordinates of the 2 of you have left. The King of Zhongyuan carried Hua Qianshou and turned into a flash of light, passing through space and rushing toward the Hidden Dragon High School. His bright yellow robe flashed across the night sky. The 3-clawed golden dragon robe fluttered in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. From this moment on, the King of Zhongyuan did not look back anymore. He pushed his speed to the maximum. At the Hidden Dragon High School villa area. It was already 11 p.m. at night. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding got up from the balcony and prepared to go down to rest. However, at this moment they suddenly frowned at the same time and looked into the distance. Obviously, they noticed that someone was flying toward them from the other side like a madman, full of murderous intent. That monstrous aura of hatred could be clearly felt even from afar. The king of Zhongyuan. Zhuchanglu frowned. Is this guy crazy? Wu Yuding sighed softly. It's a pity. The king of 100 battles. Still can't keep his bloodline. Zhuchanglu sighed softly. Let the royal family adopt one. In the neighboring villa, Yi Changqing was reading in the study when he suddenly felt uneasy. A monstrous aura was already pressing down on him. Yi Changqing did not dare to be negligent. He reacted immediately. His aura suddenly erupted and he shouted, "Who is it?" He was about to fly out. With a boom, the person had already landed in the courtyard in front of the villa. With a thunderous roar he shouted, "Yi Changqing, come out." Yi Changqing's figure flashed and appeared at the door. The king of Zhongyuan? Yi Changqing looked at the king of Zhongyuan, who was already like a madman in confusion. He frowned and asked, "Your Highness, why have you come in the middle of the night?" Well, what was he holding in his hand? With a whoosh, the king of Zhongyuan threw the bloody body in his hand toward Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing dodged instinctively. The body immediately fell to the ground in front of him. Although the body was covered in wounds and was severely injured, he was still breathing. He turned over with difficulty and lay face up on the ground. His face, which was covered in blood, was still laughing happily. This person was severely injured. There was no hope for him. With Yi Changqing's rich experience, he could tell at a glance that this person was no different from a dead person. All the meridians in his body were broken. His internal organs were also destroyed and almost turned into powder. He was only relying on the last breath of a high-level martial artist to hang on to his last breath of life. Once this last breath of life dissipated, he would die and his Tao would vanish. Such an injury was destined to be incurable. In this situation, with such injuries, even if a deity came to save him, even if the 7 sword emperors of the 12 great shamans Tao League were present at the same time, they could only watch him die slowly. At most, a martial artist's original soul would not be destroyed and there would be a chance for him to be reincarnated. This is Housekeeper Ma? Yi Changqing carefully identified the man and exclaimed in surprise. Based on his understanding of the king of Zhongyuan's influence, Steward Ma was an unparalleled loyal old dog to the king of Zhongyuan. Many despicable things were done by this fellow for the king of Zhongyuan. It was precisely because of this that Yi Changqing increasingly did not understand the king of Zhongyuan's purpose in doing this. Butler Ma? The king of Zhongyuan laughed crazily. You only recognize Butler Ma? Ah. This is your good brother Yi Changqing. You don't recognize him? Ah. You don't recognize him? Hua Qinshu panted with difficulty. He opened his eyes and looked at the king of Zhongyuan. He cursed with all his strength. Jun Taifeng, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you. Ah. I'm so happy. Ah. Yi Changqing was shocked. Not only had he seen the king of Zhongyuan's butler many times, but he had also interacted with him many times. This was a scheming, sinister ghost domain man. How could he be like this at this moment? How could he be treated like this by the king of Zhongyuan? But why was he still cursing? What did the king of Zhongyuan just say? He said this person was his brother? How could this be? Who could this person be? Hua Qinshu. The king of Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. I fulfilled your last wish. What? You don't dare to tell your brother your name? Fuck you. Hua Qinshu panted with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of saliva. The moment he heard this name, Yi Changqing felt cold all over, but he also felt his blood boiling. Hua Qinshu? Qinshu? Yi Changqing staggered and his eyes widened. He suddenly threw himself in front of Hua Qinshu and hissed, You're Qinshu? You're my brother Qinshu. Hua Qinshu chuckled and his eyes softened. He murmured, Bossy. I've avenged my brothers. I've avenged my brothers. Chapter 771. Qinshu. Yi Changqing screamed. His body trembled as he hastily took out medicine from his storage ring. Bottles after bottles of ointment, he poured them on Hua Qinshu and said, You are really Qinshu. How could you be like this? How did you end up like this? It's useless. Hua Qinshu gulped. His eyes were smiling. It's useless, but I will drink some more. Bossy. I killed the king of Zhongyuan's Wife, children, illegitimate children including his crown prince. In short, the king of Zhongyuan's grandsons and granddaughters. All of them. How does it feel? Ah. Hua Qinshu laughed maniacally. He spat out the liquid he just drank along with the blood clots. Kill the men, rape the women, then kill them. Not a single one was left alive, not a single one escaped. Ha ha ha. Hua Qinshu laughed strangely and coughed. How dare he bully us? How dare he hurt us? Motherfucker. The king of Zhongyuan. Who is he? I will kill him. His whole family. Damn it. Ah. I can't believe I can do such a big thing in my life. This is so fucking awesome. Yi Changqing's tears gushed out like a fountain. Don't talk anymore. Save your breath. You. The king of the Central Plains, Li Lai roared, Yi Changqing, call all your brothers out. Today I will let this bastard watch as his brothers die one by one in my hands. King of Zhongyuan screamed crazily, or I will die in your hands. Tonight let's settle everything once and for all. Ah. King of Zhongyuan howled. He was like a wolf king who had all his wolves killed. He was howling alone on the mountain with wounds all over his body. Hua Qinshu's voice was urgent. Don't be fooled by him. Bossy, you should run now. As long as you can avoid this moment, he won't be able to do anything to you. We have avenged ourselves. I have done enough. I provoked him to come here. Just to say goodbye. Tell our brothers. I don't owe you any more. Yi Changqing slowly straightened his body, his eyes suddenly blossoming with an extremely sharp light. Good. Today I'll settle this with you. Me too. I want to settle this with you. With a cold voice, Grandma Shi Yu Jiaran, who was next door, also leaped over with a long sword in hand. Her eyes were filled with bone-piercing hatred as she looked at the Prince of Zhongyuan. Yi Changqing had already made the call. He knew that the king of the Central Plains was a formidable opponent. Back then, Qinggying had been severely injured by his sword and had almost died. Even if his brothers joined forces, they might not be a match for him. But tonight, seeing Hua Qinshu in such a miserable state, Yi Changqing could no longer control his temper. You want to end it? Then let's end it. Even if we have to bet the lives of all our brothers, we will fight you. Come. He dialed the number. 5 or 6 minutes later. When Xingtian, Lu Yichuan, Xiang Quangren, and Qinggying came one after another. There are 3 more brothers. They went to the front line to check the situation. Because the students have to change the defense, they went to check the situation there first. They won't be able to participate in this battle. Yi Changqing carefully knelt in front of Hua Qinshu and said, They can't come in person to see you off. Qinshu. So many brothers are coming to see me off. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Hua Qinshu laughed, satisfied, so satisfied. Boss, light me a cigarette. Light a few more. I want to smoke. I want to smoke to my heart's content. Yi Changqing hurriedly turned his head. Who has a cigarette? Then he remembered that he had a cigarette in his house to entertain guests. With a wave of his hand, he directly broke the window, grabbed a cigarette, opened it, hurriedly lit it, and sent it to Hua Qinshu's mouth. Qinshu, smoke slowly. There's plenty. Okay. Ha ha ha. Hua Qinshu had no teeth. He sucked the cigarette between his lips and spat out smoke. Good. Boss. When Xingtian and the others looked at Yi Changqing and the steward of the Wang residence of the Central Plains, they were puzzled. This is Qinshu. Yi Changqing carefully treated the wounds on Hua Qinshu's body, especially the bloodstains on his face. He said sadly, Hua Qinshu. Qinshu. Hearing this name, the 4 people were all shocked. The steward of the Wang residence of the Central Plains was actually him. Even Grandma Shi was surprised. She didn't know Hua Qinshu, but she had heard Shi Yunfeng talk about him more than once. Every time he talked about him, Shi Yunfeng would gnash his teeth and scold him. However, the pain and resentment in his heart couldn't be concealed. He had left a deep impression on her and was hard to forget. Qinggying was suddenly enlightened. So he is Qinshu. So that's how it is. When I barged into the imperial residence, I was severely injured in an instant. Initially, I thought that I would not be able to survive. However, after fighting with the butler, I was able to fight my way out of the imperial residence. So this is the truth. Hua Qinshu looked at Qinggying with the cigarette in his mouth and laughed strangely. If it wasn't for me, your bones would be rotten by now. Qinggying, I would have returned the favor of sucking my ass a long time ago. It's a pity that you didn't know and understand until today. You idiot. Qinshu. Qinggying's eyes were red. How How did you become like this? Hua Qinshu laughed strangely and was extremely proud. Back then each and every one of you. You were so condescending and arrogant to me. Bah. Wasn't it just sucking my ass? Fuck. Did you really think that I owed you a big favor and couldn't repay it? Each and every one of you thought that I saved your lives more than you saved my life. But now, Hua Qinshu declared proudly, I helped you. Get your revenge. Now you owe me. You must remember to pay me back. You got your revenge? Everyone was stunned. When Boss Yi was attacked, it was King of Zhongyuan who did it. Xiang Quangren's incident was also King of Zhongyuan's doing. And Shi Yunfeng's incident. It was King of Zhongyuan who took a fancy to Shi Yunfeng's wife. He schemed against Shi Yunfeng and killed him. Cheng Guying's incident was also King of Zhongyuan's doing. Hua Qinshu gritted his teeth and said, these things. I knew some of them but I didn't know some of them. I didn't have time to stop some of them. When old Shi died and Cheng Guying's girl was kidnapped, I decided to counterattack and kill Jun Taifeng's entire family. I hid in the Wang residence for so many years. Finally I found a chance. I got rid of King of Zhongyuan's henchmen. It was me who told. 100 years of loyalty. I am that bastard's confidant. I'm a loyal dog. I know every single one of his mistresses. I know every single one of his illegitimate children. I know every single one of his illegitimate daughters. Hee. The last few illegitimate daughters. I destroyed their martial arts and sold them. Ah. Cheng Guying, this is the interest I got for my granddaughters. Those few. Ah. They are quite fair. If you have time, you should go and take care of their business. I have already killed that bastard's bloodline, but I still have to thank him. Hua Qinshu laughed wildly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and gasped for breath. Thank you, Jun Taifeng. Ah. You are such a fucking idiot. You brought me here so that I can tell these guys about my glorious deeds. You fucking. Why do you have to listen to them again? Ah. Do you have fun listening to them? Jun Taifeng stared at him. Just tell them. If you don't tell them what you have done and how much you have sacrificed, they won't risk their lives to fight me to the death. I know you guys are old foxes. If you want to run away, I can't catch you all. I have to give you guys a reason to fight me to the death. I believe you. You said that after what you have done, as long as you are here, they would rather die than run away. I said that I will let you watch your brothers die one by one in front of you. I won't go back on my words. Later I will pull out their tendons and skin them. You let me taste the feeling of being separated from my own flesh and blood. I will let you taste it too. King Zhongyuan laughed crazily. Hua Qinshu, why don't you have a family? You old bastard. Why don't you have a family? I will enjoy it even more that way. Hua Qinshu was still laughing. He said viciously, I don't necessarily have a family. Those illegitimate daughters of yours. I have enjoyed them several times. Maybe they already have my seed? Ah. You can go and check. Find out which one is mine. The two of them cursed each other. Their filthy words were endless. They were extremely vicious. However, Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, Qing Gaiying, Lu Yichuan, Grandma Shi, and Yu Jiaren were all trembling. The main culprit. It was him, King Zhongyuan. When Xingtian pulled out his sword with a clang, his long-lost name 100,000 Slaughter reappeared in the world. Sword light wrapped around his body. He suddenly shouted, Today's battle, either you die or I die. Jun Taifeng, show me your weapon. On the other side, Hua Qinshu was coughing. His voice had become unprecedentedly weak. Brothers, remember. Live on. Play with more women for me. Do more bad things. If you dare to leave with me, I will look down on you. Even though their hearts were grieving to the extreme, Yi Changqing and the others still felt a burst of speechlessness. This guy's temper hadn't changed after so many years. He still didn't want to be a good person at all. At the last moment, in such a sad atmosphere, the words he said still made them want to beat him to death. Chapter 772. Are you done with your last words? The king of Zhongyuan laughed wildly. Hua Qinshu, old bastard, don't die. Keep your last breath. Watch me kill all your brothers in front of you. Hua Qinshu laughed desperately. Good. Today I will open my eyes and watch the king of Zhongyuan's bloodline be completely wiped out. Ah. Brothers, kill him. Kill him for me. His bloodline is gone. Kill him and it will be clean. Ah. Sword light flashed, solemn and magnificent. The king of Zhongyuan's sword of King Path was the first to strike. Yellow light flashed and the sky crossing cross flashed. When Xingtian let out a shrill cry and took the lead to transform into a ball of dazzling sword light as he rushed forward. At this moment, when Xingtian had fused all of his cultivation into this single sword strike. Old bastard! I will kill you. Xiang Quangren's sky piercer, Qing Gaiying's long saber, Yi Changqing and Lu Yichuan's swords, and Yu Jiaren's mountain river sword all struck out at the same time. Their target was King of Zhongyuan Jun Taifeng. When Xingtian was in the middle and the others attacked together. They attacked from above, below, left and right. Once they attacked, it was a battle formation that they were extremely familiar with. Although Shi Yunfeng was not here, Yu Jiaren, with a long sword in her hand, made up for this flaw with a perfect posture. The 6 masters attacked with all their strength, intending to kill. Hua Qianshou was lying on the ground, tilting his head desperately to watch the battle. Suddenly, tears came out of his eyes and he murmured, "Battle formation. This is a battle formation." With a loud bang, the battle began in an instant. There were 7 people on both sides. Everyone's eyes were red and they were all crazy. They only wanted to kill each other. There was only one word in everyone's mind: revenge. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian only had one thought, and so did the king of Zhongyuan. Revenge. Both sides were crazy. On the other side. Zuoxiaoduo and Zuoxiaoyan, who were alarmed by the noise nearby, hurried upstairs. They were relieved to see that their parents were fine. Something happened to Principal Yi. I have to go and take a look. Zuoxiaoduo's heart burned with anxiety as he flew away. Zuoxiaoyan followed him. Will he be all right? Wu Yuding asked worriedly. I'm fine. Zuochanglu said, I've just asked Xiaoyu and she's already arranged everything. Jun Taifeng, this is the final madness, the madness after losing his mental balance. He can't see past everything and he feels that everyone has betrayed him. He doesn't want to live anymore and that's why he's doing this. You don't want to live anymore? Wu Yuding was a little puzzled. Yeah. Zuochanglu told him what he heard from Yu Dongtian. Wu Yuding sighed as she listened. She didn't expect Hua Qianshou's revenge to be so extreme. If it were an ordinary person, most of them would just wait for an opportunity to kill. Very few people would really eliminate the source of the trouble, and even rape the victim's daughter. But this snake gentleman Hua Qianshou's revenge was from the cruelest and most vicious point of view. He only had one goal from the beginning: to end his family line, and to humiliate and ravage. So he did everything in the most extreme, most ruthless, most vicious, and even the dirtiest, most despicable and most extreme way of revenge. No wonder the king of Zhongyuan was driven crazy by him, and didn't want to live anymore. Originally, the king of Zhongyuan, who knew that he had lost, had planned to live the rest of his life peacefully, and not cause any more trouble. This was the last dignity and care that the 4 great generals gave him. But Hua Qianshou didn't want to let him go, because he knew that he hadn't avenged his brothers yet, and he couldn't let it end like this. That was why he had directed this play and led the situation to the current state. Wu Yuding wanted to say that this was too cruel, but when she thought of the things the king of Zhongyuan had done all these years, which one of them wasn't cruel to others? Now that he suffered such revenge, he deserved it. This was the cycle of karma. This battle had entered a white-hot state from the very beginning. It had only been half a minute, but everyone was already injured. When Xingtian's shoulder was dripping with blood, Qing Gaiying's back had a bloody wound, Yi Changqing's face was bleeding, Lu Yichuan's right hand was limp, and Grandma Shi was spitting blood. Xiang Quangren exerted the most strength, but he was also the most severely shaken, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his 5 internal organs were burning. The king of Zhongyuan's condition wasn't much better. One of his ears was missing and his face was covered in blood. His shoulder was also dripping with blood. But the king of Zhongyuan was the one who suffered the least injuries. He shouted crazily, Hua Qianshou, watch and see. The first one to die in front of you will be Wen Xingtian. Before he finished speaking, his body spun and the air trembled. The space was faintly distorted, and Yi Changqing and the others were pushed out of the battle. His sword was pointed at Wen Xingtian. Sky Sword Realm. Yi Changqing was shocked and he shouted, Xingtian, retreat. The king of Zhongyuan had broken through to the Sky Sword Realm? Why should we retreat? When Xingtian let out a fierce roar. The sword in his hand was cold and the sword light seemed to explode. He attacked with all his might. How long can you retreat for? Let's fight. When Xingtian roared, he's just a Sky Sword Realm induced by drugs. I'm not afraid of him. Instead of retreating, he charged at the king of Zhongyuan. Everyone could see that when Xingtian's muscles were bulging, and his body was expanding. Clearly, when Xingtian was planning to self-detonate and risk his life to fight the king of Zhongyuan. He wanted to create an opportunity for his brothers to perish together with the king of Zhongyuan. Although when Xingtian's cultivation was much lower than the king of Zhongyuan's, he was still in peak condition. His spiritual energy and soul were still intact. Even a Skysoar realm cultivator couldn't underestimate the power of his self-detonation. If it were a Skysoar realm cultivator who had survived hundreds of battles, when Xingtian's self-detonation wouldn't be able to stop him. However, the king of Zhongyuan had always lived like a prince. Although he had plenty of battle experience, the gap between him and Wen Xingtian, who had survived hundreds of battles, was like heaven and earth. Therefore, Wen Xingtian instantly determined that his self-detonation would be effective. Revenge. When Xingtian roared, his eyes filled with hatred. Blood feud. The king of Zhongyuan saw Wen Xingtian coming at him menacingly, but he didn't panic. He swung his sword of King Path several hundred times and met Wen Xingtian head-on. He had absolute confidence that after this attack, Wen Xingtian wouldn't exist in this world anymore. Similarly, Wen Xingtian wouldn't have the chance to come into contact with him. Although the power of his self-detonation was great, it would be futile as long as he didn't come into contact with him. At this moment, a cool breeze suddenly appeared, and the whole space suddenly became cold. A girl in white silently appeared and flew over. The snow-like sword in her hand was extremely cold, and it turned into surging sword energy that filled the sky. Swoosh! The sword light pierced through the king of Zhongyuan's Skysoar realm cultivator's spatial seal, causing the surging cold air to freeze the world. The snow-like sword landed on the king of Zhongyuan's sword of King Path. The person who attacked was Wuxia. With a piu sound, the two swords intersected, coming into contact with each other. The king of Zhongyuan only felt a bone-piercing coldness that suddenly traveled from the hand holding the sword to his elbow. In an instant, his entire right hand didn't seem to belong to him, and he couldn't feel anything. His sword technique also collapsed and he couldn't make a move. Just as when Xingtian said, he was only a Skysoar realm cultivator who had been raised by medicine, and his spiritual energy was far from a real Skysoar realm cultivator. As for his combat experience, he was far from a real Skysoar realm cultivator. The king of Zhongyuan was both shocked and furious. He snorted. "Where did this little bitch come from? You're courting death." His empty left palm suddenly turned golden and jade-like, and he slammed it out madly. Even though the two of them had only been in contact for a short while, the king of Zhongyuan had already keenly sensed that the woman who had appeared out of nowhere might have created a result that was almost like a dream, but at the end of the day she only had a unique cultivation technique. Her cultivation realm was only SOSO, and he had a high chance of killing her with one strike. Zhuxiaoyan's pretty face was as cold as frost. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her sword was light and graceful. She was like a fairy dancing in the wind. Hundreds of sword strikes in succession carried extreme coldness that could freeze all things, and completely blocked the king of Zhongyuan's attack. She was only at the peak of cloud transformation realm, and she hadn't even reached the god reigning realm. However, her foundation and accumulation were so profound that any expert would be stunned by her. The king of Zhongyuan had exhausted most of his energy to perform the Skysoar realm spatial seal, leaving Yi Changqing and the others outside the battle. He was facing Wen Xingtian alone. She had seized the opportunity to enter, and it could be said that she had seized the moment when Jun Taifeng's strength was at its lowest. Zhuxiaoyan seized the opportunity and broke the king of Zhongyuan's attack with a single sword strike. She also seized the opportunity to attack, and forced the king of Zhongyuan to continue his counterattack. When Xingtian let out a muffled groan, but his body dodged. The situation had changed, and it was meaningless to continue using self-detonation. Since it was useless, no one would want to self-detonate. Unless they were in a desperate situation, who would really want to die? In the blink of an eye, the king of Zhongyuan's golden jade hand and the tip of Zhuxiaoyan's sword had collided dozens of times. Thin lines of blood shot out from the king of Zhongyuan's palm. The sharpness of the Spirit Snatcher sword, coupled with the power of Zhuxiaoyan's Moon Soul Sutra, was something that even the king of Zhongyuan's physique couldn't withstand. Just as the blood spurted out, it was instantly frozen. The king of Zhongyuan's left and right hands were injured one after another, and they were frozen stiff by the extreme cold. The mysterious ice chi that Zhuxiaoyan had refined during this period of time poured into his blood vessels and skin in an extremely frenzied manner. The situation of the battle didn't develop as the king of Zhongyuan expected. Zhou Xiaoyan's strength and combat power, especially her cultivation method, were all beyond his expectations. After this round of confrontation, Zhou Xiaoyan grunted, and her pretty face flushed red. Her body floated backward and with a flip she retreated to the top of the wall. Her delicate body swayed a little, and then she steadied herself again. She held her long sword and stared at the battle ring. The moment Zhou Xiaoyan broke the space seal, Yi Changqing and the others were all veterans of hundreds of battles. Their combat experience was so rich that it made one's hair stand on end. How could they let go of such an opportunity? They rushed up at the first moment, and while protecting Wen Xingtian, they joined hands and launched a fierce counterattack against the king of Zhongyuan. Chapter 773. Xiang Quangren took the lead. With a loud roar, he descended from the sky like a god, his overlord halberd smashing down like a mountain-splitting axe. At this moment the king of Zhongyuan's left and right hands were frozen, and his internal organs were invaded by Zhou Xiaoyan's cold air. His combat strength had been reduced by more than half. With Zhou Xiaoyan's current cultivation she could only attack once in a battle of this level, even if she concentrated all her cultivation and aimed at the moment when the opponent's strength was reduced. However, this one attack was enough to turn the tide of the battle and turn defeat into victory. Faced with Xiang Quangren's fierce attacks, the king of Zhongyuan did not dare to take them head-on. He quickly swayed his body and constantly changed his mysterious footwork, trying his best to avoid the continuous attacks that were like a storm. When Xingtian moved forward and stabbed the king of Zhongyuan's thigh with his sword, the king of Zhongyuan did not make a sound and kicked Wen Xingtian away. Lu Yichuan stabbed the queen of Zhongyuan's waist with his sword but was kicked in the chest. He spat out blood and retreated. Xiang Quangren once again descended from the sky, the overlord's halberd striking the prince of Zhongyuan's back like a thunderbolt. With a dull thud, the prince of Zhongyuan let out a muffled groan as his body lunged forward, directly meeting Yi Changqing's sword head-on. With a poof, the sword pierced through his shoulder. However, the prince of Zhongyuan's yuan qi surged all over his body, causing Wen Xingtian's sword, which was originally stuck in his right leg, to fly out, the hilt ruthlessly hitting Yi Changqing's chest. Then blood spurted out from the wound on his leg and hit Yi Changqing's face like a 1,000-pound hammer. Yi Changqing grunted and fell to the sky. He was knocked into the stars and could not distinguish between anything and everything. Roar! With a loud roar, the king of Zhongyuan's right hand, which could barely move, blocked Chen Gaiying's attack. Unfortunately, he was not as agile as usual and 3 of his fingers fell off. However, the king of Zhongyuan grunted and the yellow light on his body suddenly flashed wildly. Suddenly, blood spurted out from the broken fingers on his hand, knocking Chen Gaiying's sword aside. The sword was covered in frost. The king of Zhongyuan took advantage of the moment when his fingers were cut off to release the cold air that invaded his body and counterattacked Chen Gaiying. Chen Gaiying roared, his face covered in frost. The Zhongyuan king channeled all of his attack power into his body and forced the icy power out of his hands. For this, he paid the price of severe internal injuries. The 2 blood swords even caused him to spit out half of the blood in his body. Zhongyuan's head was dizzy and his eyes were blurred. However, the other result of doing so was that the 6 of them wouldn't be able to seize the opportunity to beat him to death due to his stiff body. Zhou Xiaoyan's ice seal had created an opportunity to instantly kill the king of Zhongyuan. However, the king of Zhongyuan's cultivation was too high a level. Was of the king of the sky realm, was of Zhongyuan's of S's. Although he had to pay a hefty price with his Skysoar realm cultivation base, he was still able to put up a fight against them. Just as the king of Zhongyuan was rejoicing over his choice and circulating his inner qi to allow his body to regain its agility, a cold light suddenly flashed. The mountain and river sword in Grandma Shi's hand flew out and shot over like a shooting star, piercing into the king of Zhongyuan's chest. This desperate gambit was the culmination of Grandma Shi's lifetime's cultivation. The king of Zhongyuan's SS combat strength was depleted and his body was still stiff. Yet he was hit. Just as Grandma Shi was rejoicing over her success, the king of Zhongyuan grunted. Not only did the mountain and river sword fail to penetrate his body, but it also bounced off. A soft crack was heard, indicating that one of the king of Zhongyuan's ribs was broken. However, such a powerful attack only achieved this little result. His dragon robe is a treasure, Xiang Quangren roared. The Overlord halberd descended again. Xiang Quangren had already come to this conclusion when he attacked the king of Zhongyuan's back. Grandma Shi's attack further confirmed this conclusion. However, the king of Zhongyuan had already activated the golden jade hand with his left hand and slammed his palm on the Overlord halberd. Xiang Quangren roared as the Overlord halberd flew out of his hand and into the night sky. His body was also sent flying like a broken ball. This was a long story. However, a series of unforeseen events happened in the blink of an eye. Out of the 7 people who were fighting, 6 of them were already heavily injured. The king of the Zhongyuan roared as he prepared to follow up with another attack. Although he was heavily injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced, he was still a Skysor realm expert after all. His endurance was far greater than Xiang Quangren and the others. Especially since he had already broken through the ice seal, he had regained his mobility. In this battle where both sides were heavily injured, the king of Zhongyuan regained the upper hand. Although he was in a sorry state and was heavily injured, with his limbs injured and even his fingers cut off, he was still the strongest among everyone present. He was far above everyone else. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere changed again. The temperature of the entire place suddenly changed from the bone-chilling cold to the scorching heat of summer. In an instant it became extremely hot. A huge sun suddenly appeared, and another figure flew into the air. The light was so dazzling that everyone present could not see anything. A young man's voice shouted, "Eat my sword." The king of Zhongyuan laughed maliciously. Although he could not see because of the sudden light, his ability to listen to the wind did not diminish. He could still take advantage of the situation and launch a large-scale counterattack. In particular, the person who shouted just now had a cultivation base that was not enough to reach the apex. At most, he was only at the cloud transformation realm. He was even weaker than the girl who attacked just now. The king of Zhongyuan's sword of the king was brazen. It was mixed with the power of a torrential river. However, with a loud boom, 2 huge hammers arrived with great force. One of the hammers smashed onto the king of Zhongyuan's sword like the thunder god splitting the sky, while the other smashed directly onto the king of Zhongyuan's palm. With a muffled bang, a hidden cold light flew out at an extremely fast speed. Zuoxiao Duo let out a blood-curdling scream as he flew back like a rubber ball under the violent impact without any fuss. Although he had used the hammer to smash the sword and the hammer to the palm, catching the enemy off guard and taking advantage of the situation, Zuoxiao's cultivation base was worlds apart from the king of Zhongyuan's. Could not be measured by logic. He could not even withstand the most basic rebounding force. If it were not for the fact that the hammers had already neutralized more than 80% of the rebounding force, this strike would have been enough to kill Zuoxiao Duo. However, the effect of Zuoxiao's attack was immediate, and the effect was outstanding. The king of Zhongyuan closed his eyes abruptly. This cold light shot straight into his right eyelid. Even though he circulated his energy with all his might to resist, that cold light still broke through the vital chi seal on his eyelid and pierced halfway into his eye. The 7-inch awl pierced a full 3 inches into his eyeball. The king of Zhongyuan's right eye was destroyed just like that. A gush of black blood also spurted out. The king of Zhongyuan staggered in excruciating pain. He cursed furiously, "Despicable." The other party shouted, "Eat my sword." Under the strong light, the king of Zhongyuan's vision was blocked. Although he could determine the direction of the other party's attack with his ability to listen to the wind, he could only use his sword to meet the other party's sword. In the end, what he received was a huge hammer. 2 consecutive hammers, one on his sword and the other on his hand. Both his hand and sword were destroyed. More importantly, a hidden weapon that came out of nowhere suddenly appeared, and the moment it appeared, it was already right in front of his eyes. It pierced his eyes and there was no room for him to dodge. At that moment, the king of Zhongyuan was in so much pain that he wanted to die. This was the first time in his life that he had been plotted against so viciously. He was a noble to begin with. Even though his cultivation base was great, when it came to real battle experience he was far from being able to compare to Wen Xingtian and the others. If Wen Xingtian was attacked while he could not see anything, his first choice would definitely be to retreat. However, when the king of Zhongyuan instantly determined that the other party's cultivation base was not high, he chose to move forward and wanted to kill the other party instantly. That was why he suffered such a great loss that he could practically be said to have died with a remaining grievance. Yes, there was also the fact that he had been injured repeatedly, his body was damaged, his body was cold and hot, the rotation of ice and fire, and other factors that greatly affected the king of Zhongyuan's senses. If that were not the case, with the ability of a Skysoar realm cultivator to listen to the wind, how could he possibly be able to tell that there was such a huge difference between the attack from a sword and a huge hammer? The king of Zhongyuan's luck had deteriorated, and even the situation that should not have happened at all had happened. Zhuo Duo, who was sent flying by the huge force, was caught by Zhuo Xiaoyan. He tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Panting, he muttered, as expected of an expert. Truly amazing. Then he muttered, how dare he insult my wife? If I don't hit him twice with my hammer, I won't feel at ease. Even if he's a heavenly king, I'll still hit him twice with my hammer. I can't even bear to insult my wife. Even at such a critical moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, she felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. While circulating her energy to heal him, she pouted and grumbled, only you can do that. Zhuo Xiao's attack just now had been well planned. First, he used the blazing sun divine art to create a huge sun to confuse the enemy's eyes. Then he called out for a sword, but in fact, he used his hammer to confuse the enemy's judgment. The key to defeating the enemy was the surprise attack with the hidden weapons. In fact, what he used were two hidden weapons. He wanted to destroy the king of Zhongyuan's eyes and end this battle in one fell swoop. However, when he used the second hidden weapon, the surging energy was already close to him. His body involuntarily retreated, and as he leaned back instinctively, the hammer was deflected and sent flying. The wind howled as Qinggying rushed over with a face full of frost. The six of them were fearless again. They surrounded the king of Zhongyuan and attacked him crazily, as if they were hanging on his body. The king of Zhongyuan's left hand was crippled by the hammer, and the sword in his right hand was bent into the shape of a bow. One of his eyes was blinded, and some of the awl's tip had penetrated his brain. This was the moment when the pain was the most intense. At the same time, it was also the moment when his mind was the most muddled. It was also the best opportunity to kill him. The six of them were experienced fighters. How could they give the king of Zhongyuan a chance to catch his breath? Amidst the king of Zhongyuan's crazed roars, the storm of attacks continued. At this moment he had already lost count of how many attacks he had received. The attacks were like raindrops falling on his body, limbs and bones. With a hysterical roar, the yellow light exploded for the last time. An unparalleled power accompanied by a mouthful of blood crazily spurted out. Chapter 774. Boom. A violent force erupted from the king of Zhongyuan's body. Qinggying, Wen Xingtian, Yu Jiaran, and Lu Yichuan were sent flying at the same time. Their bones cracked in midair. Xiang Quangren took 3 steps back. His tall body collapsed as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. The overlord halberd in his hand broke into 3 pieces. Qinggying and Yu Jiaran's mouths were dripping with blood as they spat out a piece of flesh. Both of them hated the king of Zhongyuan to the extreme. Even if they were sent flying, they still bit onto the king of Zhongyuan's flesh with all their might and tore it off. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing, who had the highest cultivation, was still fighting the king of Zhongyuan with all his might. Both of their limbs were wrapped around each other. Yi Changqing refused to let go no matter what, allowing his bones to crack. His brothers had already lost their ability to fight. If the king of Zhongyuan managed to break free from him, they would die immediately. Yi Changqing fought with all his might. With a boom, both of them fell to the ground at the same time and continued to roll on the ground. The two of them roared madly and angrily. They rolled around on the ground, throwing punches at each other. Suddenly, Yi Changqing's hand stabbed viciously into the prince of Zhongyuan's left eye, his only remaining eye. Both of the king of Zhongyuan's eyes were crippled. The king of Zhongyuan kept vomiting blood, and Yi Changqing was also vomiting blood. The bones in their bodies were cracking and breaking in many places. However, their 4 legs were intertwined with each other, and neither of them allowed the other's leg to break free to attack. Their only remaining hand was frantically hitting the other's body. Meanwhile, the king of Zhongyuan's remaining hand had already turned into a bone club. Even his fingers and palm were gone. Every time he hit Yi Changqing, he felt more pain than Yi Changqing. Give me back my brothers' lives. Yi Changqing seemed to be unaware of pain. He was only left with the thought of attacking madly as he roared with all his might. Give me back my brothers' lives. The king of Zhongyuan also roared as he attacked with all his might. The king of Zhongyuan's yellow robe, which was obviously a treasure, was now riddled with holes. There were 30 to 40 spots on his body that were constantly spurting blood, revealing his white bones. The flesh on his neck was gone, and his cervical vertebrae were connected with cracking sounds. There were 5 or 6 slash marks on his scalp, and not a single strand of hair remained. That there was a hole in his stomach, and half of his intestines were hanging out. His injuries were so severe that they could have been fatal. However, the king of Zhongyuan was attacking with all his might, completely ignoring his own injuries. It was true that Yi Changqing did not care about his own safety, but the king of Zhongyuan was even more despairing at this moment. Chen Guiying staggered to his feet, roaring with all his might as he leaped forward. He grabbed the prince of Zhongyuan's intestines that were still on the ground and laughed bitterly. "Xiu, you're still alive. Watch me. Avenge you." With a loud roar, he desperately tried to pull it out, and his body desperately retreated. With this pull he really used up all his strength. He was already like a lamp that had run out of oil, but he still managed to pull a full 3 to 4 meters away. The king of Zhongyuan's screams instantly turned into ghostly wails and howls. He stopped attacking Yi Changqing. His bony left hand desperately held onto his intestines, and he allowed Yi Changqing to attack him. His intestines were straightened in midair by dust and gravel. Both of them were roaring with all their might. With a snap, his intestines broke. Chen Guiying fell to the ground, holding half of his intestines. He put them in his mouth and chewed furiously. "Jun Taifeng, I'm going to eat you, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you." On the other side, the king of Zhongyuan continued to howl miserably. Yi Changqing roared and continued to beat him up. Yu Jiaren staggered to her feet, raised her mountain and river sword and slashed down fiercely. Wherever the sword light passed, the king of Zhongyuan's legs were separated from his body. The king of Zhongyuan howled miserably. Suddenly yellow light flashed and he flew up, crashing into Yu Jiaren's chest. Yu Jiaren screamed and flew backward, blood spurting out of her mouth. The king of Zhongyuan fell down fiercely. His broken thighs immediately stabbed into the ground, and he howled miserably again. Now both of his hands were crippled. His right hand was like a smashed bamboo broken into pieces. Only half of his left hand was left. Both of his legs were chopped off, and both of his eyes were blinded. Even his intestines were pulled 3 to 4 meters away by Chen Guiying. After the last headbutt, he no longer had any attacking power. However, he was still shaking his head left and right, howling miserably and shouting hoarsely, "Die! Die! All of you must die!" Yi Changqing, who had fought him for the longest in close combat, had more than half of his bones broken. He was gasping for his last breath. At the last moment, he used his lifetime's cultivation and his own body to lock down the king of Zhongyuan's explosion. Otherwise, 1 or 2 of Wen Xingtian and the rest would have died. That was the king of Zhongyuan's last breath of origin energy. If he was not careful, it would be an extreme self-explosion. But it did not matter now. The king of Zhongyuan's last breath of origin energy had been exhausted. It was impossible for him to self-explode. Yu Jiaren and Chen Guiying slowly crawled towards the king of Zhongyuan on the ground. Their eyes were filled with extreme hatred. At this time the two of them were also completely exhausted. They didn't have much strength left in their bodies. As they crawled, the bones in their bodies cracked. However, their gazes were steady. They relied on their willpower to persevere. They couldn't bear to see this bastard die in front of them. They couldn't accept it. They must kill him with their own hands. They must cut off his last breath. When Xingtian's legs were broken, but he was still crawling forward with his elbows. Lu Yichuan was unconscious on the ground. "Qianshou." When Xingtian roared hoarsely, "Qianshou, hang in there. Hang in there for me. This bastard is going to die in front of you. Shi Yunfeng, brother, watch from the heavens. We have avenged you." "Avenged?" When Xingtian murmured. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and fainted on the ground. Far below the stairs, Hua Qianshou was still twisting his neck to look over. His face was still filled with a cruel smile. However, there was no longer any light in his eyes. Above his mouth, a lit cigarette had already burned to the end. The ashes fell on his lips. He did not know when this man, who did not know how his descendants would evaluate him in his life, had completely stopped breathing. In the end, he was 1 step ahead of the king of Zhongyuan. Finally, Grandma Shi and Chen Guiying crawled to the front of the king of Zhongyuan. The two of them roared angrily and pounced forward, forgetting everything. The short sabers and broken swords in their hands ruthlessly stabbed into the king of Zhongyuan's body again and again. Pull it out. Stab it again. Pull it out again. At this moment, the king of Zhongyuan could no longer resist. He groaned and cursed viciously on the brink of death. Until Granny sure bit his throat. With a snap, she crushed his laryngeal bone, broke his windpipe and broke his blood vessels. The king of Zhongyuan finally lost his voice. But Chen Guiying and Yu Jiaran were still crazily stabbing, slashing, biting, tearing, and tearing. Rumbled that the king of Zhongyuan's head rolled on the ground. Chen Guiying used the last bit of his strength to jump up and press the head under his body. He gasped for breath and stabbed the broken sword in his hand with all his strength. Xiu, Grandpa has avenged you. Yunfeng, Qianshou brother has avenged you. Avenged? Ah. Chen Guiying raised his head and roared. Suddenly he fainted because of exhaustion. On the other side, Yu Jiaran was still biting the king of Zhongyuan's body. Give me back Yunfeng. Give me back my husband. Give me back. Give me back. As she bit, big drops of tears fell down. Zui Xiaoduo and Zui Xiaoyan, who had been watching for a long time, couldn't help but shiver. They looked at each other and felt that their teeth were chattering. They were the two people who were in the best condition. Zui Xiaoyan wasn't even seriously injured. She still had the strength to fight. However, what they saw in front of them was too exciting and shocking. It was far beyond their knowledge and experience. They didn't move for a long time and were stunned on the spot. There was such a terrible hatred in the world. The power of hatred was so great. In fact, if the two of them hadn't intervened in this battle, the result would have been reversed. As the king of Zhongyuan said, he would have killed all of Hua Qianshou's brothers in front of him. Finally, there was no more movement. From the beginning to the end, Yinyang Guest and the Netherworld Assassin, who were in the air, had been watching this battle. They had seen the insufferably arrogant king of Zhongyuan die miserably. The Netherworld Assassin was trembling all over. He stared straight as if he was in a nightmare. His forehead was full of cold sweat. Let's go. Yinyang Guest also felt that his body was full of cold sweat. Okay. I'll go to the Sun Moon Pass. The Netherworld Assassin was trembling all over. This cruel scene made this experienced Jianghu man, who had killed countless people, have a subtle feeling of being scared out of his wits. Okay. The two of them disappeared while trembling. In the void, there were a few people who had been watching quietly from the beginning to the end. Why didn't they do anything? Isn't the price they paid a bit too tragic? We can't do anything. Yu Dongtian took a deep breath. This is their revenge. If we do something, we won't let them vent their anger. That boy and girl. They are their students. It's natural for them to avenge their teacher. If they couldn't win, we would have intervened. But since they exhausted Jun Taifeng, we don't have to do anything. This is what they deserve, Understood. The other person sighed softly. The descendants of the Imperial War God are gone. Just like that. Marshal Shiman looked down bitterly. The request of his old brother was still ringing in his ears. Now, he had to watch his son being killed by a group of people in the most cruel way. Can you commit crimes as you wish after gaining merits? Yu Dongtian glared at him. If I have a son, can I kill all of you? Continue to live a carefree life? Chapter 775. Merits and demerits. When it doesn't involve principles, there can be friendship. But when it involves fundamental problems, merits and demerits can't be mixed together. Yu Dongtian said coldly, besides, the king of the Central Plains, Jun Taifeng, should have died long ago. If it weren't for his father, if it weren't for those people in the West Army, he would have been cut into pieces long ago. Yes. Marshal Shiman lowered his head. If anyone in your army dares to take revenge on these people, I'll kill them too. Yu Dongtian looked at Marshal Shiman and said, let me tell you, I won't sympathize with their brotherhood. I promise I won't. I hope not. The heavenly king of the right snorted and said in a low voice, Shiman, let me tell you, the minister is right next door to this villa. He saw the whole thing with his own eyes. After you go back, if your old subordinates really do anything, I think you know what the consequences will be. Marshal Shiman trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. Absolutely not. I promise with my life. If anyone dares to do anything, I'll deal with them first. A cold wind blew. On the ground, a few people were lying on the ground in a mess. Zui Xiaoduo and Zui Xiaoyan, who finally came to their senses, hurriedly flew down to check on their injuries. With one look, the two of them were horrified. Every one of these people was seriously injured to the extreme, even to the extent of hindering their Taoist foundations. However, as long as they were treated in time, their lives would not be in danger. They quickly gave each of them a bottle of the best spiritual water and fed them all kinds of healing elixirs. That Zhuxiao duo rushed into the room and carried out a few mattresses. He put these people on them and then started to treat their injuries slowly. He didn't move them in because Zhuxiao duo knew they wouldn't want to. Although it was cold outside and the smell of blood was even worse, they still had a brother here, and they hadn't sent him away yet. At this time, they wouldn't only care about their own injuries. They wouldn't only care about their own safety. As expected, Yi Changqing was the first to wake up. He murmured, "Is Jun Taifeng dead? Dead. He was killed by you all. You have taken your revenge." Zhuxiao duo nodded vigorously. Yi Changqing's eyes lit up, and he suddenly began to struggle. Qianshou, brother, where's my brother?" He struggled to look for him. When Xingtian and Lu Yichuan also woke up at the same time. When Xingtian anxiously and hoarsely called out, Qianshou, are you still there?" "Qianshou, Jun Taifeng was dead. Did you see it?" But no one answered. After a long while, the six of them struggled and begged Zhuxiao duo to help them sit up. They sat side by side in front of Hua Qianshou. Looking at the motionless Hua Qianshou, they couldn't help but sob and cry. Hua Qianshou was already dead. His corpse had already begun to stiffen, but that strange and vicious smile still remained on his face. Qianshou. When Xingtian and the others cried bitterly, choking with sobs. "My brother." Yi Changqing roared, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He thought that after leaving the army, they would not lose each other again. But he never expected that they would still leave one after another. "Qianshou." Qing Gaiying stroked Hua Qianshou's face, tears streaming down his face. "Don't go. There are only a few of us left in this world. Don't go." Qing Gaiying burst into tears. He had taken his revenge. However, his brother was no longer around. Today he had taken his revenge. Only his brother would never come again. A figure flashed. Marshal Shimin appeared in front of them. "You guys need to hurry up and treat your injuries. You can't be a group of dragons without a leader. Since you have already taken your revenge, you still have to shoulder the responsibilities that you should shoulder." Marshal Shimin said, "Don't think that you only have brothers. You still have so many students." "Yes, I'll take you to heal. There's a super nourishment chamber for you to rest in for a night. Heavenly King has also given you elixirs. Here, I'll send someone to set up a morning hall for Hua Qianshou. When you're better, come back and send him off." "Thank you, Marshal." Lu Yichuan choked with sobs and said, "Marshal, please get a good coffin for my brother first. We can't move now, so we can only ask for your help. We want to use his real name to bury him." "No problem, Marshal." Qing Gaiying said, "I beg you to leave Jun Taifeng's head behind." Marshal Shimin was silent for a long time. Finally he slowly nodded. "All right, but after you've paid your respects to the dead, I'll send someone to get it. The descendant of the god of war was killed by you just like that. Even if he deserved it as his father's brother. I don't feel good." "We understand Grand Marshal's difficulties." When Xingtian said, "Thank you for your understanding, Marshal," they truly understood because they also had brothers. They were brothers to each other. Moreover, there was another brother lying on the ground near them. And this brother of mine is lying here because he wants to avenge us. So they completely understood Marshal Shimin's mentality of letting his brother down. They were brothers of life and death, but Marshal Shimin and Jun Taifeng's father were also brothers who entrusted their lives to each other. "Let's go." Marshal Shimin waved his hand and a dozen people came down from the sky. A few of them lifted the mattress and flew away, while the others stayed behind to clean up the mess. "You two quickly go back and heal your wounds." Marshal Shimin looked at Zhuxiao duo and Zhuxiaoyan, and said in a gentle but low voice, "The martial world is so cruel. Quickly improve yourselves and prepare to enter the secret territory." "Yes." Zhuxiao duo and Zhuxiaoyan stuck out their tongues and quickly ran away. Even when he returned home, he was still shaken by the cruelty of today's battle, and trembled incessantly. So a real battle is so cruel. Before this, it was really hard to imagine. In Yi Changqing's courtyard. "Marshal, how do we report the news of Jun Taifeng's death?" Jun Taifeng's rebellion was exposed, and he committed suicide to escape punishment. Marshal Shimin sighed and said, "Report it to His Majesty, and ask His Majesty to give him a posthumous title for the sake of his father's face. As for the aftermath, our Western army will take care of it. My old brothers from back then, I'm afraid they will complain." Complain? They dare to complain? Marshal Shiman said angrily. I was there personally and I didn't dare to say a word. If they have the ability, go find the heavenly king or the minister. All of them have bad tempers. Tell them if they don't teach their descendants well in the future, they will end up like Jun Taifeng, or even worse. Whoever dares to complain, I don't need anyone else, I will beat him to death. The wind howled in the air. Marshal Dongfang led his men and rushed over as if his life depended on it. I heard that the king of Zhongyuan wants to make things difficult for the retired veterans of our Eastern Army? How did he offend the king of Zhongyuan? Marshal Dongfang's voice carried a strong smell of gunpowder. Damn it, I was too embarrassed to kill him last time, but I gave him face. Where is he? Marshal Shiman's nose and eyes didn't look like eyes. He said, Jun Taifeng was already killed by your men, what else do you want? Grind his bones and scatter his ashes? Killed by my men? Marshal Dongfang froze for a moment and then said, what about Yi Changqing and the others? They went to heal their wounds and none of them died. Marshal Shiman felt somewhat suffocated. So that's how it is, haha. Marshal Dongfang laughed. Then it's fine, let's withdraw. Shiman, you have worked hard today, I will treat you to a drink some other day, and we will talk about it then. With a whoosh, Marshal Dongfang flew away with a large group of people. He didn't even arrive at the scene and flew away faster than when he arrived. He knew very well that he had lost his momentum, and it was Marshal Shiman who was suppressing his anger. If Marshal Shiman really wanted to beat him up, it wouldn't be worth it and he wouldn't be able to reason with him. All of you are so protective of your children. Sooner or later, something will happen. Marshal Shiman gritted his teeth and cursed. After a while he came to his senses. Damn, the Hidden Dragon High School's matters should be handled by the East Army, right? You guys are from the East Army. You guys ran away so fast. Old cunning fellow. When we meet next time I will beat you to death. After Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan returned, they hurriedly went into the Void Extermination Tower to heal their wounds. Their injuries were very limited, and Zhuo Xiaoduo only suffered some minor internal injuries, but they quickly recovered. In the morning, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding said goodbye to their children and embarked on their return journey. You too must be well. Wu Yuding hugged her son and daughter. We will call you and send you a video. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were still worried, but their faces were very relaxed. Dad, Mom, you will come back safely. We will wait for you. Let's go. Dad, Mom, Dad, goodbye. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding got into the car. The Gao family was already waiting for them in a luxury car. The couple got into the car and drove out of Fenghai City. They did not say a word for a long time. Xiaoduo, Xiaoyan. Wu Yuding finally said in a low mood, I am still worried. What else is there to be worried about? I told you everything clearly. Zhuo Changlu had to be relaxed. Our children and grandchildren have their own lives. Don't worry too much about them. What do you know? You don't care about our children at all. How can you be a father like this? Wu Yuding was angry. Zhuo Zhanglu had successfully turned his wife's concern for their children into anger at him. That's how it works. I will bite you to death. They quarreled all the way and went further and further away. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan watched their parents leave. Their hearts were heavy. They were not in the mood to practice, talk, eat, or drink. They went into the dimension-destroying tower and sat back to back on the grass. Both of them were in a daze. They were in a daze for a long time. They sighed repeatedly. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo, who liked to mess around and take advantage of others, was quiet. He did not tease Zhuo Xiaoyan for a long time. Chapter 776. Are you okay? You should be okay, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo nagged as if he was addicted to it. I'm sure you're okay, absolutely okay. Zhuo Xiaoyan leaned on Zhuo Xiaoduo's back and said softly, Nian Nian cat. It's uncomfortable leaning on my back. Let's stand chest to chest. Little doggy Zhuo. Let's fight. Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. She leaped up with a long sword in her hand. Other than taking advantage of me, little doggy Zhuo has no other thoughts. I have to beat him up. The loser has to do the cat ear cat tail dance. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of confidence. He activated the Flaming Sun Sutra to the maximum and danced happily. Cat ear dance. Twist your waist. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted loudly. Hence Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed forward excitedly and expectantly. Zhuo was brutally beaten up. Zhuo was so depressed that he died. Zhuo was brutally whipped. He rolled on the ground after being kicked. If you hit me again, I'll take off my pants. Hence, Duo, who was beaten to the ground, started to act like a hooligan. He grabbed his belt with both hands and threatened her seriously. His eyes were full of eagerness as if he would show her his but if she didn't agree with him. And from the looks of it, he would show her his pants even if she didn't agree with him. Shameless. Xiaoyan's face was flushed red. She immediately retreated. Based on her understanding of little doggy Zhou, he was really capable of doing that. And he was looking forward to it. After being beaten up as usual, the two of them started to cultivate actively. Pieces of top-grade jade of astral souls quickly turned into powder in their hands. That the spiritual energy in the Tower of Void Destruction was getting stronger and stronger. Zhuo Duo started to compress his spiritual energy again, enduring the intense pain. Every time he did this, as long as Xiaoyan was beside him, Zhuo Duo would not make a sound. If Xiaoyan wasn't here, Zhuo Duo would scream himself hoarse. However, with Xiaoyan here, Zhuo Duo wouldn't make a single sound. This was a matter of a man's pride. Do you know what a man's pride is? I can't let Nian think that her man is a weakling who can't even bear a little pain. A man has to be tough. Tough as in tough. I can take off my pants without a word, but I can't be stubborn. Zhuo Duo was determined. In his dantian the sledgehammer danced. Clang, 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 clang. It's the 25th time. After the compression he stood up and hammered wildly. When Xiaoyan was done with her cultivation, Zhuo Duo, who thought that his cultivation had improved a lot, once again proposed a bet with the cat's ears. Then he was taught a lesson again, beaten up until he fell to the ground. He threatened to take off his pants again and regain the upper hand. However, after the two of them cultivated, their activities, their dispersal, and their familiarization were all completed in this strange atmosphere. Then they started a new round of cultivation. In other words, their cultivation process started when Zhuo Duo started to make a fool of himself again, when Xiaoyan angrily taught him a lesson, and when someone was beaten to the ground, they started to cultivate again. It was a cycle that went back and forth. They spent a total of 12 days in the Tower of Void Destruction. Zhuo Duo succeeded in compressing his spiritual energy to 28 times. He vaguely felt that he had reached his limit. He was only half an inch away from being full. It seemed that he could not compress his spiritual energy for another 29 or 30 times. Zhuo Duo was very dissatisfied with this result. He could not achieve his goal. Of course he would not be happy or satisfied. He was so angry that he wanted to take off his pants. In a fit of anger, he took out a few pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls and started to cultivate again. Zhuo Duo thought for a while and decided to drag the heart of the sun over and put it near him to assist in his cultivation. He absorbed the heart of the sun from the void with his left hand and the supreme grade jade of astral souls with his right hand. In an instant, abundant spiritual energy rushed into his meridians with an unprecedented momentum. Zhuo Duo was unmoved. He continued to absorb the pure spiritual energy from the supreme grade jade of astral souls and the extremely fierce yang qi from the heart of the sun rushed to the bottom of his dantian and formed a whirlpool. The spiritual energy in his entire body boiled like a flash flood. Zhuo Duo had predicted this. He immediately diverted his attention to compress his spiritual energy. He continued to absorb as he did so. With this unprecedented assistance, he finally managed to suppress his spiritual energy 2 more times. His spiritual energy had reached a point where it would explode if he did not achieve a breakthrough. He raised his head and drank the 9 heaven spiritual spring liquid. 1 drop. An extremely cool and refreshing feeling quickly spread throughout his meridians and bones from the moment it entered his mouth. With a muffled sound, the clothes on Zhuo's body exploded due to the sudden burst of qi energy. In an instant he was naked and clean. He had finally achieved his goal of taking off his pants. The cool and refreshing air continued to flow through every meridian and every corner of his body. Wherever the cool and refreshing air passed, the pores on his skin would emit a stream of spiritual energy of different colors. Most of the spiritual energy was gray in color, completely different from the ordinary spiritual energy. As the cool feeling circulated, Zhuo's body was like a fountain. The gray hue of spiritual energy spurted out continuously. There were a total of 36,000 streams. In an instant hundreds of streams converged into the sea. The cool feeling flowed into his dantian. The boiling spiritual energy calmed down instantly after it came into contact with the cool feeling. It even showed signs of being suppressed. The cool feeling enveloped all the spiritual energy in his dantian. Then, it slowly seeped in and squeezed. More and more gray spiritual energy was squeezed out. It flowed through his meridians and pores and was expelled from his body bit by bit. After exactly half an hour, Zuoxiao Duo circulated his spiritual energy. After one cycle, he could clearly feel that his spiritual energy had undergone a fundamental change. The purity of his vital essence had reached an unimaginable level. With a single thought, his spiritual energy flowed through his body naturally. It was smooth and comfortable. Compared to before, the change was obvious. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. He checked the total amount again. Fortunately, it's only less than 10%. Zuoxiao Duo had a rough idea. He had only been cultivating for a short period of time. Although he had used external forces to improve his cultivation, it was mostly with the help of the Jade of Astral Souls, Dragon Blood Flying Dagger and so on. Therefore, the amount of vital essence he had cultivated was still considered pure. Previously, he would compress his vital essence in every realm, which would also make his vital essence purer. It could be said that there were very few impurities in it. Most of the impurities that were squeezed out by the 9 heaven spiritual spring liquid came from the spiritual energy in the Jade of Astral Souls. As for the other impurities, he dared not say that there were none, but there really weren't many. I have to replenish it quickly. Zuoxiao Duo saw that the vital essence in his dantian, which was close to boiling, had calmed down and was completely compressed. It only took up half of the total amount in his dantian. Zuoxiao Duo did some calculations and realized that he had done something wrong. Damn, I can still suppress it at least 10 more times. I have to start cultivating quickly. I don't care anymore. I'll just use the best quality Jade of Astral Souls, the Heart of the Sun, and the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger. I have to complete the process of filling my vital essence as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might not be able to make it in time. Zuoxiao Duo was about to cultivate when he suddenly realized that he was naked. He looked at Zuoxiaoyan, who was cultivating and had yet to wake up. He hurriedly tidied himself up and put on his clothes. It's not that I care about my pure body. I don't care if she sees me naked. In fact, I'm very happy to let Nian Nian see me naked. However, the important thing is that I can't let Nian Nian know that my clothes will explode after consuming the 9 heaven spiritual spring liquid. I'm waiting for her to consume the 9 heaven spiritual spring liquid. When that time comes, I'll open my eyes wide and watch carefully. When she consumes the 9 heaven spiritual spring liquid, the moment she consumes it, her clothes will explode. Wow. I'm looking forward to it. Zuoxiao Duo was drooling. He felt that the Flaming Sun Sutra below him was automatically activated. For a moment, his second brother was about to soar into the sky like a dragon riding on the clouds. Calm down. Second brother, calm down. Calm down. Zuoxiao Duo gently pressed a certain brother down and used his thighs to clamp him down, comforting him. Now is not the time, just bear with it a little longer. Bear with it a little longer. Don't worry, this little brother will never let you down. One day I'll let you have your fill. After comforting him for a long time, his second brother finally stopped transforming and returned to his original form. Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaoyan fought more than 10 rounds in the space-destroying pagoda before they finally came out. His parents weren't around and Swollen wasn't around either. This fellow had been cultivating with Xiangbing every day. He didn't know how he was progressing. Next door, a funeral was being held. Yi Changqing and the others looked like they had just recovered from a serious illness. They still couldn't walk properly, but they were holding a grand funeral. Hua Qianshou. This was the first time that this name had entered everyone's attention. Yi Changqing and the others didn't explain much. They just said that their brother had passed away in an accident a few days ago, and they were here to send him off. Everyone was dressed in white, mournfully sending off their brother. Only Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaoyan were witnesses at the scene, and had participated in the battle. When Xingtian found an opportunity to tell the two of them everything. When Xingtian's original intention was to use his private channels to spread the news. Hua Qianshou had taken revenge for his brothers. Although his methods were too extreme, too vicious and too extreme, his feelings for his brothers were truly indescribable. In order to avenge his brothers, he gave up everything and gave up everything. He didn't inform anyone. He became the person directly involved in the destruction of the prince of the Zhongyuan's residence with his own strength. In the end, the prince of the Zhongyuan, who was renowned throughout the world, lost his family and descendants, and even died an unnatural death. When Xingtian felt that such a brother, no matter what he did, was the pride of his life to have such a brother. No matter how bad he was, no matter how he usually behaved. But I have such a brother. I'm proud to have such a brother. I can die without regrets. Let's not talk about Hua Qinshuo's character. I just want to ask, in this world who wouldn't want such a friend and brother? Chapter 777. Zhou Xiaoduo's shock was no less than Wen Xingtian's. As a man he was at the most hot-blooded young age. He could not resist such brotherhood. The two of them offered incense respectfully. All the male descendants of the Xiang family, the Lu family, and the Cheng family joined the ranks of his relatives and friends. They wore mourning clothes and sent him off. Zhou Xiaoduo was filled with emotions. After he came back, under Zhou Xiaoyan's watch and polishing, he wrote down the entire incident in detail. Then he sent it to Zhou Shuai's company. Zhou Shuai's company was working hard to produce a TV series and movie related to Shi Yunfeng. They were already in the post-production stage, and it was said that they would be released soon. After receiving the latest news from their boss, they attached great importance to it. Of course, the main reason was that this incident was too sensitive. They exposed it through a grapevine, which was even more eye-catching and fascinating. Zhou Shuai's company quickly worked on this incident. In the afternoon they published an article titled, "Shocking. The king of the Central Plains, whose name shook the world and power overturned the imperial court, fell just like that. Come and hit me if I don't shock you so much that your eyeballs will pop out." 1. Was freshly published and entered the public's view. This was just the beginning, but the suspense and hooks in it were enough to write a 7-million-word novel. There were even people in Zhou Shuai's company who strongly suggested that they use the highest price to invite the most handsome, most cultured, most elegant, most cultured, and most cultured author with the surname Feng to write this story. For this they would not hesitate to pay 10 billion yuan. Of course, in order to keep it a secret, the author's name was Feng Ling the World. This matter was still under discussion, a secret discussion. In an extremely short period of time, there was already a huge uproar on the internet. The main reason was that there were too many people in the outside world who did not know about the destruction of the king of the Central Plains. Many people were surprised when they saw it. The king of the Central Plains fell? They instinctively clicked on it. In a short period of time, a snowball was rolling on the internet, and the snowball was getting bigger and bigger. So, the king of the Central Plains is this kind of person. So, the king of the Central Plains did so many bad things. So this is the truth. Damn, I really didn't expect this. I'm really shocked. Shocking. My eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. My lungs are about to explode. My balls are about to explode. In an instant, my 300 million descendants exploded. Editor, you're too awesome. You even know about these private matters. I'm on my knees. My entire body is about to explode. However, Zhou Xiaoduo did not care about these matters after he had explained the initial direction of the discussion. He focused on entering the Tower of Annihilation to practice. On the school field, Li Chenglong was sweating profusely as he cultivated with Meng Zhongjun and the rest of the younger generation of the Gao family that he also wanted to break through to the nascent soul transformation stage in his most perfect state. Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, and the others also wanted to have more combat experience and accumulate more spiritual qi. As for Li Chenglong's request to spar, they naturally hit it off and were happy to see it happen. As for the 9 heaven spiritual spring, Zhou Xiaoduo did not give it to Li Chenglong. Because if Li Chenglong took it now, he might not be able to make it in time for this operation. Also, at the current stage, at least in Zhou Xiaoduo's opinion, it was not the best time for Li Chenglong to take it. It would be better to take it when he broke through to the cloud transformation stage. The effect would be better and more obvious. He believed that by that time, the brothers would have broken in to a certain extent and could bring Swollen Boy to the Tower of Annihilation to practice at ease, so that his foundation would be more stable. As for now, Zhou Xiaoduo would not take the risk even if father and mothers did not say anything. It wasn't that Li Chenglong wasn't loyal enough, but rather, Li Chenglong's cultivation base, wisdom, composure and experience in dealing with people weren't at the level where he could share such a shocking secret. The whole environment and atmosphere of the Hidden Dragon High School was to give it their all, using battle as a substitute for training, to cultivate to the extreme and improve to the extreme. After Hua Qinshuo's funeral, with Xiang Quangren leading the team and 10 teachers accompanying him, the 2,500 people of the Hidden Dragon High School set off. On that day the parents sent them off all the way to the outskirts of Fenghai City. It's only 3 months, we'll be back soon. Whether it was the students or the parents, they were reassured by this. The spring festival was coming and the weather was freezing. The border would only be even colder. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a war to break out in such a season. In the past hundreds and thousands of years or even longer, it was always like this. The children were only there to gain experience and feel the atmosphere of the battlefield at the border. Although the Sky Surveyor throne had just issued the order for war, no one thought in the worst direction at all. In a season where even a piss could produce a popsicle, what was the point of fighting? Even Xiang Quangren and the teachers leading the team had such thoughts. After they sent the people off, they had to return immediately. After all, there had been too many similar experiences before. The reason why Xiang Quangren went was because he had been troubled by the strange phenomenon before and had not been to the front line for too long. He planned to use this trip to find his old brothers and talk about the old days, as well as to make a name for Qianshou. When he was in the army, all of you looked down on him, beating and scolding him every day. How about now? That's how my brother treats all of us. I'm so proud to have such a brother. Having such a brother, not only is my life not a waste, I can boast about it for 3 lifetimes. Are you envious? Are you jealous? The team set off in a meandering manner, accompanied by cheers and laughter, gradually going further and further away. Zhuxiao Duo was sweating profusely in the dimension-destroying pagoda, trying his best to fight with Zhuxiaoyan. Although he was repeatedly suppressed, knocked down, beaten black and blue, and swollen all over. However, he could also feel that his foundation was becoming more and more solid. He had entered Dao too late. Compared to his peers, there was a considerable gap. With Zhuxiaoyan's current cultivation level, she could firmly suppress Zhuxiao Duo and could be said to have an overwhelming advantage. Because of this, she could be like a sledgehammer, pounding Zhuxiao Duo hard, making his foundation even more solid. Zhuxiao Duo, for the sake of the erotic benefits after his victory, gave his all in every battle, hysterical. Cat ear dance. With a roar of excitement, he hammered his hammer continuously. Cat tail dance. Hammer hammer hammer. Cat belly dance. Cat pole dance. Cat. Before the last cat dance could be called out, he was already knocked down to the ground by the exasperated Zhuxiaoyan, and then beaten up again. This little bastard only wants to humiliate me. Can't he think of something else? Finally, after countless battles, Zhuxiao Duo, who had once again sucked dry the dragon blood flying dagger and consumed 50 pieces of supreme-grade astral soul's jade, could no longer suppress the abundant spiritual energy that was once again surging to the peak. The heart of the scorching sun seemed to be as hot as before, but Zhuxiao Duo could clearly feel that the heat it was emitting was far less than before. He did not know if it was because the energy contained in the heart of the scorching sun had been greatly depleted, or because he had become stronger. Zhuxiao Duo sat cross-legged in the Tower of Annihilation. He could feel the vortex in his dantian spinning rapidly. It was spinning so fast that even he could not keep track of it. It was extremely fast. As it continued to spin, a small hair-like substance was slowly forming in the center of his energy center. The moment it took shape, Zhuxiao's body shook, and a stream of black blood spurted out of his nostrils. One of his meridians was suddenly connected, and spiritual energy surged like a torrential tide. In an instant, the spinning in his energy center became 10 times faster. That hair-like, fiery red object was slowly growing in size while madly devouring spiritual energy. Zhuxiao Duo suddenly had an urge to eat. Cotton candy. I really want to eat it. Isn't cotton candy like this? First, it starts to spin bit by bit, and as it spins and spins, it wraps itself around the target bit by bit until it forms a big furry ball? A big furry ball. A big furry ball. Isn't that my second brother? As he thought about it, Zhuxiao Duo almost laughed out loud. Zhuxiao Duo was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, and Zhuxiaoyan was naturally fully focused on protecting him. At this moment, she saw that guy's face had a joyful and wretched smile after his breakthrough that she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that breaking through to the nascent soul gives one such happy feeling? Why didn't I feel anything when I broke through? At that time, I only felt nervous and expectant. Zhuxiaoyan looked at the smile on Zhuxiao's face, and her heart was filled with doubts. The more she looked at that smile, the more it didn't seem like a good thing. Instead, it seemed like Dog had set a trap for me and wanted to take advantage of me, and he had already succeeded in doing so. This guy. Is he still thinking about bad things at such a serious time? Zhuxiaoyan suddenly felt a surge of anger filling her heart. This bastard, he must be humiliating me in his heart. She had to admit that Zhou Xiaoyan's understanding of Zhou Xiaoduo was already at the level of a master. Even the slightest change in his expression could be observed and accurately grasped. This was the way her mother taught her how to control her husband. It was an absolute treasure. Nian, you're simple-minded and you definitely won't be a match for Dog in the future. But as long as you can grasp this point, it's enough to deal with most situations. Mom, what point is it? Please enlighten me. Expression, eyes. Mood, expression, thoughts, and eyes. You just need to study the expression on his face. That's enough. When you've studied it thoroughly, no matter how scheming he is, it has nothing to do with you. Mom, why is that? Silly girl, do you know who a man tells the most lies in his life? Oh, you're so silly. In a man's life, the person he deceives the most is his own wife. In a man's life, most of the words he tells his wife are lies. Men are big liars in their bones. But as long as you grasp the changes in his expression, you can tell at a glance when he's lying. When you're in a good mood, you can ignore it, pretend not to know, or even pretend to believe him and act with him. But don't forget to keep it in your heart as a bomb. If you're in a bad mood, just dig it out for him. Just casually dig it out once or twice, and you'll be able to suppress his arrogance. Naturally, he'll be at your mercy. Also, when he's in a bad mood or when he's quarreling with you. Men are all animals with a strong sense of self-existence. Once they feel that their status is dropping, they'll often use quarrels to raise their sense of existence and authority in the family. If you're cursed by him, his status can rise for a while. But at this time, as long as you don't show mercy when he's at his most arrogant, throw out 7 or 8 lies at once. You can completely smash him down. In an instant, his status will be suppressed again. At this time, never. You mustn't be soft-hearted. We should chase after the cornered enemy with courage. You can't give in even if you give in. You have to give in completely before you can withdraw your troops. Xiaoduo is the same as your father. They're both the type who'll lie as soon as they're moved. When they're lying, their expressions won't change and their hearts won't beat faster. They're the type who's the most difficult to distinguish. But you just have to pay attention. When you're facing this type of man, carefully observe his state before he speaks. Because when he wants to do something, his face will still have a special micro-expression. Then he'll often ponder for a while and come up with a draft in his heart. Because Xiaoduo will inevitably do it in one go. His lies will be more convincing than the truth. Remember, as long as he seems to be thinking about something important in front of you, that's when he's about to start lying. If one day Xiaoduo swears to you something that you think is incomparably certain, don't believe him. He must be lying. Remember, Mom. Thank you for your guidance. I've learned a lot from your words of wisdom. Today is my nephew's wedding. I'm the witness. I forgot. Cough. I rushed back to my hometown and was scolded badly. Fortunately, I made it in time. Otherwise, I'd be finished. Chapter 778. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the wretched smile on Zhou Xiaoduo's face and couldn't help but think of her mother's pure teachings. Naturally, she recalled every expression and every detail of Zhou Xiaoduo's that she had to admit that. When she thought about it, it seemed that every time her dog had an ulterior motive, he would carefully consider it first. Humph. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was full of a rare smile. It was a smile of confidence that victory was in her hands. Dog, you're going to be unlucky in the future. I don't know how many times you'll fall into my hands. I'll give you a nickname, Early Braid Brother. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was in the middle of cultivation, didn't know that his mother had completely sold him out. Zhou Xiaoyan really knew what he was thinking. It was difficult for him to turn the tables in this life. He was now using all his strength to stimulate the qi whirlpool in his dantian, making the fiery red thing become bigger bit by bit. He had consulted many people about this breakthrough before, including Wen Xingtian, Zhou Xiaoyan, Yi Changqing, and so on. This time he was urging his qi whirlpool to materialize more of his qi. In other words, the nascent soul stage was bigger. Wen Xingtian had a very clear explanation about this. The nascent soul stage was like a woman getting pregnant. At the beginning it was only a little dot, but this dot was related to how big it would be when it was finally born. According to Wen Xingtian, some people were like sesame seeds at the beginning, and when they were finally born they weighed 3 to 4 kilograms. Some people were like soybeans and when they were born they weighed 8 to 9 kilograms. When they were born, they were so weak that they didn't even have the strength to breathe on their own. However, those who weighed 8 to 9 kilograms were very strong when they were born. They could even feel pain when they grabbed people's hands. Think about it, how could it be the same? It had to be said that when Xingtian's analogy was very vivid. But recently, when Zhou Xiaoduo asked his mother about this issue and told her when Xingtian's argument, Wu Yuding scolded him. Your teacher Wen's theory is correct, but there are many fallacies in using a pregnant woman as an example. At least, his understanding of a pregnant woman is a pile of dog shit. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care whether it was bullshit or not. When Xingtian had been single for thousands of years, how would he know what pregnancy was? Not to mention a man. Right now, he only knew that his dantian was in the process of forming a nascent soul. It had to be big and strong. The initial size of a soybean is my minimum goal. Peanuts were just ordinary targets. If it could be like a grape or a small apple or even a big pomelo, or even a big watermelon, I can do anything. It was completely possible. In short, the bigger the better. It would be beneficial to the good. It would be delightful if it was huge. With such thoughts in mind, Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to condense the chi vortex. Traces of the scorching power of the Flaming Sun Sutra spiraled and slowly attached to the fiery red object. Above Zhou Xiaoduo's head, white fog gradually rose and a human figure gradually took shape. It was the image of Zhou Xiaoduo that had been shrunk countless times. As Zhou Xiaoduo's spirit energy circulated more and more rapidly, the white fog became thicker and thicker. The figure of the little person also became clearer and clearer. In the end, it almost condensed into a solid form. The entire formation process lasted for a full 20 minutes. Zhou Xiaoyan stared in shock at the pink little Zhou Xiaoduo on top of Zhou Xiaoduo's head. Just a little bit. She really wanted to touch it. Suddenly, she remembered that when Xiaoduo was not even a year old, she was lying on the bed looking at this little thing crawling around naked. At that time, Zhou Xiaoyan was still young. She touched here and there. In the end, she grabbed a caterpillar-like thing and played with it. Zhou Xiaoduo cried and Wu Yuding rushed in. Her eyes were full of anger and amusement. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't know why, but she remembered this scene now. Her cold face suddenly turned red. She spat and said, "Hooligan Xiaoduo." After a while, with a soft whoosh, the white fog above Zhou Xiaoduo's head quickly returned to his body. Then, a majestic aura spread out from Zhou Xiaoduo's body. Nascent soul transformation. He had finally succeeded. In the eyes of ordinary people, nascent soul transformation was the so-called Great Grandmaster Cultivation. In the year when Zhou Xiaoduo had just turned 18, he had achieved it. Nascent soul transformation Great Grandmaster. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyan felt the majestic aura that suddenly burst out from Zhou Xiaoduo's body. She was even happier than Zhou Xiaoduo. Her eyes were red. Duo nascent soul transformation. Boo-hoo. Zhou Xiaoyan was so happy that she wiped away her tears. At this moment, the figure of the youth who couldn't cultivate in the past, who tormented her to the point of half-death every day, suddenly rushed into her mind. The figure of the young man who risked his life for her when he just started cultivating and didn't hesitate to change his fate. Rushed into her mind. Zhou Xiaoyan pouted and sobbed. At this moment she felt joy, touched and happy. It was indescribable and indescribable. But she just wanted to cry. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo withdrew all his aura. At this moment he felt that his sea of consciousness and spiritual sense had more than doubled. At the moment of the breakthrough, it was as if his whole life had been sublimated. Even his eyesight seemed to have improved a lot. He could clearly feel that he had broken through to a higher level. But when it came to what level he had broken through and what kind of enlightenment he had gained, it was a little vague. He hurriedly looked inside himself to see what was going on. He saw that in his dantian, there was a Shao sun that was the size of a soybean. It was shining brightly in the air as if it was swallowing and spitting out countless flames. Its whole body was red and heat was constantly spewing out from within. When he looked at it with his divine sense, he actually felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Size so small. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little dissatisfied. He had already used all his strength and effort. After compressing his own vital essence for nearly 40 times, he had directly used the heart of the sun and the supreme grade jade of astral souls to promote it. In the end, it was only the size of a soybean. Where were the peanuts, grapes, apples, pomelos and watermelons of his dreams? For a moment, he couldn't help but feel depressed. He sighed subconsciously. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Xiaoyan looking at him with tears in her eyes. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. "What's wrong? No one can bully you in the Tower of Annihilation. Duo. Duo. Zhuxiaoyan sobbed. She looked like a wrong little girl. You've broken through. Duo said, yes. Why are you crying for such a good thing? Zhuxiaoyan hummed and pouted. I'm happy to cry, it's none of your business. Suddenly, a surge of joy surged in her heart. She couldn't help but laugh. Then she pouted again but couldn't keep a straight face. She said angrily, can't I? Finally, she couldn't hold back the joy in her heart. She laughed again. She smiled with tears in her eyes. The tears of joy matched her small face that was like a blooming spring flower. On the other hand, she was annoyed that she didn't hold it in. She stomped her little feet bitterly. The expression on her face at this moment was really indescribable and wonderful. Duo was stunned. Wow, this crying and laughing beauty is my wife. He couldn't help but rush forward and hug her. He lowered his head. Nyen yen cat. To save money, I'll omit 2,000 words. After a long time, the two of them sat side by side on the grass of the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuxiaoyan blushed and kept tidying her clothes. She pouted her slightly red and swollen lips. She snorted and threw a tantrum. She didn't even dare to look at Duo. She hummed and said, Duo, you've gone too far. I'll tell mother tomorrow and let her punish you. Kill you. Tell her, go ahead and tell her. Duo crossed his legs and swayed. Occasionally he put his right hand in front of his nose and sniffed. He looked relaxed and happy. He said happily, I'll admit that I'm killed by our mother. But I guess she won't. After all, I'm her only son. If she really kills me, she won't have a son or a son-in-law. Then I'll tell father. I'm our father's only son. He won't bear to kill me. Duo swayed his legs and said proudly, if they create a second account or something, I might have some scruples. But now. I'm the only one with a main account. The only one. She can only tap my fingers. It won't hurt or itch. As she spoke, she imitated Wu Yuding's actions, pinched her fingers and pointed at the air. Using Wu Yuding's voice, she scolded in exasperation, You. Duo immediately stopped. He smiled and spread his hands. That's our mother's punishment. Zhuxiaoyan became more and more angry. Believe it or not, I'll break off the engagement with you. Duo turned over and faced Zhuxiaoyan. Like a squatting husky, he suddenly turned over and stood upright. He glared at her. Say that again? I dare you to say it again. As he said that, he stretched out his hands, his fingers flexing. Don't. Zhuxiaoyan hurriedly begged for mercy. I was wrong. Duo said arrogantly, I checked my bank account some time ago. A total of 800 million yuan was missing. I didn't tell mom and dad about this. I don't know who spent it. Zhuxiaoyan said angrily, yes, I spent it. What are you going to do about it? You spend it well. You spend it well. Duo's eyebrows danced in delight. You should spend it. You spend it well. I'll give you a thumbs up. What did you buy? I bought a puppy. To put it under my blanket. Zhuxiaoyan pouted. Hurry up and throw that puppy away for me. Duo winked with shifty eyes. I'll exchange it for a hot, live one for you. The kind that can talk. You can hug it to sleep, talk, play and sleep with it. Get lost. You're so annoying. Duo said, repetition of words, disgusting heart, ayaya, little nyen. You. The two bickered for a while and the atmosphere became more and more cheerful. Chapter 779. How's your condensation? Zhuxiaoyan asked with concern. Do you have a vague feeling? As if you've broken free from some shackles? Or rather, the feeling of breaking through a certain boundary and surpassing a certain realm? Yes, I do. Duo perked up. It's a subtle feeling that I can't describe. Zhuxiaoyan wanted to say something but she held back and said seriously, I really can't tell you this. Firstly, I might not be able to explain it clearly. Secondly, it's best for you to feel it yourself. I can only tell you that not everyone will have this feeling when they break through to the nascent soul transformation stage. Ordinary nascent soul transformation stage cultivators won't have this feeling. Really? Duo wanted to say that he felt it very clearly. How big is your nascent soul? Zhuxiaoyan asked. What? is only the size of a soybean, and it's hanging in midair. Zhuoxiaoduo was a little dejected and said, I heard Teacher Wen and the others say that the average person's qi will sink to the bottom of the dantian, as if it's precipitated and motionless. But mine is suspended in midair, it doesn't seem normal. But it's only this little bit, far less than expected. It's only the size of a soybean, I can't bear to look at it. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed. Me too. Mine is in the upper part of my dantian. It's cold and icy as if there's a bright moon hanging there. The seniors in the Nine Heavens Pavilion told me not to tell anyone. Zhuoxiaoyan pouted and said, mine is not even the size of a soybean. That means I'm already stronger than you? Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up. Those cat ears. Duo, you're asking for death. Zhuoxiaoyan took advantage of her anger to get rid of the awkward situation. She jumped up and said, come up, I'll teach you a lesson. Thus, Zhuoxiaoduo let out a strange cry and charged forward, full of vigor. Not long after, Zhuoxiaoduo fell down like a dead dog. Even after the breakthrough, he was still taught a lesson by Zhuoxiaoyan. If it hurts. Zhuoxiaoduo began to play dead. Zhuoxiaoyan wouldn't be fooled. Continue cultivating, dodo dog. Kenyan Mao. Hurry up and cultivate, duo dog. Kenyan Mao. Duo dog. Nyen cat. Duo dog. As they screamed, they suddenly started fighting again. I told you to call me by my pet name. You called me first. I can call you, but you're not allowed to call me. Okay, Nyen cat. Bang bang bang. Time passed very slowly in the space-destroying tower. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan hardly wasted any time. When they were free they would bicker in the form of quarrels or bicker in other ways. Sometimes, after finishing their cultivation they would exchange pointers. Sometimes they would use weapons to exchange pointers. Sometimes they would exchange pointers in other ways. When it came to weapons, Zhuoxiaoyan had the upper hand, and Zhuoxiaoduo was no match for her. When it came to other ways, Zhuoxiaoduo had the upper hand, and Zhuoxiaoyan was no match for her. This also led to Zhuoxiaoduo declaring confidently that they were evenly matched. When they were free, Zhuoxiaoyan tried to communicate with the ice spirit and subdue it. However, the ice spirit seemed to be hesitant. Although it had begun to accept Zhuoxiaoyan, it still maintained its cold attitude, and the results were minimal. Zhuoxiaoduo was quite dissatisfied with this. My wife is so humble and you still dare to put on airs. You don't even treat me better than you. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Zhuoxiaoyan wanted to use the flaming sun scripture to scare the ice spirit several times, but she really couldn't bear to do it. She wanted to use gentle methods to subdue the ice spirit. After more than 10 rounds, the ice spirit seemed to feel Zhuoxiaoyan's sincerity and love. It was getting closer and closer to Zhuoxiaoyan. Although it hadn't accepted Zhuoxiaoyan as its master, it didn't reject her. It even agreed that it could occasionally possess Zhuoxiaoyan's sword and fight side by side with Zhuoxiaoyan. Zhuoxiaoyan was so happy that her heart almost melted. She could clearly feel that the time to make the weak ice spirit accept her as its master had begun to count down. When it was time to assemble, Zhuoxiaoduo had already pushed his cultivation to the peak of the middle stage of nascent soul at all costs. Zhuoxiaoyan had also suppressed her true essence at the peak of the cloud transformation stage 13 times. The two stood in the villa at the same time and looked at the time. It was 2:30 in the morning. They couldn't help but feel like they were in a dream. They had stayed in the Tower of Emptiness for 110 days, but only 2.5 days and 2 nights had passed in the real world. When they returned to the villa they actually felt a little strange. Check the messages on your phone. Zhuoxiaoyan reminded him. Okay. They took out their phones at the same time. I'll assemble at school at 6:30 in the morning, Zhuoxiaoduo said. We'll assemble again at the Starry Mountains. I'll assemble at the Starry Mountains at 8 in the morning, Zhuoxiaoyan looked at her phone. Okay. Be careful, don't try to be brave. Don't try to be brave, be careful. The two almost said this sentence at the same time. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. There's also a message from Mom and Dad. Take a look. Okay. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding had just left for 2 days. Although there were messages, they didn't say much. They just said one more sentence to Zhuoxiaoduo. If you need anything, you can look through the space ring your godfather left you. You may find something. In addition, after you break through the nascent soul, remember to learn the jade pendant that I just gave you. It contains the experience of hammering skills. See if you can use it. Ahem. Zhuoxiaoduo was a little embarrassed. Before he was about to break through to the nascent soul transformation stage, he had already used the jade pendant after he was beaten up by Zhuxiaoyan. The understanding of the hammering technique in it had really reached the pinnacle and was unimaginable. Every time Zhuxiaoduo read, he felt a sense of enlightenment. He felt that his mind was open and his heart was surging. However, the thing that shocked him the most was that the person who wrote the mental cultivation method seemed to have no limit to what he could comprehend. That was to say, as long as Zhuxiaoduo reached a certain level, he could expand at will according to the mental cultivation method and experience. This was the most awesome thing about the hammering skills and the cultivation method. It could be improved as the user's understanding of the realm increased. There was not much time left, so they didn't enter the Tower of Emptiness again. Early in the morning. The sky was a little bright. Li Chenglong's voice called out happily from below, get up. Let's go. Coming. Zhuxiaoduo answered and stood up. Wait. Zhuxiaoyan walked slowly to Zhuxiaoduo and stood in front of him, like a little wife waiting on her husband. She carefully tidied up his clothes from top to bottom. Then she said softly, go ahead. Okay. Zhuxiaoduo turned around. Wait. Zhuxiaoyan pursed her lips. What? Zhuxiaoyan blushed and took 2 steps forward. She looked up and whispered, Duo kiss me. For such a beautiful request it was like a windfall. Zhuxiaoduo would not refuse. He directly gave her a bear hug and kissed her vigorously. After a long while, the two slowly separated. Zhuxiaoyan's eyes were watery and her face was crimson. She looked at Zhuxiaoduo shyly and said, go ahead. Be careful. Don't show off. Ahaha. Zhuxiaoduo giggled and took 2 steps back. Finally he waved his hand and went out. Li Chenglong's voice came from outside, wow Zhu, why do you look so happy? Are you in high spirits? Zhuxiaoduo said arrogantly, I have broken through to the nascent soul stage. I am now the captain of the nascent soul stage, little Li. Go ahead and lead the way. Yes sir. Li Chenglong answered, Zhu, please allow little Li, who has broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, to lead the way for you. Deske, how shameless. Ha ha ha. Wait, let's go and see Grandma Shi first and say goodbye to her. I'm afraid this trial will take a long time. Let's say goodbye in advance so that she won't worry. Then the two of them went over. Although Grandma Shi had been recuperating and her serious injuries had not healed, her mental state was excellent. She drove the two of them away with a smile and went to school. Then she returned to her room to rest. Old Shi, the grudge has been settled. By right it's time to look for you. But these 2 little brats, especially that Zhuxiaoduo and that frisky monkey, actually made me feel reluctant to part with them. Grandma Shi looked at the portrait of Principal Shi on the wall with an apologetic face. Give me a few more years. Let me watch this little monkey grow up. After I have some achievements I will look for you. I can look for you now, but I can't bear to part with this little monkey. Haha. Grandma Shi poured a glass of wine apologetically. Old Shi, wait for me for a year. The voices of Zhuxiaoduo and Li Chenglong walked away. Zhuxiaoyan's mood gradually calmed down. She was the only one left in the villa. This period of time was really wonderful. How good would it be if it could be like this for the rest of her life? Zhuxiaoyan thought longingly. She walked slowly upstairs to her parents' bedroom and tidied up the originally tidy room again. She walked in softly and lay on the bed, feeling the lingering smell of her parents. After a few minutes she murmured, Dad, Mom, you must come back. Then she walked out softly and closed the door slowly. She came to her own room, entered the door and closed it. In an instant the room turned into a world of ice and snow. The sudden extreme cold caused the windows to freeze instantly. Dressed in white, with a face like ice and snow, she was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. She was as bright as the moon in the sky, as cold as ice and snow, as cold as an iceberg that would never melt. Her eyes also suddenly became cold and sharp. This was the spiritual goddess that the people of the 9 heavens pavilion were familiar with, Zhuxiaoyan. The window opened gently and Zhuxiaoyan floated out like a white cloud. She turned in the air and soared into the clouds. Wherever she passed, a piece of ice slowly spread. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.